Return of the Saiyajin. It was another peaceful day in the bustling capital city of Earth. People went about their business, their daily routines, chatting, hurrying from one place to the other, laughing and enjoying their lives. Children screamed for their parents to buy them the newest video game, and girls chatted about the newest idol in the magazines. Important men in suits discussed important developments in world politics or economics, and older women gossiped about the latest rumors in the city. It was peaceful, no signs of the huge battle left which had been fought here 20 years ago. The people had not forgotten, but had chosen to go on with their lives and rebuild the capital city with great effort. Vidal walked along the crowded street, watching these people enjoying their day, and had to, once again, think about how they didn't even know whom they owed all of this. The mass of Earth's inhabitants still believed that Mr. Satan had been the one to save the planet once again, like she had so long ago. But these times were over. At an age of 36, married to her beloved son Gohan, and with two beautiful children, Vidal was one of the few people who actually knew about the true saviors of the world. The people choosing to stay in the background. She had witnessed the fighting and the awesome destruction caused in the fight, and she knew that she owed her life to two people who nobody of these city dwellers even knew. The warriors from another planet, aliens, who had given so much to defend this world from certain destruction. A sacrifice which no one would ever honor. A sacrifice which was forgotten all too easy because of the false reverence to the false hero, her father. And those two people she would never see again. A pang of sadness jolted through her heart as she remembered Gohan's grief when he had realized what the ultimate price for this victory had been. The demon had been too powerful to be destroyed by normal means. So the two most powerful defenders had chosen to fuse themselves in a way that created the ultimate fighter, but a fusion that would last for all eternity. They had sacrificed themselves in order to save this world once again. Son Goku and Vegeta had chosen the only open path for them, to become one and destroy the demon ultimately. A slight shiver ran down her back as she remembered the scenes after the defeat of Buu. The deep look of sadness in Vegeto's eyes as he had looked at them from high above. The deep regret she had felt when he had turned around and vanished without a word. At first, she had been angered, but later she had realized that Vegeta couldn't have remained here. It was impossible for one person to live the life of two, and on top of that, Vidal suspected that he himself had to have time to think things over, to cope with this new situation. But ever since that last battle, Vegeta hadn't returned, and the friends had been unable to find him, no matter how hard they had looked. Sometimes, when she woke up in the night, she had the impression of a figure floating outside their window. She had the impression of sad eyes gazing through the darkness into the room where Pan and Kyra lay sleeping, watching, but not daring to come closer. However, when she got to the window to get a better look, the figure was gone. She never told anyone of this, knowing for a fact that it would pain her husband even more, knowing that his father was somewhere out there. She left him with the belief that he was gone, forever. He had coped with it by now and was able to live his life happily. So were the others. Bulma with her two children, Trunks and Bra, son Goten and Chi-Chi, C-18, and the whole family. Hey Vidal. The shout brought her back into reality. She recognized the voice of Bra, and her keen senses immediately picked up the young girl. A soft smile came to Vidal's lips as she watched the blue-haired girl run towards her with a big smile on her lips. Ah, Brachan, what brings you here? Aren't you practicing with Trunks? The Budokai is due in a few days, no? Bra finally caught up with her and grinned brightly, bowing faintly and inclining her head. She had grown to a very attractive young lady with sparkling blue eyes, bright blue hair, and a liveliness that she could only have from her mother, though she had the strength of her father in her veins and his joy in fighting. Ah, yeah, I am, she giggled happily. But I took some time off to get something to eat. Won't you join us? Trunks and Goten are there, too. Vidal smiled and nodded, following the young girl through the streets to the restaurant nearby. She recognized Trunks and Goten, sitting outside and seeming very happy about something. When they noticed her, they smiled brightly and waved. Hey Vidal-san, they greeted her cheerfully. Good morning, you two. Taking a small snack in your break? She chuckled as she sat down on the table, which was laden with dozens of bowls of various kinds of food. Hey Vidal-san, are you going to take part in the Budokai too? And what about Gohan-san? Trunks asked. Videl inclined her head and nodded softly. Of course, Gohan has dropped many of his lectures in order to get more time for training, and I join him most of the time. Though it's really no good for me to take part when you are there, but it's fun. Bra giggled and patted Videl's hand. Ah, don't sound so gloomy about it. You're the strongest human on this world after all. That's something to be proud of, and besides you really can't. And there she stopped. Her features suddenly took on a concentrated tone, and she gasped. Trunks and Goten stopped devouring their food, having the same expression on their features, and then Videl noticed it, too. What is that? Bra whispered with an odd voice. This power. Trunks and Goten looked up to the sky, searching. An aura of immense power. Approaching fast. Who can that be? All of them stared at the sky for a moment, and then they suddenly saw a bright spark in the sky, lengthening and streaking through the blue heaven like a comet. There it is, Videl exclaimed and pointed at the thing as it progressed through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of fire behind it as it hurtled overhead. A low roar began to fill the air, and slowly but surely, all other people noticed the thing, too. The people of the city stood rooted to the ground as the roar began to grow louder, climaxing in a deafening boom as the thing passed overhead. Come on! Trunks and Goten both jumped up and were off in the air a second later. Videl and Bra followed close behind, and the four of them took up the chase of the strange thing. Another monster coming to attack Earth. Trunks thought out loud. But that would be dangerous. The power I felt from this thing is immense. Even Vegeta in his fight against Buu didn't emit such a power. Videl narrowed her eyes at that. She wasn't as apt at reading auras as the two half-Scions, and during the fight with Buu, her abilities hadn't even allowed her to sense power signatures, so she wouldn't have known if this one was stronger or weaker, but Trunks' words frightened her. She had seen how Vegeta had smashed the demon into a pulp without any effort, a task made even more wondrous by the fact that earlier Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and all the other fighters hadn't even had a chance against the demon. Don't jump to conclusions, Trunks-kun. So far it's only a ship coming in for a landing, nothing more. We cannot know if the pilot is hostile or friendly, Bra said through clenched teeth. Yeah, true, but it's better to expect the worst, isn't it? Goten threw in from beside her. Videl nodded to herself as the four friends dashed through the sky. A few moments later, they could see a bright explosion in the distance, a sign that the ship had made a kind of landing. It went down over there. Goten acclaimed and adjusted his course, accelerating to an even higher speed. They arrived only a moment later. Goten in the lead slowed down to get a better look of things. The dust slowly settled around the crater the ship had created, but so far they couldn't see what kind of ship it had been. A moment later, however, he stopped dead in the air. Trunks-kun. Videl stared at him. It wasn't all too usual that Goten was at a loss for words. The shock and surprise on his face was even more uncommon. Hey, Goten, what is it? Trunks asked and stared at his friend. Goten didn't say anything but pointed at the rim of the crater, his eyes wide. All of them followed the gesture, and all four suddenly gasped as their eyes recognized what Goten had seen. A few meters in the air, a figure hovered silently, arms crossed in front of its chest. Spiky black hair was billowed slightly in the soft gusts of wind. Dressed in a black combat suit with orange shirt and belt, white gloves and shoes, the figure had its back towards them, but there was no mistaking him. They all couldn't feel his power or his presence, but they knew what they were seeing. Vegeta. The legendary fighter quietly watched the dust clear in the crater, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he in turn was being watched by the four friends. What is he? Trunks began, but stopped. He was too shocked. Just when he had coped with the loss of his father, he was now staring at the being he had become to secure the world. Videl could imagine the torment both of them, Goten and Trunks, were going through now. The two of them were immobilized, unable to move, too stricken to even speak. Look, Videl pointed at Vegeta with a nervous, slightly shaking finger. What she meant was obvious. All of them had seen Vegeta, and all of them knew that something had changed in his long absence. The long, furry tail that was swishing behind him softly was definitely a new addition. Meanwhile, The dust had settled and Videl could identify the ship as a small spherical capsule with one tinted window. It looked badly beaten, which was quite reasonable considering the way it had landed here. She had never before seen such a construction, but granted, she had never really seen any spaceship. A Scion capsule. Bra whispered quietly, torn between looking at the figure she knew at least contained her father and the small capsule on the ground. What? Vidal asked, dumbfounded. Mother told me about them. This one looks like a capsule the Scions used to travel around in space fast. Bra shook her head in disbelief. Vidal turned to once again stare at the capsule on the ground, her gaze, too torn between the figure of Vegeta and the small ship. But, I thought, there were none left. She whispered. That's what we thought too. Bra returned the whisper. Things were getting stranger by the second. Vegeta reappearing finally, a Scion capsule landing without a warning. To be honest with herself, Videl was at a loss as to how to feel. She knew from Gohan that Scions had once been a race of conquerors and murderers, so she wasn't sure if the coming of this capsule was a good or a bad thing. And then there was Vegeta, vanishing from their lives in a flash, leaving them wondering if he was even alive and now appearing out of nowhere. It wasn't just him appearing, it was also the way he hovered there, remaining motionless, oblivious to their presence. Not one sign of recognition. Had he forgotten about them? Forgotten about his children and family and friends? She couldn't imagine that. Not with Goku, and not even with Vegeta. So why was he showing himself finally? It certainly had something to do with the capsule. Extinguish your auras. The sudden command ripped Videl away from her thoughts. The strange voice was a mixture of the voices of Gohan's father and that of Vegeta. The super warriors spoke quietly, and still the voice carried all the power of this man to them. They gaped at him, taking a moment to realize that it was him speaking and them being spoken to, but then they complied immediately. No second too soon. Even as the three of them came to a landing, the hatch of the capsule emitted a slow, long hiss, smoke curling from the lid upwards as it swung up slowly. The lid locked itself into the open position with a soft metallic click. A moment later, a hand gripped the edge of the lid and a small figure lifted itself from the interior of the capsule. Videl could only stare in amazement as her eyes locked on the fig that now slowly turned. It was a woman, no, a girl, of maybe 17 years of age. Black, spiky hair was short and tied to a strange sort of ponytail behind her head. Coal-black eyes slowly took in the surroundings, lips curled in an expression that only could be described as nervousness. She was clad in a tight-fitting bodysuit, all in black, which pronounced very female curves, but also strong muscles and an athletic build. What caught Videl's eye a moment later was the long, furry tail which twitched behind the girl, also in a fashion that could only be described as nervous. She had only heard from Gohan about the tails Saiyajin usual sprouted, but this was the first time she ever saw one for real, and not only one, but two. Why in all heavens was Vegeta sprouting a tail? True, he was Saiyajin, but she knew from Gohan and the others that both Goku and Vegeta had had theirs removed permanently long before she had met any of the fighters. She had to admit, however, it gave the girl a kind of cute look, though she immediately discarded that thought again, reminding herself that there was no knowing what they could expect of this one. Slowly the eyes of the girl settled on Vegeta, and there seemed to be hint of recognition in her gestures. She turned fully towards the fused being and walked towards him. Vegeta himself slowly descended towards the ground, touching down with a faint click of his boots. The girl approached him slowly, almost carefully, and stopped a few meters away, her gaze firmly locked on Vegeta. "Greetings," she said with a mild voice. Vegeta inclined his head lightly, but didn't say anything yet. His expression was unreadable, no emotions present whatsoever. Receiving no answer at all, the girl blinked once before speaking again. I was looking for, well," she stopped herself before stammering on. Videl raised a brow. For all she had heard of the true Saiyajins, this didn't seem like one. Then again, only Vegeta had ever really lived on the Saiyan homeworld, and he had never talked about it, which was understandable considering what had happened to the world. Still, she couldn't quite bring herself to see this girl as a world-devastating warrior, yet she reminded herself that looks could easily be deceiving. Vegeta apparently finally thought it fit to speak himself. Who are you, girl? The girl herself inclined her head, and the smallest of smiles touched her lips. Apparently, she felt much better when being asked a question herself. My name is Yari. Vegeta raised a brow, apparently urging her on to speak more. Well, I have been traveling through the galaxy for quite a while now, searching for. As she spoke these words, she suddenly gulped faintly and looked down, away from Vegeta. Videl blinked, seeing a tear form in the girl's eye. I, sorry. I'm searching for someone like me. A simple statement, but it carried a burden of grief that was feelable in the voice of the girl who had introduced herself as Yari. There was pain in her words, fear and resentment, and Videl could imagine where it came from. The Scion homeworld, Vegeta had been destroyed a rather long time ago, along with most of the race. Up till now, the friends had believed that Goku and Vegeta were the only remaining, full-blooded Saiyajin, but apparently that was not true. For once, if this girl was only as old as she looked and behaved, she couldn't have been born on Vegeta. That taken into account, 2 more survivors of the destruction of the planet were necessary and even likely. But the sadness in Yari's voice was so deep that Videl was led to believe her parents were dead, too. Someone like you, eh? Vegeta said quietly. Videl noticed that he had wrapped his tail around his waist, in effect making it very difficult to identify it on first sight. She suspected that Yari had no idea she was talking to one of her kind even now. Then what exactly are you? Yari looked up slowly, having forced the tears back now. I'm a Saiyajin, she said with no small amount of pride in her voice. I was born on the planet Gritanya, but my parents were both full-blooded Saiyan warriors, and they raised me there until. The pride vanished quickly, being once more replaced by grief and sadness. She swallowed the tears down, hard, and forced her voice under control. Until my parents were killed by a ravaging monster. I wanted to help them fight, but they would have none of it. They said that it was important for me to survive and set me into one of their capsules, sending me off into space before that thing could kill me. Since then, I have been traveling the universe, always looking for another like me. I have found none, but I still have hope. Vegeta nodded faintly as she ended her short account, looking her up and down slowly. Videl felt a short flash of happiness for the girl at the moment. She could not begin to imagine growing up with nobody at all, always traveling, always searching, lone in the universe, but never giving up hope, and finally, here she would find what she had been looking for. I see. And has this monster followed you? Vegeta asked coolly. Yari shivered faintly and nodded. Yes. Another reason why I have not settled down somewhere is that he has indeed been following me. I don't know why he is so intent on killing me. I have reason to believe that he will come to this place, too, which is why I only want to stop by shortly, get something to eat and drink, check out the people on the world, and then leave again as quickly as possible. Vegeta inclined his head, raising a brow in a questioning sort of way. You are fleeing? At that, Yari stiffened and shook her head vehemently, anger flashing in her coal black eyes. I am not fleeing, but I couldn't accept a planet like this with so many people on it being devastated by a fight between him and me, she exclaimed. Videl looked to Bra, Trunks, and Goten. All 3 of them looked pretty uncertain and quite estranged. Apparently, this was not the way a normal Saiyajin behaved, or at least they had only experienced other Saiyajins. According to what Gohan had told her, a Saiyajin would have cared less if innocent bystanders would be killed in a fight as long as he could fight. Vegeta, too, had raised his brow in wonder at the exclamation. You look like a Saiyajin, but you don't sound like one, he stated quietly. Again, Yari stiffened and anger flamed up in her eyes. What do you mean? How would you even know you? Human, she shouted. Vegeta merely raised the other brow and finally uncurled his tail from his waist. Gently it swished back and forth behind him. The girl noticed it a moment later, and her anger vanished in a millisecond. Her eyes widened as she stared at the tail, transfixed before she returned her gaze to Vegeta's features. Her frown slowly turned into a light smile. Once again, her eyes glittered as tears formed in them. But this time, they were tears of joy, and it was clearly visible. Her fingers trembled softly. There was an unbelievable joy emitting from every gesture, and a moment later, she couldn't control her joy any longer. With a yelp of happiness, she leaped forward and threw herself onto Vegeta, her arms wrapping tightly around the Saiyan warrior. Trunks and Bra gasped faintly besides Videl. Vegeta would have very forcefully removed the girl from himself, but it didn't happen. The warrior didn't do anything for a moment as the girl released all her joy in soft sobs against his chest, and a moment later, to everyone's surprise, he gently placed an arm around the girl in a very reassuring sort of way. It was a very strange picture. Videl had seen Goku give some niceties to his family, but never Vegeta, and of this being, she had only seen the awesome destructive power. It was strange to see this super warrior give a gentle touch to a person. A moment that seemed to stretch into eternity passed as the two Saiyans stood in a silent embrace. Vegeta looked down to the girl when she disengaged from the hug finally. In the years of his exile, Vegeta had learned to cope with the two different beings inside him and had begun the process of uniting them into a single being. The process was not yet completed, but it was almost so, which was why he had given this girl a show of affection instead of shoving her away. Now she stood there, gazing into the eyes of Vegeta. "Easy there, girl," he said softly and nodded faintly. "There's no need to cry right now. Your journey has come to an end here." He smiled gently and looked behind him for a moment. "Come on, you guys, no need to hide anymore." Videl, Trunks, Bra, and Goten jumped slightly, having followed the scene too fixated and only now realized that Vegeta had spoken to them. Slowly, they got up and walked towards the two. Yari looked to the four people approaching, a slight hint of apprehension in her eyes, but since Vegeta had called them, she relaxed quickly. "Well, Yari, meet Videl, Trunks, Goten, and Bra." He motioned at each of them in turn. "And this is Yari." Videl smiled and nodded to the Saiyan girl. Trunks waved, still a little uncertain, and his eyes constantly wavered to Vegeta, just like Goten's. Bra smiled as well and waved, but her eyes, too, wandered to Vegeta quite often. They're normally not this quiet, but there are certain circumstances which can't be explained that easily. We should take it easy and take Yari here back to the city to your homes. It's time for me to return too. Videl nodded faintly, yet Trunks, Goten, and Bra simply stared at the warrior, saying nothing. Vegeta gazed back at them, and after a moment slowly lowered his head. I know, he whispered. "I cannot explain everything now, and I cannot begin to apologize for what I put you all through, but it was necessary. I couldn't do anything else, and to be honest, if Yari here hadn't arrived now, I would not have returned for another 5 years. I will explain it all, I promise." They all nodded faintly, while Yari watched them quietly, probably wondering what this was all about, but she kept quiet and simply watched for now. Goten, Trunks, and Bra nodded softly, though it was plainly visible that they didn't enjoy having to wait for the story. "Let's get going." He nodded faintly to the group and then jumped up into the air, taking off into the air, the others following quickly behind him. "He's strange though, isn't he?" Videl whispered to Bra as they sped trough the air towards the city. Bra shrugged faintly and returned the whisper. "I don't know what to think right now. He seems so distant. I don't know." Videl sighed faintly and looked at Vegeta, who flew a bit ahead of them. He still had his aura extinguished, so she still had no idea just what he was capable of. Then her gaze went to Yari, who was flying a bit to the left. She cast her gaze to Vegeta rather often, but also to the others, including herself. When their eyes met for a moment, Videl thought she saw a glint of fear in her eyes before Yari quickly averted her gaze. What was she still afraid of? Maybe it was that thing chasing her that made the girl worry. Having spent her life on the run probably hadn't helped the girl at all for sure. On the other hand, she should feel a bit more secure now that she was with a fellow member of her race. Or had she witnessed too much destruction to feel safe even now? That was probably just it. On every world she had visited, this monster probably had charged her and, in passing, destroyed the whole world. A grueling thought to say the least, but Earth had often been attacked by alien monsters, and always Goku and his friends had succeeded at throwing them back into the depths of space. Yes, there had been some close calls, but they had survived. Videl didn't feel fear. She knew that she had the strongest fighters in the universe as her allies, and that it would be nearly impossible to get past all the defenders of Earth. But Yari couldn't know that. She hadn't seen the awesome power of Vegeta or the other Senshi firsthand like Videl had, so she only had bad experiences to judge from. The fact that Vegeta was hiding his power level didn't help at all, not in this regard. She hoped an explanation would come from him when they reached their home. At the Sun residence, Chi-Chi was fidgeting with the cooking devices with Bulma, trying to help. They didn't talk much, not at this day. It was a very special day for all of them. 20 years earlier, both of their husbands had vanished as the fused being Vegeta. They had never quite understood why the fused super warrior had chosen to leave his families behind. Chi-Chi had cried a fair few times and still did once in a while, especially on the anniversary of Vegeta's disappearance. In the main living room, Krillin's family sat, waiting for the yearly dinner. C-18 looked young as ever, at least on the outside. There seemed to be something missing in her eyes ever since Krillin had died 2 years ago. Marin sat next to her mother, now a beautiful young lady with a remarkable resemblance to C-18 except for her coal-black eyes, which she had inherited from her father. Krillin had died of old age, quite naturally since he wasn't a Saiyajin and didn't have their extended lifespans. Marin herself was getting over her father's death by now and had begun her own training as a fighter with the guiding though hard hand of C-18. Though Vegeta's disappearance didn't affect them the same as it did with the others present, C-18 had, like Krillin, insisted on joining the families on this day. C-18 herself, though emotionally almost always detached, had explained that without Goku, she wouldn't be here, not like she was now, with a daughter and many friends. She said she owed him to at least try and be there for his family. On the other couch sat Gohan with Pan and Kyra, his 2 children. Pan, now at an age of 16, was also growing to be a strong fighter, though she didn't share her sister's joy in it. Gohan insisted on training both his children, and both complied of course, but Kyra took to the training with a playfulness that Pan lacked. Kyra was Videl's and his second child, now 15 years old, promising to turn into a second Videl, except for her hair, which was the only real proof of Saiyan blood in her, as it was spiky and untamable. All of them sat in silence, thinking about the friends they had lost while Bulma and Chi-Chi continued to make the evening meal. "Where is Videl-san, Gohan?" asked Marin finally, not longer wanting to simply sit and brood. "Oh, she went to the city to get a few things. Goten, Trunks, and Bra are also in the city as far as I know. They wanted to be home in a bit though," he answered, smiling faintly. "Talk of the devil, I can sense them coming, Dad," Kyra said and grinned widely. "True, but..." Gohan didn't finish his sentence. He was standing the next moment, as were C-18 and Marin. Both of them had probably sensed the same. Indeed, Bra, Videl, Trunks, and Goten were approaching, but there was another aura following them. An aura of great power, though neither Gohan nor C-18 or Marin knew this aura. "Who could that be?" C-18 asked quietly. Gohan shrugged his shoulders slightly. "I have no idea, but it would be better if we go outside to see." The group stood up and left the house quickly, and even as they all went through the door, they could see the 6 spots in the sky, approaching fast. "6?" Gohan asked quietly, raising a brow. "I can only sense 5 of them," C-18 said with a quiet voice. "Me too," Gohan replied and narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to identify the 6th person. His eyes suddenly widened, and he took a few steps back involuntarily. "It," he whispered, and then C-18 realized it too, her eyes narrowing faintly as she saw the shape get clearer. A bare moment later, they watched as the 6 figures settled down on the ground gently. First Bra, Trunks, and Goten, then Videl with a girl none of them knew, and last Vegeta. There was a stunned silence as all eyes first roamed to the unknown girl, but then settled on the one whose disappearance they all had come here to contemplate. The super warrior who had saved all of their lives back then. His black eyes surveyed the group of people slowly. For so many years, he had watched from afar, had chanced quick peeks on his family to make sure they were somewhat all right. It had hurt him when he had had to leave, but he had known back then that he could never have filled the position of 2 people as one person, and even if that had been possible, he had been too confused, too shocked of this new situation. In the heat of battle, it had been nice and well to use the fusion to beat Bu. But after the battle had ended, the full meaning of this new life had dawned on him, and it had been too much. The unification process of Goku and Vegeta into Vegeto wasn't complete, but he had felt the key of this girl approaching from far away and had wondered why she was coming here and, more importantly, how her mere existence was even possible. Apart from Yari, there was another thing that bothered him, though, something that he felt would be important soon, but which he couldn't really identify. So his exile had ended sooner than he had anticipated, and now he was back with the people he had left behind. Towards many of them, he now felt a bond of friendship, but since it was the combined emotions of two beings, his disposition had shifted somewhat. Now he felt a slightly dimmed sense of friendship towards all of them, but the intenseness of the feelings Goku had had was gone. That was one reason why he had not shown himself for so long. Only the children. The children were very dear to him, and he knew why. Vegeta's desire not to let the Saiyan race die out, coupled with the true-hearted feelings of Goku, made for a very deep bond towards these kids, towards Kyra and Pan, Goten and Trunks. He had visited them often, during the night, had gazed through the window of their homes to catch a glimpse of them, and had quite often watched from afar while they trained. Now that Gohan had turned away from training and toward studies, it was upon the younger children to become strong, to defend their world. His world. And then, a pure-blooded Saiyan girl comes along. Of course, Vegeto's interest had been piqued. To begin with, one survivor indicated that there could be other survivors, and a pure-blooded Saiyajin girl was the beginning of a new Saiyan race. His thoughts returning to the here and now, he realized that still, nobody was talking and everyone was staring at him. "I suppose I have some explaining to do," he murmured and nodded. Chapter 2. Explanations. "I would suppose you all want to know where I have been and what I have been doing, right?" Vegeto finally said, inclining his head in a questioning sort of way. No one spoke, but everyone except for Yari nodded. Vegeto chuckled faintly and nodded. "I shall answer your questions in due time, but for now, we have a visitor, and I believe she is rather hungry." He looked to the Saiyan girl and smiled an encouraging smile, urging her to follow him as he approached the place one of his halves had formerly lived in. He walked past the silent crowd of onlookers, not daring to show any emotional reaction, because he was not sure what kind of reaction he would actually reveal. So he entered his former residence and led Yari to the dining room, where both of them sat down. Apparently, Videl, Trunks, Goten, and Bra were currently being questioned as to where they had found him and what this strange girl was doing here, but Vegeto chose to ignore that and instead filled his plate with some food. "Go on, little one. Help yourself. Chi-Chi's food is delicious. Well, was last time I checked." He took a hearty bite from a piece of meat and smiled faintly. "Aye, it still is delicious." Yari watched Vegeto quietly for a moment, then reached to the plates in front of her tentatively. She was indeed hungry. Her last real meal had been a long time ago, and the food on the table smelled most wonderful to her empty stomach. Once she had taken her first bite, however, the Saiyan hunger overcame her fully, and she started to wolf down the food hungrily. Vegeto chuckled slightly and began to eat for real as well. The two of them didn't stop when the others stepped into the house and watched them in shocked silence. They sat down around the table and waited for the two Saiyajin to finish their meal, which of course took some time. When they finally stopped eating, both leaned back with a rather satisfied expression on their features. "Ah, as good as always." Vegeta nodded and smiled faintly, turning to look to his families. "Indeed, most delicious." Yari nodded as well and licked her lips, appearing thoroughly happy for the moment. Vegeto nodded, and then turned his eyes back to the band of people who were still watching them as though they were aliens. Well, they were aliens, but anyway. He got up and walked towards them, indicating Yari to follow him. The gazes from his families were filled with expectation, irritation, and nervousness. "I know. You probably ask yourself, why did I leave and why did I return right now?" Vegeto began. There was silent nodding from all present. When Vegeta and Goku fused into one being, the fusion was not immediately complete. Though we were of one body, there were still two minds inside, and I knew that it would be impossible for one person to fill the life of two. I had to go away to unify the two self-spheres inside me, to try and make one person out of two, because otherwise I would have sooner or later gone insane. It pained me to leave you all behind like that, without a word, without a trace, but I also knew that it would only cause more pain if I had stayed back then. He paused shortly, waiting for questions, but none came. They all just stared intently at him. I would not have returned for some time still, because the unification process is not yet fully complete, but our guest, he nodded to Yari, who was also listening with interest, has spiked my attention, and although I believe we do not have to expect any danger from her, I know that something sinister is following her, although I can't say what it is exactly. So I returned, earlier than planned, mostly because I know we need to prepare for the storm that will soon be right upon us. When he finished, there was a brief pause. Then Gohan spoke, still appearing confused, but obviously determined to not let it show. "But who is this girl anyway?" he asked. Vegeta smiled faintly and pulled Yari in front of him. "Ah, I'm sorry for not introducing you guys earlier. This is Yari, and she is a full-blooded Saiyajin, which makes her the first of her kind you meet. Yari, these are the people I call friends and family." Yari nodded a soft greeting to all of them, and they couldn't help but notice the slight nervousness in her movements. But then again, they were all too shocked at the realization that Vegeta had called her a full-blooded Saiyajin. The different reactions ranged from disbelief to shock, and even a little fear. Gohan was the first to speak. "But that's impossible. Both of you well." He stumbled on his words and shook his head, having lost the thread of what he had been about to say. "To begin with, I am a single person now, combining everything Vegeta and Kakarot once were in me. So, it would make things easier if you addressed me as a single individual," Vegeta said with a light smile on his lips. Gohan nodded and began again. "Well, you said yourself that Vegeta has been destroyed." Frieza admitted it. "How could it be possible for a Saiyajin to turn up suddenly?" Vegeta nodded slightly and patted Yari on the shoulder. "A good question. As far as she has told me, her parents were not on Vegeta when Frieza blew it up. That is not unlikely, since, as you know, we were a race of conquerors. Apparently, they received her on that planet. It was C-18 who, unlike herself, joined into the conversation without being asked a question first. That would open the possibility of more Saiyajins alive out there." Vegeta nodded. "Same conclusion I came to, and that brings me to why I really returned earlier." He looked at all the gathered people he had known for so long in his life, and whom he cared for. "Yari is being followed," she told me, "and I have felt the nearing of him even before she arrived here. A dark, sinister presence which will arrive here soon and cover this world in a storm unlike any one of us has ever seen before." A long silence followed his words. All of the assembled stared at him and Yari, who was still munching happily on the food and apparently had not taken in much of what Vegeta had said. It was Gohan who spoke again. "But, I mean, you defeated Boo. There can't be something you can't beat," he stated. Vegeta sighed and shook his head, glancing to Yari. I felt his aura through Yari, and I must say that alone, I do not stand a chance. Another silence fell after those words, even more grave than the last. There is only one thing we can do. Training will only lead us thus far in the current situation. What we must do is find other Saiyans who are willing to help us. Other Saiyans who, like Yari, have survived the destruction of Vegeta and have developed differently since they have been out of touch with the original Saiyan way of life. We need more fighters like Yari to even stand a chance. And another thing, whatever it is that is coming, it is not alone. At that, Yari did stop to eat, showing the first sign that she had been listening at all. "Oh, but it is. I only saw one enemy. Only one to kill my parents," she said, inclining her head. "He has been gathering followers, strong followers, and also drawn on backup from his own home planet. All of them are on their way to Earth now. They will arrive in no less than 2 years, which gives us that much time to travel through the universe to find people who will aid us in this struggle." Again, silence. It came as a shock to many of them, these revelations. Vegeta thoughtfully finished the last dish on his side of the table and then stood up slowly. "Bulma, I know you have the capability to construct a FTL spaceship. Please, go right ahead and do so. It is of utmost importance. Gohan, you and the others will start training immediately." It was at that moment that he raised a brow shortly and inclined his head. A moment later, they all heard the resounding voice of Ko echoing through the room. "Everyone, can you hear me?" "Ko-sama." Vegeta nodded slightly. "Yes, we can hear you. I have spoken to your kami. He agreed to let you all use the room of time and space to train." Vegeta looked to the others, who partly nodded slightly and partly stared at him, dumbfounded, particularly the younger ones. They had never heard of this room, let alone trained in it. "That's good news. I will bring them to Kami-sama's place in a moment." Ko didn't say anything else, and thus, Vegeta approached the assembled group of people slowly. "I apologize that this meeting is shadowed by the impeding events, but we have to do this, or we won't have a possibility to really be together again in the future." The group left for Kami-sama's tower right away. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a somewhat disgruntled-looking Mr. Popo, who ushered them towards the room without much introduction. Kami-sama was nowhere to be seen. At the entrance to the room, Vegeta turned around and gazed at each of them in turn. "As some of you well know, this room is best suited to train in pairs. Since we lack the time to do this, we will all go in together and separate into training pairs inside. Now, who of you have not yet had the pleasure to train here?" Kyra, Pan, Bra, C18, Videl, and Yari raised their hands slowly. Vegeta inclined his head slightly. It had been against Gohan's wishes to take Videl along, but the girl was as headstrong as they came and wouldn't be left behind at all. His keen senses surveyed her slowly for a moment, and what he had known from even before the fight against Boo had only strengthened. There was a great deal of potential there, but she was yet unable to tap it. "Okay, it will be a bit strange at the beginning, but you will get used to it. The room of time and space allows us to train for a whole year, while in the real world, only 24 hours pass. We cannot stay for longer than 2 days altogether because it would drive most of us insane. So we will stay 1 day, then return here to relax for a few days before we spend another day in there. That gives us 2 extra years to prepare before some of us head off to look for surviving scions and other people who can help us." The group nodded silently, and without any more words, Vegeta stepped ahead into the room, the others following silently. Inside, Vegeta pointed to the door to their left. "Here you will find sleeping places as well as showers and food storages. Familiarize yourself with the place. Gohan and the others who have trained here will be able to show you around. I will check on something, and we meet at the exit of the building in 10 minutes. With that, he vanished through the door to their right. Videl looked around apprehensively and then cast her gaze to Gohan, who was staring after Vegeta quietly. He blinked once, then turned and smiled weakly. "Okay, everyone, let's get going." He motioned them into the sleeping quarters, and they each reserved themselves a bed to camp on, though they all had a very distinct feeling that they wouldn't get much rest anyway. Yari was hanging back a bit, still a little unsure of what to make of these people. She didn't sense a very powerful aura from any of them. Then again, she hadn't felt anything from Vegeta, who was a Saiyajin, for sure. She wondered if they would indeed have a chance to fight against the monster which had been chasing for so long. The person called Gohan was pointing out the food storages at the moment. The younger ones, Kyra, Bra, and Pan, if she remembered their names correctly, were rather quiet and did look a bit fearful. Shaking her head, she wondered if Vegeta was indeed thinking they had a chance with these weaklings, or if he was just bluffing to make her stay. Maybe he was a Saiyajin, but one turned renegade? Why hadn't he been on their homeworld when it had been destroyed? And what was this business with fusion? Shaking her head, she decided to postpone any judgment until she had seen all of these people fight. 10 minutes later, the group assembled outside the building. All of those who hadn't been here gazed transfixed on the non-existent horizon. The room stretched on endlessly, and Yari, too, was surprised by this surrounding. A moment later, they all gasped, shocked, as the bright white field suddenly was illuminated by thin lines of blue, which divided the immediate area into 3 large fields. "I have divided the immediate area into 3 fields with differing gravitation. That way, we all can train according to our skill level," Vegeta said as he approached from behind them. They all turned to gaze at him, waiting for what was to come next. "Now for the groups. Kyra, Bra, Pan, and Videl. You will train in this field, right at the steps. I have altered gravity to 5 times Earth standard. You will be slow and sluggish at the beginning, but I trust you will rise in power quickly enough. C18, Goten and Trunks, you three train in that field. He pointed to the one on their left. It has 100 times Earth's standard gravity, so you should be okay for the beginning. Yari, Gohan, and I will be training in the field to our right, where gravity is 1,000 times Earth standard. Videl gasped, disbelieving what she just heard, but she shut her mouth. All around her, the people were nodding gravely. If you wish to raise the gravity, you can do so with these devices. He tossed something which looked like a TV remote to C18 and Kyra. But don't overestimate yourselves for the time being. Any questions? All of the assembled shook their heads. And thus, the training began. Videl was panting for breath even after only an hour of training. The additional gravity made it that much harder for her to move. Pan was having her problems as well, and only Bra and Kyra seemed to be able to handle the gravity better than the rest of them. Videl bit her lips and continued with the push-ups she'd been doing for the last 10 minutes, fighting against the will to just relax and stop this torment. She would show these people that it was not necessary to be a Saiyajin in order to be a fighter. Goten, Trunks, and C18 were engaged in heavy sparring. They alternated pairs, 2 against 1, attacking and defending with everything they had. 2 hours into the training, they had grown accustomed to the gravity and, in agreement, had raised the level of gravity to 300 G. Gohan and Yari, meanwhile, had teamed up on Vegeta's orders, trying to attack him. The word trying is important, because with the added gravity effect, none of them got even near the super warrior, who seemed to float through this gravity as if it was 0 G and not 1,000 times standard. The Saiyajin girl grew frustrated rather quickly and admired the way Gohan could just continue to train while Vegeta seemed to dodge their attacks lazily. So far, he hadn't even used his feet or hands to block anything. They had simply been unable to strike him. Yari, however, was rather angry. She couldn't believe his power level to be so much higher than her own. Surely it would be impossible to mask such a strong key signature? Yet he kept dodging, an annoying smirk painted on his features all the while. Damn, she cursed as he evaded yet another attack. Hold still. Vegeta chuckled lightly and inclined his head. Oh, why not? Come on, hit me with all you have. He hovered in midair, looking at her, that smirk still there. You'll pay for that, she spat and raced towards him. He didn't dodge this time. Her strike connected with his chin, and the force of the impact knocked Vegeta's head backwards. She grinned, triumphantly, but the grin vanished as soon as he simply turned back, gazing at her with an indifferent expression. Is that all you can do? He asked, raising a brow. Maybe you should step back and train with Goten, C18 and Trunks for a while until you are capable of a bit more than this. Yari stared at him, her eyes wide, not believing what she saw. You bastard, she cursed and hailed attacks on him with all her might. To top it off, she conjured a crackling ball of ki energy to her hand after the last strike, sending it right at Vegeta's chest where it exploded with a deafening roar. When the dust cleared, Vegeta was still hovering calmly, his arms crossed in front of his chest. There wasn't even a scar on him. All right, he said, chuckling. Fist attack, check. Feet attack, check. Energy attack, also check. I believe you have given me everything you have. Then it's my turn, any? Yari, who was still busy, staring open-mouthed at the warrior, didn't even have a chance to react. He came at her with speed such as she had never seen. His elbow dug deep into her stomach and threw her backwards, whirling through the air. She tried to stop her spinning, but the next moment, pain exploded in her back as his foot connected and sent her whirling the other direction. Gritting her teeth, she tried to control herself, but to no avail. A millisecond later, she felt another attack hit her back, and Vegeta's fist slammed her down towards the ground, where she crashed with a loud thud. She tried to turn around, but her body was aching all over, her strength having been decimated by only 3 attacks of this warrior. Rage filled her, rage at being tossed around like that, rage at herself for being so weak in front of others. She couldn't be weak, she couldn't be defeated like this, not against another Saiyajin. And with the rage, strength flooded back into her body. She whirled around in time to see Vegeta approach, almost leisurely. Gathering the energy of her rage together, she concentrated it in her hands and sent it blasting against Vegeta. For a brief moment, she felt the energy crackle all around her, felt an almighty surge of power. She saw Vegeta raise his brow, stop his approach, and to her utmost disappointment, he extended a hand and simply slammed her energy attack to the side. The surge of power left her, and she dropped down, blackness engulfing her. Well, a Super Saiyan in only 3 hours of training. That's promising. Vegeta mused. Gohan came hovering to his side and glanced down to the body of the unconscious Yari. She has a lot of potential. He nodded in agreement, eyeing his father from the side quietly. Let's hope we have enough time to coax it out of her fully. We will need it. Vegeta mused and hovered down to pick Yari up and carry her to the building. Gohan was left, staring after the super warrior quietly. He, too, had been surprised by the exceptional speed, by the way he had evaded his and Yari's attacks as if they were nothing, and then even let himself be hit and not even carried away a slight scar. Gohan knew he was still holding back his true power, and that frightened him. Because if such a devastating force, contained in one warrior, was not enough to stop this monster that was coming for them, then what could? The other side. Yari's first conscious thought was filled with panic. She had blacked out in a fight. She had to be dead. She had fought the monster that had been chasing her and had died. She hadn't been able to take the revenge she had sworn to. The moment of panic passed as she opened her eyes and realized she was not dead. She was in the room of time and space, and on the edge of her bed, she saw the man who had put new hope into her heart, Vegeta. He was looking at her with a light smile on his lips, as though happy about something. How long did I? She asked, sitting up slowly. Only an hour. You achieved a great deal in that first few hours of training, and you deserve the little break. Yari was a little confused. The training with these people had been grueling. She had been hard-pressed, driven to the very limits of her capabilities quickly, all her powers, all her tricks, and even her most devastating attacks for nothing. Vegeta hadn't even broken sweat, hadn't even needed to use his hands. Against the others, she had fared better, but even then she hadn't been able to really win a victory. She remembered the fierce, brutal fighting, the battle against Vegeta, how he had taunted her, teased her, mocked her, and how she had snapped. After that, however, it all faded to black. So, she had been beaten, and thus, she was puzzled why Vegeta seemed pleased, even a little proud. Her gaze apparently carried that question, because Vegeta chuckled lightly as he looked at her. Yes, you blacked out, and thus, in a real battle, you would have been killed. He stood up and crossed his arms in front of his chest, walking a few steps. Shortly before you dropped to the ground, however, you managed to reach a state which you may or may not know as Super Saiyan. The Saiyan girl blinked and shook her head, which prompted him to go on. It is a kind of overcharge. The chi in your body multiplies in strength. The reservoirs deep within you are supplied with more energy than you would have believed possible. Your mind is clarified, your senses honed and enhanced to a degree beyond what you know now. He stopped there for a moment, his dark gaze settling on Yari quietly. You achieve that state, if only briefly. For the untrained body, it is difficult to maintain this level of power, but you manage to achieve it in only a few hours of training. Yari stared at the older Saiyan for a moment, trying to comprehend what he was telling her, but then she looked down. But I couldn't maintain it, she whispered, but even as she wanted to go on, Vegeta placed a gentle, almost soothing hand on her shoulder. I trained many years before I was able to accomplish what you did, as did the others you were training with. What you achieved is something to be proud of. Yari shivered lightly and looked up to Vegeta, eyes full of self-doubt, about the future, about herself. A slight smile came to his lips as he squeezed her shoulder. Now let's get back to training, shall we? Northern Galaxy. He never liked reporting to the king, especially with half-bad news as it was now. The king was known for his quicksilver emotions, for his short temper, and for the wicked mind which had caused countless of brave warriors to scream for mercy in the chambers of torture after a failure. He wasn't afraid of that. No one would have dared to call Kavri, highest Saiyan warrior of the kingdom, a coward, but he knew that the king and his loyal band of First Circle warriors delighted in any chance to cause harm and pain to others, particularly Saiyajins. and as he was a full-blooded Saiyajin, Kavri was a likely target for their unpleasant treatment. The empire of King Tazik was known throughout the galaxy to dislike even the few Saiyajins who had managed to survive the destruction of their homeworld and who had been willing to serve a new lord in order to survive. That day was still a day of celebration within the empire. Inside the empire, they were feared, despised, and avoided. Feared for their power. Even though every Saiyan was required by law to wear a pain collar, a device which could detect the flows of chi within a body and relayed that information to a command center where all Saiyans were closely monitored. Any unauthorized use of power, and the collar sent waves after waves of unbearable pain through the body. Any attempt to remove the collar, and a full group of the Empire's finest non-Saiyan warriors would come down on the Triget and wipe him out immediately. Kavri grit his teeth as he approached the gates to the king's audience chambers. The guards did not move. He was expected. Steeling his mind for the unpleasant encounter to come, he pushed the gates open and entered the large hall. At the far end, on a raised platform, he could see King Taris, clothed in his usual battle armor. Behind him, two of his loyal First Circuit warriors, both clothed in a similar, if less splendid armor, and to the king's feet, two completely naked girls, one human-like with reddish hair and the other of humanoid shape, but with black skin and white hair. Both were, of course, love slaves, and both had the same distanced, empty look in their eyes, their minds broken and shattered, formed into obedient little human things. For a brief moment, as Kavri approached the platform, he felt a sense of pity for the two girls. He knew the destiny that awaited them. They would be used, abused, raped, and tortured by the king or the men he wanted to honor for special services until they were pregnant, upon which time they would be terminated. The worst about this was that they knew it perfectly well and they had accepted it as their fate. They didn't even have the strength to be afraid anymore. He shook away these thoughts as he lowered himself to his left knee in front of the king and looked to the ground. "My lord, I bring news of the girl. One of my scouts has tracked her to a planet in the southern galaxy called Earth." He paused there. So much for the good news. The king did not speak, so Kavri went on. "The scout confirms that she has not left the planet, but her signal has vanished nonetheless." He was still looking to the ground, but he knew that the king's features would be contorted with rage already, and the features of his henchmen would be a mask of pleasant anticipation. "You lost her?" The king spoke in a dangerously quiet voice. "No, my lord," Kavri said quickly. "I believe she is on that planet still and has found a way to disguise her signal somehow. Anything leaving that world would have been detected by the scout." For a long moment, there was no sound. The king did not speak, and Kavri was about to look up when he finally began to talk again. "You have yet to fail me, Saiyan. I shall assume your assessment of the situation is correct. You will go to that planet, and I will accompany you," he said. Kavri did look up at that, surprised. It was unusual for the king to go on any kind of mission, even though he was reputedly the strongest fighter in all the empire. But then again, everything about this assignment had been strange. A search throughout the galaxy for a single Saiyan girl. "As you command, my lord," Kavri said and rose after a dismissive gesture of the king, leaving the audience chamber. He went straight to the control rooms from where starship launches and landings were directed and controlled, where he ordered the king's personal transport to be made ready as soon as possible. Then he returned home. Home, that was a small apartment, which he shared with his mate, a Shrivkin woman. Saiyajin in the Empire were forbidden to breed, and Shrivkins and Saiyan did not produce offspring, which was the main reason why the king had allowed the marriage in the first place. Her name was City. Like all people of her species, she was of humanoid stature, but her skin was a dark shade of green and glistening, almost as if she had scales. Her eyes were slitted and yellow, reptilian-like and mesmerizing to almost anyone who gazed into them too long. She was quite beautiful, and Kavri was happy to have found her, and even more happy that she had chosen to become his mate, a decision which had cost her all of her status in the Empire, and which had more or less made her an outcast of her society. Despite all that, she had chosen to stay with Kavri, and he was eternally grateful for that. "Tadaima," he said, stretching as he entered the small apartment. "Okiri," she whispered, awaiting him as usual. "You look weary, my love." Quietly, She came to his side, and, standing on tiptoes, she whispered a kiss on his cheek. "I am," he replied, returning the kiss gently. "Tomorrow, I will have to leave for a long while, I fear. The king wants me to accompany him on a mission to Earth." City reacted as he had foreseen. She sighed softly, but then put on a gentle, loving smile. "Then I shall look forward to your return." Kavri sighed and shook his head. All of a sudden, he had a strange feeling, a sensation of wrongness in his mind. "I have a feeling this will be a long one. I wish." He stopped short and looked at City quietly for a moment. What he was thinking was crazy, and if the king found out, he would have his head. Still, he couldn't deny that his feelings screamed at him to take her along this time. She needed to come along. It was important, as strange as that might have sounded usually. But he simply knew that it was imperative for her to be with him now. "I will let a pod be prepared for you. You'll leave a day after tomorrow. The chief of pod operations still owes me a favor, and he will keep quiet long enough for you to be long way away from here before they find out." City stared at him, shocked, unsure if her beloved husband had not lost his mind quite suddenly. But Kavri's gaze was steady, and a certainty was in his eyes such as she had seldomly seen. "You are serious?" she whispered. Kavri nodded. He could understand her fear, because although Kavri had taught her the basics of fighting, she was not a warrior and had never seen combat, and yet, wherever Kavri went, especially with the king, there would be battle. "I don't know why, but I do know you must come along, or we will never see each other again." City blinked once and looked at him quietly for a moment, not saying a word. Then, her features grew resolute, and she nodded. "All right. I know you will protect me, and I do not wish to lose you," she said softly. Kavri smiled and slipped his arms round her, drawing her into a gentle embrace. "I would rather die than let anything happen to you," he whispered, his gaze fixed on the ceiling of the room. They would leave this world, and somehow, he knew that the future of him, of City, of the entire empire, would be decided very soon. How that decision would end, he was not sure, but he knew that many would die for that decision to be made. Revelations. Morning dawned on the capital world of King Tar's empire. Kavri awoke, finding, as usual, that City was already awake and preparing breakfast for him. He closed his eyes again, once more going over the thoughts which had followed him into his dreams. His upcoming mission and the bad feeling he had in the pit of his stomach about it. Something big would happen on this mission, something that would fundamentally change the balance of things, but Kavri was not sure in what direction and what it would be. However, he knew he had to take City along with him. In all his life, there had only ever been one person who had been truly important to him, and that had been her, and it would never be different. Separate from others of his kind, avoided by the other citizens and soldiers of the empire. He was usually alone, and he even liked that loneliness to a degree, but he was glad that he had his mate to ease the loneliness from time to time. Now, he would take her along on a mission. For all he knew, it would be something routine. They would go to that planet, find that Scion girl, and the king would take pleasure in killing her personally. At least that was what Kavri suspected. After all, the king was the one who had initiated this whole search. Taris was a fearsome warrior. Kavri knew that, had seen his battle prowess and the awesome powers at the king's disposal, and he suspected that no one had yet seen the full potential of that being. So he doubted that a lonely Scion girl could pose any real threat to the king, and he was puzzled at the zeal with which the king had commanded that search. He had also been surprised at the brutality with which he had slaughtered the parents of the child. Of course, they had been in violation of his rules, but then again, they had been in hiding. When the king had found them and learned that they had had a child, he had been furious. It all made very little sense to Kavri, and maybe that was why he had this strange feeling. With a deep sigh, he slipped from the bed and got up, wrapping his tail firmly around his waist as he proceeded to the apartment's eating area. City had already loaded the table with his favorite breakfast dishes and was eating her own, comparatively small breakfast when he came in. She smiled up to him softly, though he could detect a slight edge of fear in her eyes. No doubt, she had contemplated what they were about to do as well. It was direct treason to the king, and treason was punishable by death. So it was no wonder she was afraid, but Kavri admired the way she handled it without flinching. With a gentle smile, he came to her side, leaned down, and kissed her lovingly. "Oh hey," he said quietly as he sat down and began to wolf down the food. "Oh hey," she replied, smiling now as though finding something very funny. Kavri blinked, noticing the look, and gazed to her questioningly. "You look amused," he stated as he gulped down some juice. "Hi," she chuckled gently. "I was just remembered of our first meeting. Our first date. You ordered half of the restaurant's menu and ordered seconds of everything, too." Kavri grinned sheepishly and blushed a bit at the memory. "Ja," he muttered and grinned some more, continuing to eat. "I was amazed at the quantities of food you consumed." City mused and smiled softly, fondly. Of course, that was not the only thing that had amazed me. Kavri blinked and raised a brow, gazing at City again. She smiled gently and traced a hand over Kavri's cheek. "It was," she said, a short look of pain flashing through her eyes when she saw Kavri's features darkening. "Don't misunderstand me. I saw the proud warrior you are. All that strength, all that power, and yet you were chained. It was quite visible. After all, we all know what a pain collar looks like." She sighed gently, and again, that smile came to her lips. "And still, you looked stronger and more fierce than any of those first circle warriors at the parade where I first saw you. It was something in your eyes, I think. That untamed spirit. Even though you are shackled now, I knew then that it will not always be so." Kavri had listened to City's words quietly, contemplating them. It was at these times that he really appreciated her being here. Words like these made his life much easier, and strangely enough, he never doubted one of her words. She had the uncanny ability to predict things, to show the general path on which they treaded, and so far she had always been right. Instead of saying something, Kavri leaned over to her and kissed her on the cheek softly. "Arigato," he whispered and winked, then continued eating. An hour later, Kavri had packed his belongings, said his farewells to City, and was walking towards the launch control center. The previous evening, he had asked for the chief operator to meet him here half an hour before the actual launch of the king's ship, and surely, the bulky chief operator stood, waiting for him with a surly face. "So, what is it?" he asked, without any greetings or formalities. But then again, that was his way. Actually, compared to how he treated the other people around him, he was positively respectful towards Kavri. "I need you to prepare a pod for tomorrow and allow City to launch." The chief operator's eyes bulged, and he shook his head fiercely. "You must be out of your mind. All launches are controlled and logged. They would notice immediately." Kavri narrowed his eyes and cut his words off. "They are controlled by you. You can falsify launch records. I know that, and I want you to do me this one favor. City must come with me on this." The chief stared at Kavri quietly, chewing on some gum, and then stared off into the distance. "I can't hold them off forever. They will be on to her in a matter of days," he said cautiously, apparently hoping he could persuade Kavri to not ask that particular favor. The Scion merely nodded at that and smiled. "But we both know that the Scion pods are still the fastest ships in space. They will never be able to catch up with her, and she will arrive at the destination approximately at the same time as I do if she uses a not-so-direct route, which will keep her from the sensors of the king's ship." The chief sighed, his shoulders sagging. "You'll not think it over? You're putting her life on the line here, not to mention yours and mine." Kavri shook his head slightly and inclined his head. The chief sighed again and then nodded. "All right, I'll prepare your damned pod. But mind you, if they find out, I'll erase my traces and it'll be as though you set everything up." Kavri chuckled and nodded. "I expected no less of you." He turned towards the launch base. "Farewell," he said quietly and walked off. The chief stared after the Scion warrior quietly for a long time. For a strange reason, he could not decide if the last word had been directed at him or at the world in general. 2 months later, Kavri sighed deeply as he stared at the computer in front of which he sat. For 2 months they had been traveling now. Space travel was boring at best. A daily routine had settled in after the second day. He would get up, eat, train, and then do some research in the computer. He had set his eyes on finding out more about this Scion girl they were after, but so far, his search had been less than fortuitous. Far from finding any clues, he had been frustrated with finding any information on Saiyajins at all. He had never bothered to check the Empire's network, but now that he did, he found that all information regarding Saiyajins was censored, apart from the government-released deadly and dangerous stereotype articles. So his evenings were usually very frustrating. He was about to quit his search for the day, but then quite suddenly, an icon popped up on the screen. Incoming email, only that it was not addressed to his private account. Strangely enough, it was a mail to the First Circle and the king himself. He raised a brow. Of course, the First Circle knew about almost everything the king was doing. At any sign of weakness, they would remove the king from his position, and as long as he shared his power with them enough, they were quiet and were loyal. So all in all, the king ruled. But the First Circle was also a kind of governing factor. He was puzzled why he would receive such a mail as well, particularly because, when he checked the mail's header, his address was not listed there. Then it dawned on him that he was traveling on the king's own ship for the first time, and normally, that was reserved for the First Circle. Probably one could access email from any part of the ship, and no one had bothered to change that for his cabin. With a slight smirk on his lips, he opened the mail and began to read, feeling, for a brief moment, very happy with this little failure on the king's part. His smile vanished quickly as he began to read the report. From Terrisian Research Lab Alpha. To King Tari's First Circle. Subject, Progress Report, Breeding Program TS. Attached to this file, you will find footage and data concerning our current status in the breeding program. So far, we have been able to increase the energy level of newborns by 200 by using selective gene manipulation in the females, as well as some biomechanical changes to their physique. 76 of the subjects have survived the treatment and are ready to breed again. I must remind you that our breeding stock is getting smaller with every experiment. I strongly urge you to allow us another sampling of male seeds to birth a new generation of test subjects. With artificial growth enhancers, we can have them ready to birth new tests in less than a month. Your faithful servant, Dr. Hyukin. At first, he was puzzled as to what this was all about. But then he opened the attachments. They were first, files of test subjects, with all kinds of medical data and reports on them, and every subject was a Saiyan girl, the ages ranging from 12 to 25. All had reports of ongoing or finished pregnancy attached. All were reported to have been genetically modified, enhanced, biotechnically engineered, and to make the gruesome words come to life. There were pictures attached, pictures of the girls, attached to monstrous machines, tubes sticking in all parts of their bodies, some of them with mutated skin, some of them with replaced eyes, some even with limbs missing. Kavri's mouth went dry, and he had to force himself to continue reading. He had had no idea. Nobody knew of this. The entire empire had been told that most female Saiyajins had been killed in the blast that took the Saiyan homeworld. But here it was, proof that some had survived, on which the scientists had created what they called breeding stock. An unbelievable rage began to burn inside him, a fiery fire as his mind comprehended and showed him clearly what the king had done, how he had raped and tortured dozens and dozens of Saiyan girls in order to create better warriors. It made sense, in a twisted, cruel sort of way. The Saiyans were known for their fighting prowess and their ability to channel chi. So apparently the king had wanted to use that to his advantage, possibly create an offspring for himself, even more powerful than he was. Part of him, a large part, wanted to storm out and attack the king right away, but he couldn't. He knew he had no chance. His logical side, trained and cultivated over so many years, prevailed, and instead of running out and attacking, he grit his teeth and continued reading. His mission had changed. He was no longer looking for a Saiyan girl in order to kill her. No, he was looking for her to gain allies. Quietly, he looked at each and every file, memorizing each and every name, vowing that one day, every single name would be avenged, if not by him, then by another Saiyan. Planet Earth. They were all exhausted, all of course, except for Vegeta, who was now training by himself, out of their sight. During the past 4 months, they had been driven to their limits. Every day had been full of grueling combat, harsh training. After every day, their muscles ached terribly, and yet, every morning, Vegeta would wake them up and continue their training. Yari suspected he was the one who slept least of all of them, because every day after their training, He went off into the depths of this surreal world to train by himself. They never heard him returning, but in the morning, he would wake them all up and continue their training, and he would never appear to be drained or tired. Still, Yari was proud of herself somewhat. She was now able to maintain the state of Super Saiyan quite easily, and even though she was still no match for Vegeta and wouldn't be for quite a long while, she suspected she was now able to spar with Gohan and the others well enough, even though she would still be beaten regularly. They all assured her that her progress was fascinating, and they bolstered her self-confidence in ways she had not thought possible. With them, she felt safe and secure, and thus, the training was even fun mostly. At times, however, she would still sit awake during the nights and stare into the darkness, knowing that her pursuer would come sooner or later, and a part of her was still certain that even Vegeta would not be able to defeat him. After all, even the Super Warrior himself had said that they all needed training and that they all needed to find others to fight with them. This was such a night. She was awake, and even though she felt tired, she couldn't fall asleep. Around them, her new friends were sleeping peacefully, a sleep for which Yari envied them at times. Even her most peaceful sleep was still disturbed by nightmares of her parents' death, of her flight, of her constant travels. Quietly, she slipped from her bed and left the dormitory, hoping that a little bit of extra exercise would make her tired enough to finally fall asleep. When she left the house, the gate to the real world, and stepped into the training area, she found that she was not the only one unable to sleep. The human girl, Videl, was also awake and obviously also training. Yari watched for a while, remaining quiet so as not to disturb the girl in her practice. She had to admit that she admired the fighting spirit of the human. Even with all the power around her, with all the incredible strength, even when she knew she was hopelessly out of her league, she would not give up the training, and she did make progress which was amazing for a human, if Yari was any judge for that. Her strength level had increased significantly during the 4-month training here, even though she was still far below the others. When Videl was pausing in her exercises, Yari cleared her throat, which made the girl jump in surprise and whirl around. "Oh," she muttered and smiled sheepishly. Did I wake you up?" Yari shook her head and came a bit closer. "No, I couldn't sleep. You were giving yourself extra practice? Don't you think you were wearing yourself out?" Yari asked softly. Videl sighed and shook her head. "I'm no use when it comes to their battles, you know. I know that, and it hurts. It hurts that I can't protect those I love, those who have protected me so often. If I want to be any help this time, I would probably need to train even more, but I'm already doing almost too much." Yari nodded slowly and smiled faintly, indicating the training area. "Want to spar with me?" she asked, inclining her head. Videl eyed her strangely for a moment, but then nodded. "All right, but no holding back," she said, sounding almost a bit stubborn. Yari smiled and nodded, then walked into the circle of the added gravity in which Videl had trained. She raised a brow partly in surprise, because the gravity here was at least 200 times standard, which was amazing for a human. She turned to face Videl to express this surprise, but the girl was already coming at her, and Yari had to react quickly to dodge the attacks. The human girl gave her no time to relax as she continued to attack, and kept Yari at bay for a moment with the sheer ferocity of her assault. It took Yari a moment to recover and get into her rhythm, and she was again surprised to realize that the human girl was very agile and fast, although her strikes lacked in real power, as she noticed when she blocked a few. The battle continued like this for a moment until Yari began a counterattack and now pushed Videl on the defense. True to her word, the Saiyan girl did not hold back, though she refrained from activating the Super Saiyan, but even her normal power was enough to drive the human girl back quickly. A few moments later, she scored the first stroke, which sent Videl flying backwards, but she flipped, recovered quickly, and attacked again. They continued their sparring for a while, with Yari scoring more and more hits and Videl growing slower gradually until she was completely on the defensive. When Yari managed to score another series of hits, she was about to raise her voice to call it a night. She was not really much more tired, but her mind had strayed enough to probably allow her to go to sleep. However, she stopped from saying anything. Videl was on her knees, panting for breath, but Yari felt something coming from her. The girl was sobbing, She was bleeding from several wounds. "I will not give up," she muttered beneath her breath and rose to her feet. Around her, an eerie green aura shimmered into existence, sparkling and somewhat irregular. When she looked up, her eyes were no longer the usual blue, but a fierce, glowing crimson, and her short-cut hair was flaring and shifting back and forth from the normal black and a mesmerizing green. Something was happening, and Yari felt that it was not just the appearance. The power level of the girl rose from the strong for humans to almost as strong as scions in no time. With a yell of rage, the girl stormed towards Yari, who was struck motionless. The transformation was complete. Vidal's hair, now a dark shade of green, her eyes two crimson orbs, and an aura of green energy flaring around her. Yari barely had time to realize she was being attacked before the first hit connected with her jaw and sent her reeling backwards. A series of more hits followed until Vidal put one of her hands to Yari's chest, and an energy blast scorched the Scion girl, sending her sprawling backwards. Yari was hurt, really hurt, and she was angry, charging up to Super Saiyan. But before she could retaliate with an energy attack of her own, she felt her hand being grabbed and held in an iron grip. She looked around, finding Vegeta to be the one who was holding her. Instead of saying something, he pointed in the direction of Vidal, and when Yari turned to look, she saw the human girl lying motionless on the ground, now looking quite normal again. Yari blinked once, then reverted to normal and lowered her arm, staring at Vidal quietly. "What? What was that?" she whispered. Vegeta walked towards the unconscious human and picked her up gently, Yari following her. "She has found that which makes her special," he said cryptically. "I think it's time to step up her training, don't you agree?" He smiled and winked to Yari, who was staring back at him wide-eyed. As she followed him inside, recovering from the shock, she wondered to herself how many more surprises this seemingly so simple planet Earth had in store for her, or for her pursuer. Chapter 5 Earth, Room of Spirit and Time Vidal woke up, and the first thing her eyes saw was the ghastly white ceiling she had seen every morning since she had come to train with her friends. She felt tired and spent, but at least her body was no longer hurting from all the training. She must have slept pretty long. Blinking back tiredness, she tried to rise, but felt a light hand push her down again. When she turned her head slowly, she saw Vegeta sitting at the side of her bed, watching her with those unreadable black eyes. "Easy there. You accomplished quite enough for the moment," he said. "Accomplished enough?" Vidal blinked, trying to remember. She had been outside, training while the others were sleeping. Of course, the effort was almost futile, but she just hated the fact that she was unable to really help her friends. Then the Scion girl, Yari, had come out. They had talked a bit, and Yari had proposed to spar with her. She had accepted, and the fight had gone quite okay for Vidal's standards. Then her memory got a bit blurry. She seemed to remember that she was then driven back by Yari, of course, and suffered a few nasty hits. And then, What happened?" Vidal asked softly, looking to Vegeta. "I am not quite sure myself," the super warrior replied and smiled almost apologetically. "Do you remember the fight you had with Yari?" he continued then. Vidal nodded and narrowed her eyes, trying to remember exactly what had happened. "I was furious. I was so angry that I was not stronger, that I could do nothing to help my friends in this battle, in any of their battles, my husband, my children. I remember how Yari hit me and how I flew back. I think I got up, and I remember a strange feeling." Vegeta nodded, urging her to go on. There was a light, a red light. Asimething. I felt hot, like burning, but it wasn't harming me. Vidal shook her head. Her memories were returning, but it was still a haze. As she concentrated again, focusing on those last moments of the fight, she suddenly found a clear image in her mind. The image of Yari falling away from Vidal, slamming into the ground. Wait, did someone help me back there?" she asked. Vegeta smiled and shook his head. "No one came to help you. You did this yourself," he said and chuckled. "Yari wants a rematch, by the way." Vidal stared at the man with wide-open eyes, not quite ready to believe what he was saying, but then again, why should he lie? She had never been able to even harm any of them, not Gohan, not Trunks, not even her own kids. They were all much stronger than she was, due to the Scion blood in their veins. Yari was a Scion, a full-blooded at that, and she knew that she was strong. How could Videl, a mere human, have scored a real hit, a hit that had hurt? If you are asking yourself how you managed it, I cannot really answer you. All I know is that you rose above ordinary humans back there. You grew stronger, much stronger than any human before you. You underwent some transformation which I have no name for. Not even Keo-sama knows about this, which leads me to believe that you are the first to ever master something like this. Possibly, the Kaioshin would know about it, but it's not worth to go to him and ask. Keo-sama is asking. But in the meantime, we should get on with the training. Videl was still staring at Vegeta through wide eyes. She, reaching a level of power unknown so far? But I mean, all the others, she stammered. Vegeta shrugged his shoulders and winked. Well, no, I was not surprised. Videl, you have a very strong will, and you have been living through times side by side with Scions. Possibly, because you have experienced powers which no human has experienced before, you have worked harder, your psyche evolved, and allowed you to reach this level of power. How it happened, I do not know. Huralin learned and studied beside me all these years, yet he never managed to reach your power level. Yamchu, Tenshinhan, even Master Rashi, they are all, well, weaklings compared to you now. Again, Videl stared at Vegeta, then swallowed hard. Wow, was all she could say. Vegeta laughed and nodded. All right, I think you are fit to get up and continue training. You should learn to control that state and go to it at will. He nodded, and Videl, nodding herself, got out of bed, standing up and inclining her head. What was that about a rematch? She asked as they both left the room to head for the training area. Vegeta laughed heartily at that and winked. Yari is a Scion. She doesn't take defeat lightly, so you will have to fight her again, sooner or later. Tari's Prime / City was afraid. Well, maybe not afraid, but anxious, and that was saying something. Being the wife of a Saiyajin in an empire where Scions were hated, mistrusted, and feared, she had dealt with much fear in her life. Fear for her husband, for herself. In truth, there had seldom been a day when she hadn't been afraid, deep down in her heart. But with time, she had learned to shut out those things, to concentrate on the happy moments in her life, few as they were. She could remember, quite keenly, when she had first laid eyes on Kavri. It had been a parade of the king. City had been inclined not to go, but everyone had to attend. Such was the law in the Tarisian Empire. So she had stood, quite up close to the front actually, because her parents and sisters were loyal and fanatic about it, screaming and shouting the mantras of admiration for their leader. City herself had spoken the words, but it was just that, words. Her heart wasn't in it. Why, she couldn't say. She had been raised as a good child, a child of the empire, but something had refused to believe the king was above everyone. She accepted that he was powerful, too powerful for anyone to beat, at least anyone they knew. So she had stood there, staring at the parade, watching the columns of warriors march past the cheering crowds without really getting into the spirit of the festival. But in the crowd, she wasn't really noticed. As warrior after warrior filed past, she thought of home and of what she wanted to do the next day. But then, her eyes suddenly rested on Kavri. The crowd had begun to hiss and spit angrily, because now the column of Scion warriors marched past slowly. There were only a dozen of them, and Kavri was the last one to walk by. She had seen Scions before, on such parades and on pictures, had learned to fear them, just like every other child had. But that man, that Scion, captivated her. He held his head high, and around his neck, plainly visible, was the pain collar, attached to all Scions still alive, but somehow, that it didn't seem to restrain him. His eyes, pitch black, but burning with strength and pride, a determination to live and to face anything that would oppose him. She had never before seen such eyes, not even on Scions. True, most Scions were proud, but those in service were usually subdued creatures, forced into such behavior by their collars. But this one was different. When they had returned that night, City had excused herself early and had tried to clear her mind of the images, tried to deny what she was feeling, that she was indeed attracted to this Saiyajin. It couldn't be. She had spent hours studying the records of Scion cruelties, picturing their lust for combat coupled with their destructive power, and still the feelings wouldn't go away. And then, only 2 days later, Kavri had turned up at her house. She remembered it quite keenly. Her parents were in shock, in panic, even though Kavri had been escorted by 2 guards and was wearing the pain collar as always. They hadn't dared say anything, but Kavri had been as polite as could be. He had introduced himself, had explained his position in the Imperial forces, and had formally asked them to see their daughter, City. City herself had listened to his quiet, calm voice from behind a corner, and when her parents had agreed, she had immediately come out. His gaze had traveled over her, quickly, but so intense. She could still feel the shivers running over her skin, could remember how she had felt like a little girl, lost in love. Everything else had just been a formality. Her parents were not pleased, but they didn't dare say anything, particularly since the king himself had granted Kavri's wish. City had learned later that the king's exact words had been, "You may go and take her as you please. You have my agreement." She had known, even back then, that her decision would bring her a life of lower status, of less possibilities, but she had decided to follow her heart, and never once had she regretted it. True, she had been looked down upon, she had been subject of ridicule, and she had had to learn to live with fear, but the love the two of them shared compensated for all of that. No, she was not afraid of what was to come, just a bit anxious, so she prepared to depart the day after Kavri had left. She didn't need much, some clothes and her most treasured belongings, which she put into a carrying bag and then glanced about the small apartment she had lived in for 10 years now. It wasn't really much to look at, and whatever it might have been, home, was where her heart resided, and that was with Kavri, so it didn't hurt her or disturb her that she would leave the Empire forever. She took the bag, slung it over her shoulder, and then left the apartment quietly. In space, destination Earth, ETA 10 months /. The seething anger Kavri had felt when he had first discovered the Turizian Scion breeding program had subsided somewhat, but only because Kavri kept a tight rein on his feelings as to not betray his findings to the others. He knew that if the king ever found out that Kavri knew about this, he would probably be terminated, and as much as Kavri wanted to smash the king into a pulp right now, he knew that he had no chance. Kavri was a seasoned fighter, and his skills in combat were feared, even by the First Circle warriors. He knew he could defeat one, maybe two of them, but the First Circle was nothing compared to Tari's himself. The king's power was breathtaking, stunning, terrifying. Kavri had seen it, had felt it, and he always felt it when he was around the king. His keen senses could detect the raging power inside the man, ready to be unleashed whenever he chose to, and he knew that even fully powered up, and even in his most powerful transformation, the state of a Super Saiyan 4, the king could still beat him. Kavri knew that and hated the fact, but he had learned to control his anger. One day, the time would come to pay back for the crimes which Taris had committed, but until then, Kavri would wait. He had spent most of his time training in his quarters, keeping in shape, and the rest of the time, he had studied their target, the young Scion girl named Yari. It was a miracle she was still alive, so much was clear. The king had hunted her down from the day he had first learned of her. She had been the illegal offspring of 2 Scions. The two had been quickly dealt with, but they had managed to send their child away in an escape pod. Since then, Taris was looking for the kid. 10 years, and the girl had continually been able to evade them. 5 years ago, Kavri had been sent on her trail, and he hadn't been able to catch her either. She never remained on one planet very long before she moved on to another. Kavri had the suspicion that she was looking for someone who could help her, maybe another Scion. And now, after 10 years of chasing, the girl had stopped. She had settled on one planet and didn't move. What was more, her signal had vanished, simply like that. Kavri had been intrigued by his scout's report, but he never once trusted the man's words. Considering her usual behavior, Kavri suspected that she had found someone whom she believed capable and powerful enough to protect her, and although Kavri was certain that the girl didn't know the full extent of Tari's power, he figured it might be worth checking out. Maybe the person to defeat the king had finally been found. Of course, he kept those suspicions and thoughts to himself. No one in their right mind would suggest something like that openly. But still, it was that thought, and the thought of his beloved city, which stayed his hand and which let him keep his temper. So, he spent his day in quiet contemplation and fierce training. The first circle didn't bother him, and he didn't intrude upon them. The journey would still take a while, and he didn't want, not with the pictures of the mutilated Scion girls still fresh in his mind. Even now, he could still feel the tear on his self-control when he thought about it. Every time his mind strayed, he would see a face of one of the girls, eyes empty, soulless, hopeless. Every time he thought about it, he strengthened his vow to avenge all of them, to make Taris pay for what he had done. /Taris Prime /. The way to the launch pads was not long. Kavri's apartment hadn't been in the best part of the Imperial grounds, but it was close to the spaceport, for convenience's sake. She walked quickly, not looking back and hoping not to attract any undue attention to herself. Usually, she was not allowed into the areas where the launches took place, but Kavri would have arranged everything. As she walked briskly along the corridor towards the launch area, her eyes caught sight of a movement in a dark alley ahead. She slowed, slightly, wondering if it was a patrol coming out, but a moment later, nothing appeared, although the faint movement remained. She approached, but slowed some more. Robbers and small criminals were not an issue in the capital city. They were swiftly dealt with, and beggars were not tolerated. Just as she was about to decide that it was nothing of her concern, she heard a soft moan coming from the direction of the shadowed alley. City blinked and turned, peering into the shadows, now curious. She could see a small shape, crouching against the wall, and as her eyes adjusted to the dim half-light, she also noted that the figure was shivering almost violently. She could not make out who it was, or even if it was man or woman, but the figure had its arms slung around the knees and was rocking back and forth, whimpering and occasionally moaning gently. "Can I help you?" City asked, softly, not wishing to alarm this person, who obviously needed help. She took a step closer, but as she spoke, the figure bolted upright, surprised. City had the fleeting impression of a pair of large, shocked black eyes and could now see that it was a girl. Height and build suggested her to be about 14, maybe 15 years of age, but the darkness didn't allow City to make out details. Then the girl whirled around and set off at a run, but only a step later, either her strength left her, or she was so exhausted that she couldn't walk right anymore. She stumbled and fell to the ground. A yelp of pain came from the fallen, and City, now thoroughly puzzled, followed quickly, coming to the girl's side and kneeling down. "I do not mean you any harm," she said soothingly. Now that she was closer, she could make out a bit more of the girl's features. Her hair was black and untidy, short-cropped, but a wild tangle still. Her features were a mask of terror and pain, and the eyes which looked at City were eyes which had never seen kindness before and which therefore saw kindness as just another way to be cruel. City shook her head and smiled still, trying to look as gentle as she could, but her eyes suddenly widened in shock as she looked the girl over. She barely managed to keep quiet as she fixed her gaze on the backside of the girl. There, clearly visible now that she was adjusted to the darkness, was a long, furry tail, whipping back and forth with anxiety. Needless to say, City was in shock. According to officials, according to her teachers, there were no female Saiyajin left in the Empire, probably not in the galaxy. According to officials, the girl right in front of City, trembling with unrestrained fear, couldn't exist, but she did. And she was Scion, no doubt. Now that City could look her up and down closely, she saw all the hallmarks of a full-blooded Saiyajin. The black eyes, the wild and untamable hair. How often she had complained to Kavri about that. And of course, the tail. No, this had to be a trick. It couldn't be true. How could a Scion girl survive, especially here in the Empire? It was just not possible. City called her thoughts to order, figuring that there would be enough time to decide if this was a trick later. Whatever the girl was, she obviously needed help. Now that she had recovered a bit from the shock, she could see several bleeding wounds on the girl's body, though for some reason, they seemed odd to City. She had seen combat wounds, wounds inflicted by weapons and hands, even by claws, but this was nothing of the sort. This seemed more like surgical cuts, and now that her eyes were no longer fastened to the tail, she also saw that the eyes of the girl were not alike. They were both black, yes, but one of the eyes had a metallic glimmer about it that made City suspect it was an implant. "I will not harm you," she said again, holding out her open hands to demonstrate her intentions of goodwill. The girl looked at her with wide-open eyes. She did not relax, was still shivering and breathing deeply, but at least she didn't try to run away anymore. "Who are you?" she asked, inclining her head and looking back over her shoulder to make sure no one was near. The girl shook her head, though it was not clear if she simply didn't understand City or if she didn't want to answer. "All right, you obviously need some help." But City also knew that she couldn't well take this girl to a local hospital. Any sign of a Scion girl would be reported to the higher authorities, and the girl would be executed in an instant. Probably there wouldn't even be a report, and the girl would simply vanish. Maybe City along with her as to ensure that no one would know that a Scion female had been among them. That, of course, brought back the question why there was a Scion female crouching in a corridor in the capital, but City shoved that aside for the time being. If she didn't do anything to help the girl, she would not survive the day. It was early morning, so there was little traffic, but soon enough there would be crowds of people walking along these corridors, and she would be noticed. If you want to survive, then curl your tail around your waist and do not speak. I will take you to a safer place, she said softly, and the Scion girl widened her eyes a bit more. We do not have much time, girl. City continued and offered her hand to help the girl up. She did not take the hand, but she got up and, after looking at City again very closely, she nodded, slowly, but she did nod, and she did curl her tail around her waist. Any casual onlooker would not be able to tell it from a normal belt, and it wouldn't be long till City was off this planet. She knew that a Scion capsule was only constructed for one person, but she also knew that the mightiest Scion warriors could ride in there, and City was short, as was the Scion girl. They would be a bit cramped, but it should work. She nodded and indicated that the girl should walk beside her before she turned and continued her way towards the launch pads. Her mind was racing with questions which she dared not ask right now. Time was of the essence. She knew that Kavri's friend would not wait forever with the launch, and she would be a few minutes late. The two women arrived at the launch pad area. Kavri's operator friend was already waiting, a bit anxious, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he spotted City, and a moment later his brows knitted in suspicion. Kavri didn't say anything about two people. He said immediately and a bit angrily. City nodded and bowed lightly, as was required of her. I know, but this is our most trusted slave, and I cannot leave without her. The man blinked and inclined his head thoughtfully. Well, she is small. I suppose it will not be a problem for you and her to fit in there. He nodded, then opened the gate to the capsule in which they would ride. The hatch was open, and City quickly stowed the little luggage inside, then motioned for the girl to go in first. She still looked very frightened, which suited the position as slave pretty well, but she ventured inside and curled up tightly. City looked to the launch operator again, bowed and whispered a soft, thank you before she, too, ventured into the small cabin and sat down. The operator mumbled something incomprehensible, closed the lid of the capsule, checked the auxiliary connections, and then left the area of the launch pad. City was now alone with the Scion girl, and she would be for a rather long time, too. She glanced to the girl, who was still curled up and had her eyes closed, almost as if expecting some kind of punishment. City sighed and cleared her throat. Do you have a name, girl? She asked softly. It wouldn't do to call her girl all the time. The Scion blinked her large eyes open and looked at City again. Her eyes, they were troubling. There was such a deep level of fear in them, such a bone-deep distrust of everything, of the world in general. There was horror, too, fear. It was hard to imagine that this should be indeed a Scion girl. City knew what Scions were like, and this was not befitting. She was about to ask again when the girl spoke, timidly and quietly. Arisa. City smiled softly and nodded, inclining her head and fixing her reptilian eyes on the girl. Arisa, my name is City. She was about to say something else, but then she noticed the red launch indicator. You better hold on tight now, Arisa. We're about to launch. The girl blinked and held onto the seat, and a moment later, City felt the enormous pressure on her as the Scion capsule rocketed off into space. She had never traveled space in a Scion capsule, and, where normally, space travel was quite comfortable now, these capsules were built for pure speed. She felt the weight of 20 times her own body pressing her into the seat, blasting the air out of her lungs, but it only lasted for a few seconds. The terrible pressure lifted off her as the capsule left behind the planet's atmosphere and entered space. "Are you okay?" she asked, turning to Arisa. The Scion was looking at her oddly and inclined her head, almost questioning. Did something happen just now?" she asked, her voice quiet and her tone devout, again, almost as if expecting punishment. City raised a brow. "Well, a launch like this was definitely not something you missed easily. But then again, she was a Scion, so maybe she had at least their physique and she knew that cavalry traveled with these things all the time, so maybe they didn't even realize the pressure on them." She looked at Arisa, who looked back to her with big, fearful eyes. "This is going to be a very long trip," City thought to herself, and thus, her journey to Earth began. Chapter 6 /Earth/ Vidal felt good. It wasn't just the fact that she had just taken a refreshing shower and that, for the first time in several days, she factually felt clean again. It was more the fact that she had been promoted in the ranks of trainees. Although she still didn't fully understand how it had happened, she had by now managed to control the change, the limit break as Vegeta had called it. She could transform at will, and she was learning to control the power that surged through her every time she did so. How often she had dreamed to be of more use to her friends and loved ones, to be able to compete against them and fight with them. How many times had she found herself testing her limits during nighttime, when her children and her husband were asleep. Gohan had slacked in his training. He did train, but only occasionally. He was far from best form, far from the levels of power he had controlled during the fight against Cell or against the demon. Vidal had trained every day in her life, ever since she had been old enough to understand that her father was the strongest person in the world. Yeah, right, still one of the biggest jokes in history. She had pushed herself constantly onward, even when she had realized that she was, indeed, the strongest human on Earth, having surpassed her father without knowing it. Gohan had shown her the way to reach even higher peaks of her strength, but even now, even when he had concentrated on his studies and his job as a teacher, he had always been stronger, just by being what he was. Mildly put, it had been frustrating. Now, things were different. Something, maybe the training in this bizarre environment, had allowed her to reach and break the limit of humankind. She had advanced to a new state of power, of strength and speed. Even though she was still no match for a Saiyajin, she had found that humans were capable of advancing. Maybe it was harder for them than it was for Scions, to whom fighting came naturally, but it was possible. This knowledge made Vidal even more determined to train. In fact, it was only due to Vegeta's words that she had allowed herself a day of rest. After she had first achieved the limit break, she had trained harder than ever to master and control it. Now that she could change at will, Vegeta had reasoned that she should rest in order to continue her training with full strength. She stepped out of the showers in the room of spirit and time and headed to the exit of the building to watch the others train. The youngest, Bra, Pan, and Cairo were engaged in a heavy sparring session. Cairo was fending off Bra and Pan alone, though hard-pressed. All of the three, 1/2 Scion and 2/4 Scions, had achieved the first stage of golden-hairedness, as Vidal liked to call it, mostly to tease the three. She chuckled lightly as she remembered the tantrum Bra and Pan had thrown when Vegeta had made them cut off their long hair. When they had first transformed, their waist-long hair had been a hindrance in their fighting, so Vegeta had given them the choice of continuing their training and cutting the hair off, or leaving and keeping the hair. Bra and Pan had been close to leaving, but Kyra had convinced them to stay. Vidal guessed that the surge of power they must have felt had been a deciding factor, too. Like for her, it had been the first glimpse of their true potential, and she knew that it was a sensation which was hard to ignore. Vidal herself, despite being Kyra's and Pan's mother, had not intervened. It had cost her some self-control to keep from asking them to leave, because in the end, they were training for a fight to the death, and allowing them to remain here and continue their training went against her instincts. Still, she knew that, even though Pan might let herself be persuaded not to fight, there was no force in the world which would stop Kyra from helping her father and friends in the upcoming fight, and Vidal had figured that it would be better that she be trained here, by the best, than let her enter the fight after only having trained for herself. As she sat down on the steps to the building, her gaze traveled to C-18, Trunks, and Goten. Another smile came to her lips. The two teenage boys had a hard time dealing with the fact that they were being beaten by a woman, but C-18 simply was better than them. Even though they had advanced considerably, the android woman just advanced with, almost as though she was copying them. The only time they would beat her was when they used the fusion technique, but Vegeta had forbidden the use of that, pointing out that they could not rely only on that alone and that they had to be strong as individuals as well as combined. When they pointed out that it was pretty unfair coming from him, he simply retorted that his fusion would last forever. However, their fusion only lasted 15 minutes, and the fight, which was coming, would not last only 15 minutes, no matter how powerful they were in their fused state. She continued to watch them for a while, knowing that from tomorrow on, she would train with them. Another thing about her transformation was the fact that it boosted her power much more than the famed Super Saiyan state did with the others. Bra, Pan, and Kyra all had been stronger than her even before they had reached Super Saiyan, but she had no trouble dealing with them when she used her limit break technique, even if they did use their Super Saiyan powers. A moment later, she let her gaze travel to her husband, Gohan, and Yari. Vegeta had left them to train on their own, giving no explanation, although it was quite obvious to everyone why. Even though the two were the strongest of the group, they simply had no chance against him. Even Yari, who was advancing almost frighteningly fast, having achieved Super Saiyan 2 already and by now stronger than Gohan, and, according to Vegeta, close to the next stage, could not even scratch the fused Super Warrior. Vegeta had left them here, occasionally visiting them to give instructions, comment on their advancement, or eat with them. But most of the time, he was not to be seen and not to be felt either. They knew, of course, that he was training somewhere by himself. Still, she marveled at the display of power the two put on. Yari, Fury incarnated, was attacking Gohan with everything she had, and Vidal's husband was hard-pressed to fend off the furious assault. The speed with which the two moved and fought was incredible. Even with her newfound power, Vidal knew that she still was no match for them. Yari had, as Vegeta had promised, challenged her to a duel. Vidal had lost, but still, she had felt triumphant afterwards, because she had been able to hit Yari a few times, and she thought that the hits had hurt the Saiyan girl, too, which, for Vidal, was a breakthrough all in itself. She liked Yari. Maybe they were maternal instincts, but she couldn't help and feel sympathy for her, knowing of her past and of her loneliness. She still remembered the tears of joy the young girl had cried when she had realized that Vegeta was a Saiyajin, like herself, and that her search, her flight, had finally found an end. The determination in the girl's eyes was the same determination Vidal could see in her own when she looked in the mirror, and she wished that Yari would be able to find some peace, if only peace of mind here. Her gaze drifted off to the nothingness which was the room of spirit and time. Vegeta had explained that the room stretched into eternity, and it was not difficult to lose oneself in it. Once lost, it was near impossible to find the exit again, which is why he had cautioned them never to stray too far from the entrance building. He, however, either had senses they hadn't, or he threw caution to the wind, because he was nowhere near the building when he trained by himself. Vidal was of half a mind to go out there and look for the Super Warrior, if only to see how he trained. She knew that they had not seen his full potential, that he had not shown them what he was really capable of, and, like the others, she was curious. Just as she decided that it wasn't really worth the risk, the ground began to tremble violently beneath her, and she widened her eyes with shock. Her senses tingled with the almost painful amount of power they registered. It was so strong, so scorching, that she could not even pinpoint where it came from. It seemed to be all around them as a faint rumbling grew in volume, and the trembling grew into shaking. The others had stopped their training, and their reactions didn't differ much from her own. They stared, wide-eyed, obviously trying and failing to pinpoint the source of the power. They all knew who it was, of course. There was just one being besides them who was in this room. A moment later, Vidal almost lost her footing as a powerful shockwave rushed over the area. She grit her teeth, raising her arms to shield her eyes. The room, which usually was all in white, now was glowing in eerie gold, so bright it almost hurt the eyes. "My God," she heard Yari shout. "If this keeps up, this area will be vaporized." She wasn't exaggerating. Vidal, too, felt that the tidal amounts of energy flowing around them were barely contained by the fabric of this surreal world. It felt as though the room would soon burst with it. A moment later, however, the energy vanished. From one second to the next, the shaking of the ground ceased, and the awesome display of power was at an end. Whatever Vegeta had been doing, he had stopped. Videl looked from Yari to Gohan, searching his eyes. She found the same unspoken question which she knew was mirrored in her own eyes. If this was Vegeta's power, and he was still certain he would not be able to defeat the foe that was coming towards them, how were they supposed to even have a fighting chance? Slash a Scion capsule, en route to Earth slash. City sighed softly, watching as the stars streaked past outside. They had been traveling for 6 months now, and it was one of the standard waking phases of their trip. The computer of the small ship regulated the sleep of the passenger, in this case of the 2 passengers, so that they remained asleep for most of the trip, but were reanimated periodically to allow them to make course adjustments, to check for new directives from mission control, and to simply stretch their muscles. City had used these waking periods to try and gain the trust of the girl she had taken along. The girl which was not supposed to exist. The Scion girl. It had taken some time for City to get her to talk, but when she had begun, there seemed to be no end, and City had often wished that she could make her stop. Not because she was getting on her nerves, or because it was so boring, but because her descriptions were simply too cruel and gruesome to digest easily. She had told City the story of her life, and as it had turned out, that life had been one of torture, abuse, and loneliness. At first, she had wanted to dismiss the story as a complete lie, to simply not accept what the girl was telling her. But after all, she had no reason to lie. City had slowly begun to accept the words as truth, and with every word, with every waking hour that City spent thinking about what she now knew, she hated her former home more. Her love for the Tarisian Empire had been weakened by her life with Kavri, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined, and she knew that once she told Kavri about this, his rage would know no bounds. Arisa herself had cried a lot during her recounting, and City had found herself consoling the young girl, trying to ease her pain and suffering, if only a little. Gradually, a bond of trust had begun to form between them, and it had grown in strength during the 6 months of their journey. Already, City was coming to see Arisa as something like an adopted daughter, and she thought that the feeling was mutual. Arisa was longing for someone to trust, for someone to protect her and hold her, something she had not known in her entire life, and City offered that. Born in a laboratory, Arisa had never seen her mother. Even though she couldn't remember, she knew that she had been taken from her mother right after birth. Her own child had been taken from her the same way, and her mother had probably not been older than herself when she had given birth to her. From babyhood on, she had been tested, experimented on. Things which were too horrible to speak of, but Tarisian scientists had done them all, had altered their genes, had replaced bones and skin, used cybernetic and biotechnical implants, had experimented with pain and injury to measure the Scion physique. She couldn't speak of details, because the understanding of the things which had been done to her went beyond her, but her descriptions told City quite enough to feel the need to throw up. All of this had been done in secret, of course. All across the Empire, people believed that the Saiyajin had been exterminated, except for the few individuals serving in the Tarisian army, and their numbers amounted to no more than maybe 20. It had been told that the Saiyajin would never again be able to terrorize the galaxy, because no females existed to continue their race, and the males still alive were not allowed to sire offspring. They were enslaved, and they were broken, or so it appeared to everyone. Nobody had known that it was a facade. A facade for what? City had thought long and hard about this, and she could only think of one reason. Taris was afraid of the Scions, and he wanted to be able to harness their power, possibly even further his own power by exploiting theirs. She knew that Taris had a daughter, although no one had yet seen her, and she began to suspect why that was so. If her thoughts were correct, Taris had tried to cross his genes with Scions, even though that was supposed to be impossible. Science had possibly made it possible, and thus, Arisa's child had been born. Arisa remembered quite clearly that the scientists had commented that the Emperor would be pleased to hear that he had a half-Scion daughter now. The uproar this would have caused in the Empire. Of course it had been kept a secret, and of course no one had been allowed to see the child. It made sense, in a twisted, devious kind of way. City knew, like everyone else, that the Scions had been fierce and proud warriors, and that their strength had been legendary. But what was more important, the Scions had the knack to get stronger with every time they came close to death. That was part of the legend, and City knew it to be true from talks with her husband. Obviously, Taris had wanted to endow his own family line with this special trait, so that his child alone would one day be a worthy successor to his reign, probably growing in power even more than Taris himself had, and who would then ever be able to challenge her. The Tarisian Empire had prospered through countless conquers, growing in size and wealth while the Tarisian army attacked and defeated any opposition they would meet, and for a long time, Taris himself had been the spearhead of these invasions. No one was stronger than him. Such was the fact. Even Kavri acknowledged that. But there were always possibilities, and it made sense that Taris would try to ensure that his line remained the strongest in existence. What better way than to crossbreed his own genes with those of the Saiyajin? City shook her head in disgust and stroked a hand through the spiky black hair of Arisa, who was curled up next to her, eyes closed but not sleeping. City. Arisa spoke softly, her voice a mere whisper in the silence of the capsule. Yes, she turned her head, looking down into the black orbs of Arisa's gaze. Why are you helping me? She asked slowly. There was still fear in her voice, there was still doubt and hesitation, but she was slowly gaining some trust, and with it, was realizing that now she had a life ahead of her, one that was not constrained to a laboratory. City herself had thought about that question for a long time. Why had she taken the Scion girl along? The most obvious reason was, of course, that she owed it to her husband. He would have wanted her to do so if she had a chance, but that was not the only reason. For a long time, longer even than her marriage with Kavri, she had been restless and had despised the way the Tarisian Empire worked. Her family might turn their heads because they lived in luxury, but not so City. She had seen the fear in every pair of eyes she met on the streets of Taris Prime and any other world she had set foot on. The Tarisian Empire had once been ruled by rightful emperors, leading their charges with a gentle but firm regency, but these days were long gone. It was just a terror regime, and anyone who would try to speak his mind openly, or who even said something against the government, soon found himself vanished without a trace and without explanation. Maybe it had been her small act of rebellion to help this Scion girl flee from her torturers. I am married to one of your kind, Arisa. I love him very much, and I know that he would have wanted me to help you, she answered, smiling faintly. Besides, you needed help, and I knew you wouldn't receive it from anyone else. Arisa nodded slowly, satisfied with the explanation, or too afraid to continue to ask. City glanced away from Arisa to the main control panels where the screen pictured their course, as well as a group of signals not far behind them. The computer identified them as Scion capsules, and City knew that they were sent after her to kill her for her transgression. She smiled faintly and shook her head. The future did not look nice at all right now, but she knew that everything would turn out to be right. Somehow. Imperial ship en route to Earth / Kavri was sweating and breathing heavily. He was going through his daily training routine, which he had intensified more and more with each passing day on board. It wasn't hard to keep going. All he had to do was picture the report he had read, and his fury would cause him to push onwards. His strength and power were increasing rapidly, but he knew, with some frustration, that it was still far beyond him to attack Taris or the First Circle members. Still, he continued to train, prepare, because he knew that once they reached Earth, things would happen very quickly, and their ETA was only 3 months away now. There was also a new puzzle to be solved for him. He had access to every area of the ship, except for Taris's quarters, to whom nobody but himself had access in any case. However, he had seen someone walking into these very quarters, someone other than Taris. He couldn't be entirely certain because whoever or whatever it had been had moved too fast, and he had not really been paying attention, but he was pretty sure that it had been a humanoid figure, but of different build than Taris. So who then, besides Taris, would be allowed to go in there? He had not brought any of his love slaves, and even the First Circle would know better than to simply walk into the chambers. Kavri could not figure it out. Even back on Taris Prime, nobody had access to the royal living quarters. Nobody except Taris and whomever he would take along with him. But nobody, Absolutely nobody would enter the private living space without being accompanied by Taris himself. He shook his head lightly and finished the routine he was currently carrying out, taking a towel from the bench at the sides of the training area and dried off his sweat-drenched features. So, the Scion scumbag is training at these hours, I see. A sniding voice echoed through the hall. Kavri knew to whom that voice belonged. It was one of the first circle members, the lowest ranking of them when it came to fighting prowess, but the one with the biggest mouth in any case. He chose not reply to his comment and continued to towel himself off instead. Trying to get stronger, is he? Pity your kind could never stand a chance against us. The broad-shouldered, blue-haired guy said with sarcasm dripping from his voice as he approached Kavri. The Scion warrior merely shrugged and began with some muscle-relaxing exercises to finish his training. A wasted effort. You simply are too weak to be of any consequence. Kavri smiled faintly, albeit the first circle guard could not see it. If you say so, lord, he said, polite but without any kind of emotion in his voice. He was not fool enough to try and provoke him. All first circle members carried a pain generator which allowed them to manipulate the pain collars at will. Kavri was not afraid of pain, but it would do no good to be a nervous wreck for the rest of the journey. That must really hurt, no? Having to say such a thing to me, Kavri stood up and shrugged his shoulders softly, finishing with his training and draping the towel over his shoulders. If you'll excuse me, I do not wish to disturb your lordship during training, he said, bowing lightly and retreating towards the exit. You are a sorry excuse for a warrior, Kavri. You are a remnant of a weak race, the guard shouted after him. But even though the words did hurt Kavri inside, he didn't show any reaction, merely nodded and continued out of training area. Only when the door closed behind him, hiding the smirking features of the guard, did Kavri allow himself to show some of the fury in his eyes. They would all pay for what they had done, and he was going to make sure that each and every one of them knew the true meaning of terror and pain before they went down. /Earth/. At first, Yari had not been able to understand how her newfound allies, friends, were able to relax and joke around while they knew that a terrible danger was coming towards them. Vegeta had announced that their first trip to the room of Sprit and time was over, and that for the next months, they would train in the real world, after 2 weeks of holiday. The others had cheered at the announcement, and Yari had to admit, she was eager to leave this strange place where they all had been cooped up for a year now, but she was the only one who had protested. Holiday? How can you think of holiday when this monster is coming ever closer? We have to continue training, she had shouted at Vegeta, who had merely smiled and patted her head in the almost fatherly fashion which he used towards her often. We need some time to rest and relax. You have trained an entire year inside a single day now, and your body needs some time to regenerate strength and to get rid of fatigue. She had been about to continue her protest, but Vegeta had cut her short. There will be no discussion. You will join us and have a good time. What a strange order, but Yari had grit her teeth and accepted, knowing that there was no way she could convince Vegeta otherwise anyway. So here she sat, among all those people who had experienced so much together and who knew each other for such a long time. She felt a bit alone, sitting on the grassy field near the house which Vegeta, or a part of him, had called home. The food was plenty and very good, so much she had tested already, and a slight grin crossed her lips as she remembered how cheerful Vegeta had been on the trip here. You seem a bit lost, she heard someone say next to her, and to her surprise, she found the human, Videl, sitting there. Apparently, she had come to her side without Yari noticing. Well, everyone here knows each other. I feel a bit like an intruder, she said, shrugging her shoulders and smiling slightly. Videl nodded and leaned back a bit, watching as her 2 kids played a game of chase with Trunks and Goten. I know what you mean. Believe me, when I first met Gohan, I felt much the same, especially after finding out what these people are capable of. It was a huge shock, and for a long time, I didn't believe I could ever fit into their world, but they accepted me readily. She winked and looked at Yari again. How old are you? She asked out of the blue. Yari blinked and blushed a bit for no apparent reason. I'm 16, turning 17 this year if I haven't miscalculated somewhere, she replied, staring at the ground. Then you're not supposed to sit here and act all grown up. This might be a last chance to have some fun in childish games, Videl said. Yari turned and stared at Videl with disbelief in her eyes. Excuse me? Childish games? She blinked hard, shaking her head. Videl couldn't be serious. Yeah, like them. Videl nodded and pointed at Kyra, who was chasing after Trunks wildly. They're kids, Yari grumbled and shook her head. Oh, and you're an adult, HM? Videl chuckled and then poked Yari in the side, which made the girl squirm, which in turn made Videl laugh a bit more. Come on, or are you too slow to get back at me? Videl chided and took to the air from her sitting position, waving at Yari with a teasing smile. Yari grumbled and turned around, reaching forward quickly to try and grab Videl's hand. But the human woman was ready and suddenly accelerated. Yari hesitated only a moment longer. Then she took off the ground herself and charged after Videl, who was leading her in a wild chase, laughing, a sound which was soon echoed by Yari herself, to her own surprise. On the ground, Vegeta was glancing up at the kids with a slight smile on his lips. Some of them were his grandchildren, others his kids, and he felt attached to all of them in a way. After returning home, he had had a long talk with Chi-Chi and Bulma, both of whom he owed a more thorough explanation as well as apologies. One of the reasons which had driven him to leave was still present, and that was that he, as one man, could not live the life of two. It had taken a while, but in the end, they had both agreed that he was right. He suspected that they both had somehow closed the chapter of their previous husbands in their lives during his long absence, and he couldn't blame them. Despite the fact that his feelings were a culmination of Goku's and Vegeta's, he knew that his love for these two women would ultimately destroy them, mostly because he simply saw no way of living in both their lives. Granted, both had been used to their husbands being away often and long, but how could they accept that their husbands were one person and had to alternate between them? No, that was not possible, and as much as it pained him, he had to let go of them. His thoughts returned to the here and now when Gohan approached him, sitting down on the grass and looking up as well. You're awfully quiet, father, he stated. The silence before the storm. Vegeta commented dryly, his strange voice speaking in quiet tones. Seriously, what are you thinking about? Gohan asked, turning to look at Vegeta, regarding that strange mix of his father's features with those of Vegeta. I was thinking about their future, Vegeta replied, nodding up to the children still dedicated to their game. Gohan nodded slowly and sighed, leaning back on his elbows and staring up. I was younger when I first had to fight, against Frieza, he commented, but still I had hoped that my own children would not have to go through the same. I had hoped this peace was for good. Vegeta chuckled and shook his head. Your human side is very strong, always has been. I think Pan inherited that from you. But Bra and Kyra, they're both more Saiyan than their parents would like to think, he said. Gohan frowned briefly, but then nodded again. You're right, but that doesn't make it any better. Not when I see your features clouded with worry when you think of the upcoming fight. If you worry about it, what should we do? Vegeta remained quiet for a moment after this question, staring at the young boys and girls up in the sky, soaring around as if there was no care in the world on their minds. Gohan's question was a good one, and Vegeta had thought long and hard about whether or not he would even allow the children to train with them. Yet he had known even then that there was no choice. They all had to fight a fight which would start here, on Earth, but which would not end here. He knew, even though he couldn't be certain why. Something inside him told him that this upcoming fight wasn't just a fight in itself. It was a war, and on their shoulders rested the outcome of that war, and thus the fate of all. Train well, and remember why you fight, always. Vegeta finally answered and looked to Gohan. The battle ahead will not be decided in a day, not in a week, perhaps not even in a year. You must remember for what you fight, and keep that knowledge in your heart. Gohan nodded and stood up while Vegeta reached forward to take a glass of juice and sip from it slowly. Only when Gohan was out of earshot did the Saiyan warrior whisper, and pray. Chapter 7 /Earth/. They were back in the room of spirit and time. Gradually, Yari was beginning to hate this place. The constant white light, the constant feeling of uneasiness, resulting, as Vegeta had explained, from the body trying to adjust to the new flow of time. All of this created more stress on them, adding to the exhaustion. Of course, it was a cost that was gladly paid, considering how much more time the fighters gained by training here, and apart from that, the gravity generators in this place could handle more than even those constructed by the Capsule Corporation. During the time she had spent with the others outside this room, Yari had slowly begun to get to know her new partners and also had learned to like all of them, especially the casual, friendly way in which they all treated each other. There was a strange bond between them, probably forged throughout the battles they had fought together in their lives, a bond for which Yari envied them a little, to be honest. To her surprise, she had been added into the group without question, without reluctance. In no more than 2 short days, she had developed feelings of friendship towards all of them, learning to chuckle at the little quirks all of them had. Laughing, a sensation so wonderful, of which she had been deprived throughout most of her life, and here, she could do it in abundance. The others showed her how to ease her worries, how to seek refuge in the warmth of the group, how to gain trust from them, and how to inspire confidence by laughing at fate. It was wonderful to be part of this group, and she hoped against hope that it would continue to be like this, despite the fact that war was coming. She sighed softly, remembering the last day of their holiday. Vegeta had asked them all to join him on Kami's lookout. After they had all gathered, the quiet Scion warrior had turned to them and spoke in a quiet, but serious voice, telling them of what he believed was to come, of the war, not the fight, the war which was coming their way, which would last for much longer than anything all of them had ever experienced. They had all listened quietly, shocked by his words. Yari had seen that. All of them knew fighting, knew combat, but they had always dealt with one decisive battle, not a war in itself. Yari had remained quiet, and a deep feeling of guilt had come over her. After all, this would happen because she had come here. These people she cared for, would be dragged into a war from which some might not emerge alive, only because she had landed here. When the others had retreated to their homes for a last night of peace and quiet, Vegeta had remained at Yari's side. "You know that blaming yourself will not help," he had said quietly. She had sighed and nodded, standing up and gazing out to the cloudless sky. "I can't help it. You've shown me what I was missing all those years, and now I am afraid to lose it," she had replied. At that, Vegeta had chuckled and ruffled a hand through the young girl's hair. "Sooner or later, you will come to realize that that is one of the things which will guarantee your victory over any foe in any battle." When Yari thought back to those words, they still brought a slight furrow to her brows, because she still did not understand them. To her, this fear of losing her new friends seemed immobilizing, clouding her mind with thoughts not suited for battle. Still, she had no choice but to trust the older warrior, had she? My, only one day and already brooding again. Yari blinked and turned, realizing that she was no longer alone outside the main building. The bright witness of the room illuminated tired but happy features, rumpled and spiky black hair, and clear, lavender-colored eyes. It was Kyra, daughter of Gohan and Videl, and one of the fiercest trainees in the group, surprisingly. Yari had grown to like the girl, not only because of her cheerfulness, but also because of the knack she had for soothing Yari's worries with nothing more than a poke or a wink. "Not brooding, just thinking," Yari replied, smiling faintly. "You're right." Kyra chuckled and put her finger on Yari's forehead, poking her lightly. "That cute wrinkle on your forehead, those fiercely narrowed eyes, don't try to deceive me, Nay-san. I can see right through you." Yari blinked and then chuckled, shaking her head at the ease with which Kyra managed to brighten her mood, as always. Okay, I was just thinking about what Vegeta told us," she admitted, leaning back against the wall. Yari nodded in understanding and sat down on the ground next to Yari, leaning back as well. "You're very strong. It is highly unusual for anyone to advance as fast as you do, you know. You've almost surpassed my dad, though I have to admit, he's grown a bit soft with all the studying he's done." Kyra chuckled lightly before continuing. "You shouldn't be too worried about your chances." Yari bit her lip and shook her head. "It's not me I'm thinking about," she said, almost in a whisper. Kyra inclined her head cutely and turned, gazing at Yari with a questioning look. Yari smiled and returned the gaze after a moment. "I'm afraid of losing you. It's strange. I mean, I barely know you all, but you've shown me such kindness and I feel like I am home and now I'm afraid that some of you will die because I dragged someone here. Kyra blinked and then bapped Yari hard on the forehead, something Yari had not expected at all. She stared at Kyra with blinking, puzzled eyes. Don't think such a thing, Baka. Don't go blaming yourself for something like that. It's not your fault, and I'm glad you found your way here in any case. Kyra let the sentence trail off, staring at Yari for a moment, then chuckled and shook her head again. If you hadn't come, I would never have had a chance to train here, much less to actually fight. Yari remained silent for a long moment, staring at Kyra. For a brief moment, something different had been in the younger girl's eyes and in her voice, but Yari could not say what it was. So she chuckled and shook her head again. You're a true scion to boot, aren't you, Kyra-chan? She said, and in a gesture she had adopted from Vegeta, she ruffled the hair of the younger fighter. Kyra laughed slightly and beamed up at her. Yeah, my parents tend to say I take after my grandfather a lot. Yari inclined her head and raised a brow. You mean Vegeta? She asked. Kyra shook her head, smiling a little more. No, only a part of him. You know he's a fused being, right? So one half of him is my grandfather, the other half is Trunks Guin's father. Pretty complicated, I know, but when I say grandpa, I still mean the unfused version, although I actually never got to see or really know him. I only know him from stories myself. Yari nodded slowly and leaned back again. So what was he like, your grandfather? She asked. Oh, he was always happy. I think all the stories I heard are the same in that respect. He'd never lose the will to continue. Always looked at the worst possible danger with a silly little grin. He loved to fight, really fight, go to his limits, but he never liked to kill. Kyra had leaned back again as well, gazing up at the blank whiteness of the room of spirit and time. He was full of determination, and he could always inspire hope in others, inspire them to go on. I don't know so much about Vegeta, but you see it in him. Although he's added a good deal of Vegeta's coldness, Grandpa's warmth and joy are still there. Yari nodded slowly, knowing what the girl meant, having experienced and seen it herself. Of course there was a certain kind of coldness to Vegeta, but it wasn't one that drove you away from him. It was more a collected coolness, letting him keep his head at all times. Have you ever blamed your grandfather for what he did? For this fusion? Yari asked quietly. Kyra inclined her head again and sighed softly. Yeah, I have. I don't like to admit it, but sometimes I blamed him, mostly because I could see how it affected my father and the others who had known him, but hell, he didn't have much of a choice, did he? And that was him, too. He'd do anything to keep those he loved safe from danger. Yari's gaze returned to Kyra for a moment, and she noted the soft glitter in the girl's eyes, the sign of harshly controlled tears. She turned away again, staring ahead. She herself had lost her parents at a very young age. Throughout the years, she had almost forgotten about them, all but the last image she had had of them. The bright light overhead, flowing in through the slowly closing capsule. The features of her parents, her mother, crying, her father grim, but sad as well. Those were the last images she had of them, but at least she did have some images. Kyra's grandfather had been stolen from her, and now he had returned as something else. Slowly, Yari placed one hand on Kyra's shoulder and squeezed it gently. The girl flinched at her touch, staring back at Yari blankly for a moment, again with a look Yari could not quite place. I'm sorry for your loss, Yari whispered. Kyra kept staring at her for a moment. Then she slowly nodded and smiled softly. Don't be sorry. It's okay. I've got a great family, she said slowly, then reached up and placed her own hand over Yari's. The Scion girl smiled in return and then winked slightly. Come on, we can start with the warm-ups. The others should be out soon. Kyra nodded, standing up with a light hop and hurrying out into the training area. Yari followed her slowly, a soft smile coming to her lips as she realized what Kyra's gesture meant and realized, too, that it warmed her heart to think of that. Imperial ship, approaching Earth. Kavri was feeling uneasy. Their arrival on Earth was to be soon. Only a few days left until the ship would touch down, and still he could not feel any kind of presence besides those of the usual population. There were some who were a bit stronger than others, but none who could match a Scion warrior, much less the Tarisian first circle. He could not detect the signature of the girl either, as the first circle continually reminded him, but he didn't mind that. He knew she was here. The question was just how she would manage to hide herself like that. That was not his only concern, however. He knew that the day of City's arrival was also drawing closer, and Kavri was still not sure how to manage to protect her, especially if there was no one but the Scion girl here. He had hoped that the reason for her signal vanishing would be revealed once they came so close, and he had hoped it would be an ally for the girl, someone whom she believed to be strong enough to protect her. But either that was not the case, or that person was hiding with her, in which case it came to Kavri's mind that he couldn't be that much of a warrior. He sighed lightly to himself, forcing the usual mask of controlled apathy onto his features as he stepped into the control room of the Tarisian ship. The first circle warriors were all present, all 12 of them, as was the king himself. Taris was standing in the center of the room, staring at the green-blue planet, which was visible through the main viewer. It was a beautiful world, Kavri thought to himself as he took his accustomed position at the back of the room. No one took any notice of him as he did so. They were all too busy with their own thoughts of what would await them here. "This is ridiculous," one of the female warriors, Garida, was saying, shaking her head. "There's not a source of power on that planet that could be a threat to any of us. Hell, a Scion could conquer this one single-handedly." Kavri did not flinch or react at all at this open hostility, mostly because it was common. Taris looked over to Garida and narrowed his eyes slightly. "I do not need your advice, Garida, not in this matter. You are here in case your services can be of use. It could happen, so be prepared," he snapped. Kavri noted with some pleasure that he was in a bad mood. Apparently the lack of a signal and the lack of anything that could be called opposition was disturbing him. Why that was so, Kavri could not really say, but he took a bit of pleasure out of the king's agitation. "ETA 2 minutes," one of the control personnel said quietly. Taris looked back to the screen, as did the other warriors. Kavri turned and looked at one of the secondary screens which displayed population density, major cities, and geographical abnormities of note. It seemed to be a nice world, habitable, and with an ecosystem to support a large population. A slight smirk came to his lips as he pictured the future face of this world. It would probably not look this nice for much longer. "Sir, there is another ship approaching this planet. It's a Scion capsule ship," one of the officers suddenly interrupted the silence. Kavri bit his lip. Of course, it had only been a matter of time until the scanners picked up City's capsule, but he had still hoped that it would have waited until after the landing. Well, it was too late for the king to react anyway. They would land now, and City could land a few days later. That would give Kavri that much time to deal with the king and whatever awaited him on this planet. "A Scion capsule?" the king asked, narrowing his eyes and looking over at the officer. "Yes, my lord." "I did not order anyone to follow us." Taris growled and went over to the console of the officer, looking at the information presented on the screen. "2 passengers?" the king exclaimed suddenly. Kavri blinked, barely able to control his surprise. 2 passengers? How could that be? Who would have traveled with City? Whom would she have brought along with her on this journey? It must have been something very important, or City would not have tried something like this, would not have adjusted the plan. "They are due to arrive on Earth in 3 days. Well, we shall see who has dared to use a spaceship without my permission." Taris growled and looked over to Kavri. The Scion warrior kept his indifferent look, cautioning himself to remain quiet and subdued as he should be. Indeed, in 3 days, the identity of the passengers would be revealed, but that wouldn't be the only thing to be revealed on this world. That much was clear to Kavri. As the king turned back to the view screen, Kavri, too, settled his gaze on Earth again. It suddenly seemed much bigger than it had a moment earlier, perhaps because Kavri realized now that his fate as well as the fate of the rest of his kind would be decided here, and it gave him a slightly chilling feeling. It didn't help to remember that his wife was approaching, and looking back now, he began to wish he had not asked her to join him on this. On the other hand, he somehow doubted that he would return to Taris Prime anytime soon, and at least here, he could deal something to protect her from whatever lay ahead. Not that, at this time, his protection would do any good. It all was not adding up as Kavri had hoped at the time of his departure. He had hoped that here, on this world, the Scion girl had found someone, anyone to help her fight Taris. But it appeared as though no one was here, no one strong enough to even stand a chance. He narrowed his eyes, the only outward show of his deep thoughts, and as usual, that short display of emotion was ignored. He was not worthy of the king's attention after all. God damn it. I can't do anything. In a few minutes, we'll be touching down on this forsaken world and Taris will annihilate the girl as soon as he finds her. Kavri didn't know why, but he did know that somehow, the upcoming events were connected to the girl. How exactly was another question Kavri couldn't answer. She was only one girl, and Kavri had never understood why Taris had so relentlessly pursued her. Of course, Taris had made sure that no scion female survived the slaughter of the race. But how could a female be of any consequence to him? Maybe, the answers lay on the world they were now touching down on. Kami's lookout They were all gathered here, a precaution Vegeta had insisted on. Their families and friends had all been transported here, right after the fighters had left the room of spirit and time. Videl reflected on the last days in that strange place again as the others were quietly talking among themselves. These days had been enlightening. Vegeta had sent all of them off in a different direction with the orders to train for themselves for 7 full days. How and what they trained was up to them. He had instructed them to remain in that place, alone, until he fetched them when their time in the room was spent. So they had spent the last days in solitude. At first, Videl had trained as she was used to, but she realized after the first day of practice that it was not this kind of training Vegeta had had in mind for them. So she had sat down, contemplating the last year, let the events pass by in her mind's eye, had tried to analyze the advancements she had made, the others had made, and how they would help her in the upcoming struggle. Slowly, she had reached a startlingly clear state of mind, one which she had never before experienced. She had continued to contemplate her immediate future, the future which involved all of those she called friends and family. It was clear to her that she would still be not much use to the fighters, despite her, admittedly huge advancements in training. She was still too far behind, too weak to make much of a difference. However, instead of the usual reaction to that realization, sadness, frustration, she now began to question why that was so. Was it really a racial issue? Was it really just the scion blood which made the other fighters so much stronger than herself? Or was it something in her mind? Something in the scion mindset which allowed them to excel at martial arts, allowed them to continue to surpass themselves in terms of strength and fighting prowess? The next days, she had simply remained sitting there, in her quiet corner of nothingness, allowing her thoughts to drift undirected. And then she had found something unexpected. It had been a kind of vision, really, a supernatural perception maybe. She wasn't entirely sure, but it had clarified many things for her, and because of this revelation, she had come out of the room of spirit and time with a light smile on her features, feeling, for the first time in a long while, that she could really make a difference. Yari was slightly restless. The moment she had stepped out of the room of spirit and time, she had felt the presence of her pursuer, closer than she had ever allowed him to come, and so much more powerful than she remembered. And he was not alone. There were other auras, not as powerful as his, but still flaring brightly. She was thankful to Vegeta for his training, especially the training which allowed her to extinguish her aura and thus remain undetected, or at least inconspicuous. The last days of training had been strange. She had continued her usual routine furiously, pushing herself hard and relentlessly, driving herself to the edge of her capabilities, but she realized that this couldn't have been the reason for which Vegeta had sent them all off by themselves. No, there had to be something else. So, much against her nature, she had stopped her training and had begun to meditate. She knew the basics of that, thanks to her lonesome studies in the capsule flight, but she had never really done it, being much too restless for such a thing. Now, however, she put honest effort into it, emptying her mind and allowing her spirit to drift. It was a wondrous sensation of quiet peace, and she felt the silence, the comforting void for the first time. The experience led her to the beginnings of her race, a strange connection within her kind from the first scion to this generation, allowing her to let their brutal past flood by her mind's eye, allowing her to see deep into the heart of the essence which made up the scion psyche. This experience had changed her, of that she had no doubt. Exactly how, she was not entirely sure, but she knew that it had opened a link to something which was buried deep in the past of the Saiyan race, something that she had not been aware of, nor, she was sure, many others before her. It was this link that allowed her to walk out of the room of spirit and time with a slight smile on her lips, which she found mirrored in many of the others' eyes and features. It was delightful to know that, in the end, the future was not as bleak as it had appeared to her for most of her life, but that the future was a blank ticket, waiting to be seized and used by herself, and that made her almost impatient for the future to begin. Kyra was nervous when she left the room of spirit and time. She was smiling as usual, and she was still looking forward to the events to come, but the last days in training had been strange for the young girl. At first, she had hardly understood Vegeto's request for them to train by themselves. She had spent a good deal of time contemplating why he had sent them off alone. She hadn't found a reason, so she had turned her thoughts to other issues in her life. The upcoming fight, for example. No, the upcoming war. Vegeto had constantly reminded them that it was not a single fight they were looking forward to, but instead a probably long and dangerous war. That alone made Kyra shiver a bit. Time of her life, she had loved fighting, had loved to train with her father when he had the time, with Brachan and Panchon when she had been able to convince them, with her mother most of the other times, or even alone. She had enjoyed the challenges that had presented themselves, but these had all been friendly challenges, not really fights, only sparring sessions. The worst enemy she had ever faced was Trunks Cohen, and he had held back on her. A slight smile came to her lips when she remembered giving him a broken ribcage because of that and the taunts he had had to endure from Goten afterwards. A true challenge, however, a real fight for her life, one where she could go to her limits. That was something she had never experienced, and most of her life she had spent believing such a chance would never come. And then suddenly, a Saiyan girl had appeared, Vegeto had returned, and just a few days later, they had all been training for just that. A fight for their lives. She had had so many questions to Vegeto, but the quiet super warrior had answered few. However, when she thought about it, the few answers he had given resolved most of the other questions as well, almost as if Vegeto had known what was bothering Kyra. At first, she had hoped that he was more of Goku than he was Vegeta, but slowly she had come to realize that he was neither one nor the other. He was a different person, combining some of the qualities of both warriors in one different personality. Once she had accepted that, it had been much easier training with him. And then there was Yari, the Saiyan girl which had dropped into all of their lives so suddenly, dragging terror and fear behind her. Kyra had sympathy for the girl, trying to imagine what it must have been like to live on the run, to be constantly afraid, to never form ties to anyone. Thus, she had done her best to cheer up the quiet girl, trying to gain her trust and maybe friendship as they had trained together. And during those days, many realizations had come to her. Some had lifted her spirits, others had made her nervous. Some would prove to be good for the future, with others she was not yet sure what they actually meant for her. Vegeto watched the other fighters as they talked with their families and loved ones. From what he could read on their features and in their eyes, his last directive had accomplished what it had been supposed to do. He knew from personal experience that simple training was not enough to unlock the full potential of any warrior, Saiyajin or otherwise, and he knew, too, that in truth, the race was not nearly as important a factor in a warrior's strength as many believed. For a long time, people had believed Saiyans were, as a race, bred for battle, and that might even be true, but it was more the mindset that mattered, not the physique. True, the Saiyan body allowed for more drastic changes, for more immediate leaps in power, but even a human could be stronger than a Saiyajin if the mind worked the right way. To accomplish that, Vegeto had sent the trainees off to find their own mindset, to find their path. Some had found it already, others had made progress towards that end, but none of them had wasted the time. So all in all, the training had been a success. Still, he was worried. The upcoming war would be so much different from anything they had witnessed so far, and he was not sure they were ready for it. Physically, they had all matured and strengthened considerably, but mentally, some of them would see their first true battle soon. For some, that wouldn't be much of a problem, but he feared that others might be broken by the ferocity of the battles to come. He took refuge in the thought that he had done his best to prepare them, and that he knew for a fact that all of them would support each other in the times of need that would surely arise in the near future. Slowly, he gazed at all of them in turns. His own son, Gohan, who had become so much more of a scholar than a warrior. Vegeta had used to taunt Goku about that, how his own son was a bookworm and not a fighter, and he had been partly true. Gohan had unlocked his potential in the fight against the demon, and he had been exceptionally strong at that point. However, afterwards, when the demon had been defeated and peace had come to Earth, he had taken up his studies again, and slowly, his innate power had been diminished until he had been only a shadow of his former self. The fact that he once again used the Super Saiyan transformations was proof enough of that. Yet, the possibility of his loved ones being in danger had brought out his fighting spirit again, and he had once again become a very strong fighter, if not as strong as he had been once. He would need to find that power again, lest he would be vanquished in the war ahead. Next, his gaze settled on Videl, Gohan's wife. How much the opposite she was of him. The fighting spirit of her was exceptional. Even before Vegeta had had to leave, Vegeta and Goku both had known that the girl had a potential unlike any other human before her, and under the tutelage of Vegeta, she had come to realize it. She was the perfect example for his earlier thoughts. Not a Saiyan, but her mindset had allowed her to rise to levels of power unthought of by other humans. Her will to fight, her will to challenge her abilities and strength over and over again. The drive to increase her power and her abilities, that was what had allowed her to progress to this level, and if he wasn't mistaken, she had found her true potential during the last days of training as well. She would play an important role in the future to come. Vegeta knew that. Again, his gaze wandered, now settling on Pan, Bra, and Kyra. Vegeta smirked slightly as he looked at the blue-haired girl, Vegeta's offspring. Bulma always had had a knack for accomplishing what she wanted. He should have known that Vegeta not being there was no reason for Bulma not to give birth to another child of Tier. She had always told him that she wanted another child, a daughter at that. How she had managed it, Vegeta was not certain, but Bra had been born and she was certainly Vegeta's daughter to boot. Of the three, Pan was the only one who had not really inherited the joy of fighting from her parents. She took more after Gohan, although she, too, had the potential of greatness. However, Kyra and Bra both outshone her in combat training, mostly because they simply enjoyed it much more. They would need each other in the times to come, another thing Vegeta was sure of, but he didn't worry there. The thing he did worry about was that Kyra seemed to be insecure of something after her days alone in the room. Something in her gaze told Vegeta that she had found something which she hadn't expected and had not yet come to grips with. He hoped very much that she would be able to sort it out before long, or it might lead to an early demise of the young girl. His eyes shifted once more, now settling on C-18. Of all the fighters, she was the hardest to read. She had not changed visibly, of course, nor mentally, as it seemed. There still was that slight emptiness inside her eyes, the same emptiness which had been there ever since Krillin had died. But he felt, more than saw a change in her attitude towards life, one he could not quite place. He believed in her ability to rise to the challenges ahead, at least if she came to grips with the past, with her loss. He knew she would need support, mental support for that, but he also knew that he was not the one to give it. He hoped that she would let the support of their group reach her before it was too late. Then there were Trunks and Goten, both capable fighter, albeit both not as fierce as warriors as they could have been, thus lacking the necessary drive to coax out all of their strength. They had trained well, but their stubbornness when it came to the use of fusion was a little disappointing. Agreed. He himself was a fused being, but as he had pointed out over and over, his fusion was permanent, and he had learned to act as a single person, not so them. Whenever they fused, it was for a limited time, and their fighting style and the form was not quite as good as it could have been, thus reducing their effective strength. Pairing them with C-18 had been a good choice, their boyish egos not liking to be beaten by a woman, even if she were an android, so they had doubled their efforts. Still, Vegeta sensed that they were not putting all their heart into it, and that could yet prove fatal, especially in what was to come. Last, his gaze settled on Yari, the initiator of all of this, so to speak. She had been integrated into the group well enough, and slowly but surely, she had formed bonds of friendship with the others, something Vegeta had hoped very much she would, because he knew that it would. in the end, make her able to rise to even greater challenges. He sighed softly, shaking his head. When she had first come to this planet, things had seemed much simpler. But after their first visit to the room of spirit and time, Kaosama had informed him that the unknown entity was heading this way faster than anyone had expected. Something had happened to change the set plan of the invaders and had caused them to move their schedule forward. What exactly that was, Vegeta wasn't sure, but he couldn't change it now. When he had stepped out of the room for the second time, he had felt the presence of the strongest entity immediately. He was about to land on Earth, and Vegeta was quite certain that it wouldn't take long for the first battles to begin. He had hoped to have more time, but now he saw no choice but to split the fighters into two groups. One which would seek out the other Saiyans still living, and one who would remain here and try to fend off the attack as best as they could. Slowly, his thoughts drifted back to Yari, to the Saiyan girl which had stirred a forgotten hope inside him. The hope of being able to restore the Saiyan race, not to its previous place as conquerors of worlds, but as a race of warriors, proud and strong. It was a small hope, but it had been sparked by her arrival. That was not his sole reason for helping her, but it was a reason nonetheless, and for him, an important one at that. He had not yet told her, or anyone else, of that plan, but he would have to do so very soon. He had toyed with the thought of sending Yari away with those who were to look for other Saiyans, but had dismissed that thought quickly. She was much too valuable here, much too happy at being accepted into a family, and he didn't want to take that away from her, knowing it would be a source of strength for her. No, the team to leave would be comprised of Pan, Trunks, and possibly Gohan to supervise them. He knew that dangers were lurking out there, possibly of the same magnitude as they were here. It would hurt to lose Gohan in the upcoming fight here on Earth, but the mission of the others was too important to not be a success. It was painfully obvious to him that, no matter how strong they all had become, they could only stall the attackers for a while, not drive them back. That could only be accomplished if those going on the search had success. Now it was time to tell the others of his plans, but he hesitated a moment longer. They were quiet and peaceful for the time being. He didn't want to disturb them, wanted to grant them this short moment of peaceful contemplation before the storm would break loose. His gaze drifted to the distant clouds on the horizon, coal-black eyes trying to pierce the veil of the future, but even he could not tell what was to come of the events in the immediate future. Slowly, he turned to the others again, approaching them quietly. One by one, they turned from whomever they had been talking with, their attention focusing on him. The whispered conversations dying down as everyone felt that his words would be important for them all. As you can all feel, the enemy is about to touch down on Earth, he began, allowing his gaze to sweep over all of them before he continued. It will not be long until all of us must prove what they have learned, what they have mastered. For each of us, that will mean different tests of strength, cunning, and prowess. As you may remember, I told you that we alone cannot push back the storm that will soon come over us. What we feel now here is but a fraction of what still awaits us. That is why we need to find others who are willing to help us. Despite the fact that our enemy has come earlier than expected, we will hold to that plan. Part of our group will leave in the FTL spaceship Bulma has constructed. There was some murmuring from all of them. He smiled lightly, knowing that not all of them would. Trunks and Pan in particular would not like the idea of leaving on the eve of battle, but they would accept that it was necessary. Gohan, he began, fixing his piercing gaze on the younger half-Saiyan. You will take Trunks and Pan with you on this journey. Trunks, you need to go, because in your blood is the royal blood that might be able to compel Saiyans to join you where talking may not. Pan, you have to go because I know you have good diplomatic skills, and like it or not, the responsibility of talking will mainly fall on your shoulders. Gohan will make sure you all get back alive, he added with a slight chuckle. He held up his hands to stifle any protests before they began and shook his head. This is of utmost importance. Those who remain here will depend on you to bring back reinforcements as soon as you can. Gohan nodded slowly, and Vegeta knew he understood very well how important their mission was. Pan and Trunks nodded as well, though grudgingly. You will leave at once. The ship is ready at Capsule Corp's HQ. Bulma has prepared everything. He continued, then nodded slowly. He stepped back a bit, allowing them their time to say goodbye to their loved ones. Pan made a brave facade, Though the glinting in her eyes hinted at the tears she probably had to held back with force. He closed his eyes a moment, not liking to have to break up families like this, but it was necessary. A few minutes later, Gohan, Pan, and Trunks took off from the platform, waving a last goodbye before heading off to the western capital. Vegeta returned to the group, looking over all of them again. As for us, we will have to hold out until they return. You all have trained hard, and I know that all of you have come to a certain understanding of yourself and your abilities. I trust you will not give up, no matter how dire the future may look. The resolution on the features of everyone made Vegeta smile slightly. They would not give up, so much was for certain. Well then, let us welcome our visitors to Earth, shall we? He said and turned, taking off towards the point where their enemies were landing. The others followed close behind him, and together, they sped towards their destiny. Chapter 8 /Earth/ Kavri was one of the first to set foot on Earth, walking down the ramp just behind the first circle warriors. His gaze flicked around cautiously, taking in the peaceful surroundings and the quietness of the scenery. He was also the first to notice the group of figures standing, not far from the landing site, obviously watching them. He recognized the Saiyan girl among them immediately, but also several others which he could not place. He kept his mouth shut, however, preferring to let the king and his henchmen notice them for himself, and instead took some time to study the people who apparently were the girl's allies. What really unnerved him was the fact that they did not register to his senses. He could not feel them, and neither could the sophisticated equipment on board the ship pick up any kind of chi signature. That was very strange, simply because every living thing exhibited a signature. It seemed as though the people standing there were dead, which was also the reason why the king only now noticed them. Kavri could feel the tension mount higher as Tari's laid eyes on the girl which he had been chasing for so long now, and he could feel the other warriors preparing for what they probably believed to be an unavoidable battle. There was a short moment of confusion on all of their features as they realized that there were indeed people there, despite the lack of auras. Somehow, Kavri thought to himself, they must have learned to mask their signatures. A highly useful skill, especially when you were on the run. If the Saiyan girl fled again, they would have no possibility to trace her as easily as they had before. That of course also explained why her signal had suddenly been lost. He continued to watch the group of people, 7 all in all. It puzzled him why they would be here. Surely, this planet could not be home to 7 exceptionally strong people at once, and none other would have given the girl reason to remain here. Still, it seemed the logical conclusion, so Kavri reminded himself to be careful and watchful. There were 5 women, actually, 3 girls and 2 women. The Saiyan girl, 2 girls who appeared to be human, and 2 human women. All of them watched the king and the warriors quietly. Something in their eyes, visible even at this distance, told Kavri that they were warriors to heart. Something in their eyes appealed to him. Then there were 2 men, one in his late 20s and one whose age Kavri could not guess. His features were puzzling and his eyes revealed nothing. Something about him nagged Kavri, something which made him think that this man was very important somehow. Well, it's a shame, really, Garida said with a derisive sneer. This is not going to take long. Tari's nodded slowly, but Kavri could tell that he was not entirely sure about that. The group which had been up till now standing motionless was now coming towards them slowly, the older man in the lead, walking with confident movements. No one touches the Saiyan girl, Tari said with a commanding voice, and the first circle warriors nodded in unison. There was a bit of disappointment on their features, and Kavri was tempted to mimic it. The group had collectively stopped masking their chi signature, and their power levels were too low to even withstand one attack from Kavri. The Saiyan warrior was frustrated. It couldn't be. Stupid Saiyan girl, why did she have to stop here? Here where there were no warriors to at least help her. Kavri had put everything on the line, and it all depended on the Saiyan girl not being killed immediately, but now it seemed as just that was about to happen. As his angry gaze swept over the tall man in the lead of the group again, he suddenly halted, his eyes finally singling out what had made him uneasy from the moment he had laid eyes upon him. He was barely able to contain a yell of surprise, barely able to hide his shock. His eyes had settled on the waist of the warrior and had realized that it was not a belt he was wearing. It was a long, furry tail. A Saiyan tail. Awfully overconfident. Vegeta remarked as they slowly approached the group of intruders. His gaze was quick to analyze the threat potential of the group. It was still painfully obvious that they didn't stand a chance of defeating these warriors by themselves, but they would not be defeated that easily either. Then there had been the first surprise. One of the warriors walking down the ramp from the ship was obviously a Saiyajin. Vegeta had had to double-check, because he couldn't believe that a Saiyan could walk like that, so slumped, so defeated, so chained. But there was the tail, hallmark of a true Saiyajin. It made Vegeta curious to hear this man's story, but that would have to wait for a while still. Keep an eye on that man back there. The others soon realized why he had said that, and he could feel their tension rising. He could also see, by the shock in the man's eyes, that he had noticed what the others in the enemy group still had not. That Vegeta himself was a Saiyajin as well. He intended to keep his heritage hidden, which was why he had curled his tail around his hip, but the other Saiyan had noticed it. However, the man kept quiet, apparently strangely reluctant to help the others. That was a good sign, Vegeta decided. The leader of the invaders, the one with the terribly powerful aura, was ignoring Vegeta, his narrowed eyes fixed on Yari. The young Saiyan girl was meeting his gaze evenly and secretly. Vegeta was very proud. She had shed her fear of this being, having found the strength to confront him. They stopped, Vegeta now only about 10 meters away from the leader of the other group. A moment of silence passed as warriors watched warriors. Vegeta could tell that most of these warriors were already sure of a quick victory, something he had planned and hoped for. Only the Saiyan and the leader himself seemed to be on their guard. Vegeta let the moment of silent appraisal pass and then bowed formally. "Greetings, strangers, to our homeworld." Would the unexpected guests reveal their identity? He said in a formal tone. The leader of the group smirked lightly, not returning the bow, staring at Vegeta, now for the first time. "I am King Taris, ruler of the Tarisian Empire. We are in pursuit of a wanted criminal, and we demand you return her into our custody, or suffer the consequences of collaboration." Taris was very sure of himself. That much was certain to Vegeta. Despite his slight weariness, he didn't see Vegeta and the others as a real threat. His weariness came from something different, though Vegeta could not quite say what that was. Might I inquire as to what charges stand against her?" he asked, politely and with a slight smile on his lips. The king narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously not having expected that reply. He inclined his head momentarily, staring at Vegeta as though undecided about something. Then he shrugged and smiled predatorily. "The crimes of the Saiyan race are well documented. She has failed to submit herself to the Empire. Saiyans cannot go unchecked, lest their hideous, brutal reign rise again." Vegeta smirked at that, raising a brow as he listened to the explanation. Of course, the Saiyajin had been a race of conquerors, wiping entire civilizations from the face of their worlds, but ever since the destruction of their homeworld, things had been different. "But, Your Highness, this girl is hardly of age to have committed such acts herself. She cannot be held responsible for what her forefathers did," he replied, almost casually. Again, the king seemed surprised that such a reply would be directed at him. There was fury in his eyes now, and the other warriors were whispering among themselves. Obviously, Taris was not used to someone talking back to him. "Your views on this matter are of no interest to me, human," he spat. "Surrender the girl, or be destroyed." "Oh, but my views will be of interest to you." Vegeta smiled a little more and inclined his head. Taris blinked, now truly shocked. This was a completely new experience for him. Vegeta could see it in his eyes. Good. The king's attention was disrupted. He was too stunned and too angry to be really alert, and the other warriors, all except the Saiyan, were staring at Vegeta with open shock on their features as well. Now was the time to act. Taris was about to say something, but he never managed to get a single word out of his mouth. Suddenly, Vegeta changed from the casual way he had been standing until a moment ago to a battle-ready stance. In milliseconds, his power level rose from a mere nothingness to his full potential. A torrent of energy assaulted the senses of those unprepared as the Super Warrior charged up from nothing to Super Saiyan 3, his black hair turning a bright gold, lengthening, his eyes changing from coal black to a piercing emerald color. All of the invaders were too shocked to react, too stunned at the display of power. Vegeta seemed to vanish for a second. Then his elbow connected with Tari's chin, sending the massive man flying backwards. At the same time, the others leapt into action. Kyra, Goten, Bra, and Yari all charged to their newly gained power levels, adding to the confusion in the ranks of the enemy. Videl activated her own limit break while C-18, her features impassive but her gaze menacing, powered herself up as well. As one, the group leapt forward, charging into the ranks of the stunned warriors. Unable to react quickly enough, they all received heavy blows, sending them careening off into the distance. Vegeta meanwhile pursued his own target, not giving Tari's a millisecond to recover. Without any sound, he appeared in the flight path of the body, whirled and slammed his foot into the back of the surprised king, which sent him flailing into another direction. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta charged after him, and Tari's was assaulted with a long series of punches and kicks that pummeled his body all over. The mere thought of defense had yet to form in his mind. His loyal followers fared no better. All of them were pounded by the furious attacks of the defenders of Earth, assaulted mercilessly, giving them no chance to react in these first few seconds. In unison, the 7 warriors delivered a final blow to their targets, sending all of the 12 First Circle warriors and the king himself crashing back towards their spaceship. The Scion alone had not reacted, not even trying to help his supposed comrades. Vegeta hovered above the ship, his hands outstretched, open palms pointing towards the figures on the ground which only now got up, still confused, hurt, yes, but not dangerously so. He looked at the Scion for a moment, nodding away from the spaceship as bright blue energy began crackling over his fingertips, forming a sphere in front of his palms. "Do not underestimate us, fools," he growled as the sphere grew larger, and then suddenly a wave of energy surged from his palm towards the spaceship. The Scion had long disappeared from his position, but the others barely had time to raise their arms in defense before the tidal wave of energy swept over them, exploding on the ground, tearing the spaceship apart piece by piece. The shockwave of the explosion alone flattened the immediate area. Vegeta nodded to the others, and as one, they extinguished their auras again and headed away from the site of the first battle. Vegeta remained behind for a moment, his eyes searching and finding the Scion warrior. His action spoke for him, and Vegeta nodded, hoping that this would be the first ally among many whom they would gain and need in the future. He nodded slightly and indicated a bow, gesturing for him to follow before he turned around and charged after the others. "How can this be?" Garida asked, dusting off her slightly torn clothes and cursing angrily as a small amount of blood had stained her robe. "The Saiyajin were supposed to be destroyed, all but those who are in service to you." Tari's was in a sour mood, so he ignored Garida's comment, staring at the place where the man who had revealed himself to be a Scion had floated a few minutes ago. He was seething with fury, having been humiliated like this at the hands of a mere Scion. The thought of it was almost unbearable. He, who had never been defeated in battle before, had been wounded by a weakling. He cursed violently, silencing the bickering of his First Circle warriors. "We were unprepared," he forced himself to say. "We were caught off guard. This will not happen again." They made a grievous mistake in not continuing their attack while they had the upper hand. Now we know of their power and will act accordingly. The assembled warriors nodded quietly. They all felt much like he did. Insulted, their honor damaged. In fact, they were all so troubled with themselves that none of them noticed the absence of cavalry. The Scion warrior was crouching, away from the others, undetected, unnoticed. He had not forgotten the gesture of the other Scion, and he was tempted to follow it. However, he had to make sure of what would happen when City arrived here. Currently, the king and his lackeys were too busy licking their wounds and fuming over their loss of honor than to actually think of such things. They had probably, at least for now, forgotten about the Scion pod racing towards Earth. Soon enough, they would think of it again. Cavalry knew that, mostly, because their spaceship was destroyed and they needed another method to leave this planet again. To call for another spaceship, they needed communication devices, and those would be on a pod. Usually, Tari's would transmit a telepathic message to one of his loyal First Circle warriors, but as they were now all in one place, that would not help. He remained in place for a moment longer, listening as the king gave orders to pursue the attackers, although they had no lead as to where to go. Kavri did have their location. Stunning as it was, he could see the place where they were clearly in his mind, and he knew how to get there just fine. He guessed that was the Scion's doing as well. The surprise. Kavri smiled to himself as the king and his followers took off, and he himself stood up, looking at the crater which the explosion had created. He had hoped that the Scion girl would have found someone to fight with here, that she had discovered something to help her in her struggle, and she had not disappointed him. These warriors, though they might still not win the war, were a start to a resistance. They could endure if they worked together. Well, anything was better than living in chains all his life. This was the one chance he was going to get, the one chance to try and set things right, to avenge all of the Scions who had suffered under Taris's rule. With a slight smile, he took to the air and turned on his axis slowly, then sped off towards the point where he knew his destiny awaited him. Do we have to hide like this? Kyra grumbled lightly as she sat down near the entrance to the main building on Kami's lookout. The group of warriors had assembled there after their initial surprise attack on the intruders. Kyra in particular had not liked the idea to go into hiding, not when the first battle had gone so well for them. But Vegeta had insisted that it had been the advantage of surprise that had granted them this little victory. He cautioned them to remain alert at all times. For the time being, yes, Kyra, Vegeta said quietly, coming out of the palace as quietly as a ghost. Kyra grumbled something and stuck her tongue out at him, to which he replied with a light chuckle. He knew, of course, that they had not given everything in the last small fray with their enemies. But he also knew that even everything would not be enough when their enemies were prepared for a fight. Had they lingered much longer, the king and his followers would have begun a counterattack, and that could have ended badly. Aha, he's coming. Videl called over from a bit at the edge of the platform, and Kyra jumped up, following Vegeta and the others as they headed towards where Videl stood. You think it's a good idea to show him this place? Videl asked Vegeta as he stood beside her. The Scion shrugged and smiled indifferently. From what we've seen, he's not their friend, and currently I'm willing to follow the my enemy's enemy is my friend philosophy. Videl smirked and nodded in agreement as she fixed her gaze on the small speck on the horizon, which quickly grew into the shape of the Saiyajin they had encountered earlier. He slowed down gradually as he approached them, and then slowly settled down, gazing at all of them in turn before his eyes remained on Vegeta. For a moment, the two just stood there, gazing at each other. Then Kavri bowed lightly, and Vegeta did the same. My thanks for inviting me here. My name is Kavri. The stranger introduced himself. Vegeta nodded slightly and inclined his head. You are welcome here, unless you wish to harm those on this planet or my friends and family. Seeing as that is not the case, again, welcome. My name is Vegeta, and these are my fellow warders. Though they all had not yet heard that name, they did not show it, instead nodded or waved when Vegeta introduced them to Kavri, and he returned their greeting. Videl could not help but notice the strength in his eyes. When they had first seen him, walking from that sheep, he had seemed subdued, but now, in his eyes, she saw that this man was in no way subdued. Tied, maybe, bound by the forces of destiny, but not subdued. My pleasure, meeting all of you, Kavri said after the introduction was over. I am sorry for the company I bring, but, as you probably know, these people would not stray from their path. He is intent on finding you, he said, his gaze fixing on Yari for a moment. And killing you, and by now I know why. Yari blinked and inclined her head, surprised at this. You know? She asked. Kavri nodded, his eyes growing suddenly very angry indeed. I've discovered something which will no doubt interest you as much as it did me, and which will most likely make your blood boil with rage as well, he said, quietly, looking down. I suppose we all have much to explain and talk about, Vegeta said, cutting off questions from Yari with a light gesture. First of all, is there any way these people can track you here besides your power signature? Kavri nodded and pointed to his throat. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly and came a little closer, examining the collar. I suppose blasting it off wouldn't do any good. It was not a question, but Kavri nodded anyway. This is something for Bulma. Brah, would you go and get your mother, please? Bra nodded and dashed off towards the building at the center of the lookout. Will you tell us then, from where exactly you hail? Vegeta asked as he walked, together with the others and cavalry towards the building as well. There is not much to tell. The Tarisian Empire spans most of the northern galaxy. It was founded as the Republic, but no one remembers that anymore. Taris seized control after killing the old ruler, and ever since he has been expanding his borders, looking for new worlds to conquer. In all those years, he has been leader of the armies, an exceptionally strong fighter himself. But you know that, of course. Kavri sighed and shook his head. He has a hatred for Saiyajins, mostly because he knows that we have the potential of actually opposing him, or that SMY theory. After he heard of the destruction of our homeworld, he went on a crusade to extinguish or subdue all of the remaining Saiyans, and he was mostly successful. There are but a few left of us, and most of them are numb, unable to feel anything else but pain anymore. These collars, they are used to control us. If we use our power without authorization, any guardian of justice can activate them, filling our bodies with pain beyond comprehension. The Saiyan warrior shivered slightly at that. Videl watched him, unsettled by this story, but kept on listening as they all did. We are not allowed to reproduce, but those who agree to serve the king can at least live. Mind you, it is a life almost like slavery, but... He trailed off for a moment. Before I was bound to this collar, I could not have dreamt of spending my life like this, but the moment I met Taris, I knew that defiance would not get me anywhere. I had to bide my time to find the right moment to start a rebellion. He shrugged and waved away the thought, then continued with his story. A few years back, Taris believed he had killed the last remaining Saiyajins, but this girl... He nodded to Yari. He sent me on her trail, and thus I followed her. Through a mixture of Yari's cunning and my own lack of, shall we say, enthusiasm, he could never lay hands on her. His desperation to find her was a puzzle to me, because I could not find a clue as to why he would be so adamant about finding a single Saiyan girl. The answers came to me when I was on my way here. He swallowed as the group sat down around a table. Bulma had joined them by now, but Vegeta had motioned for her to remain silent and indicated the collar. Bulma had nodded in understanding and had set to work on the collar without noise. Taris is not a stupid man. He knows he will not live forever, but he wishes to ensure that his offspring continue to rule the empire. Thus, he always sought to have strong mates, but none would be to his liking. In secret, he knew that the one race that would ensure that his blood grew stronger were the Saiyajin. Unbeknownst to anyone in the empire, he kept alive several Saiyan girls he had found and ordered his scientists to search for ways to crossbreed as well as enhance the Saiyan physique. Cells from the remaining Saiyan males were used to impregnate girls so they would continue to have a healthy breeding stock. They experienced on them, used genetics, bioengineering, things too gruesome to name here. I've seen it, all of it. A report on their progress was sent to Taris's ship, and I had the luck of finding that report. He cast down his gaze and clenched his fists violently. I saw them all, every Saiyan girl. There are 87 of them. I know their names. He whispered quietly, and then looked up, the smoldering hatred in his eyes having grown to a furnace. I swore an oath to avenge these girls, free them if possible, and make Taris pay for every ounce of pain they suffered at his hands or orders. Vegeta and the others stared at him quietly after these revelations. Even Bulma had stopped working, her eyes widened with shock. It seemed impossible that such acts could be committed and then simply ignored. Something which obviously had occurred throughout the years of this Taris, and nobody had complained. Nobody had even noticed anything. Of course, nobody had asked after a Saiyan girl. What for? Everyone had been glad they were all dead, right? To think how Taris had fooled everyone into believing that blatant lie and then using the girls to strengthen his own sick blood. Kavri remained quiet as Bulma slowly resumed her work on the collar, and the silence which now encompassed the warriors was much heavier than it had been before. Their fight had just been taken to a new level. Not only were they defending their homeworld, Vegeta could see it in their eyes, and he was grateful for it. For him, it was quite natural to join with Kavri on this quest to avenge the girls, and of course, Yari had more than enough reason to do so as well. The others, however, were no full-blooded Saiyajin, and thus didn't have nearly as much reason to do something like that. Still, they all had that same look in their eyes. For whatever reason, They had all decided the same thing. Indeed, he will pay. Vegeta said quietly and nodded to Kavri. Then his glance went to Bulma. Can you disable it? He asked. Bulma shrugged slightly and then gave him one of those cocky grins she could do so well. This is basic technology, nothing fancy. I deactivated the pain emitters. There's a self-destruct charge implanted in it which I need some time to disable, but it would pose no problem. For now, this collar is just that, a collar. It can't hurt him anymore. Kavri widened his eyes slightly and looked at her, as though unsure whether this was true or not. Vegeta, noticing the look, chuckled slightly and patted Bulma's shoulder. Well done as always. Now, as it appears, we have an addition to our group, and I think the best thing to do right now is show him how to suppress his aura. Vegeta mused, then looked to Kavri. Your power level is rather high, but you don't have that ability yet, right? Kavri nodded slightly. Well, it's not that difficult. And thus he began to show Kavri the way of disguising one's aura. Yari watched the Saiyan quietly for a while, then sighed, shaking her head, turning and walking towards the edge of the platform again. She sat down there, letting her legs dangle while gazing out to the horizon. So now the battle was here. The war, as Vegeta continued to call it. She had been pleasantly surprised to see how well everyone had worked together in that surprise attack. But she, like Vegeta, knew of course that they stood no chance. Even without the first circle warriors, they would still be hard-pressed to stop Taris if he used his full potential. They had had the surprise on their side, and what Yari just didn't get was why Vegeta had refrained from continuing the onslaught, so that their enemies would have been at least a little weaker. The Super Warrior was quite difficult to predict, another thing which made him such a formidable ally for her. But sometimes, she wished he would share more than just the momentary phase of his plans. Didn't he trust them? Did he think they could side with the enemy? No, that was so much unlike him, and Yari knew for a fact that none of the others would ever consider betraying him or this world. Yari had her own reasons why she wouldn't betray him. After all, Taris had made it quite certain that he wanted her dead. She was not so certain about Kavri, but he, too, had every reason to hate the king, maybe even more than Yari herself. After all, he had had to live under the rule of that tyrant, had to endure years of pain and misery. She could only imagine how Saiyajin were treated in an empire where they were considered the worst nightmare come true. Brooding again. Yari jumped slightly, having been lost in thought, and thus not having realized that Kyra had joined her at the edge of the platform. Gah, I told you, don't surprise me like that. Yari mumbled and smiled faintly as Kyra sat down beside her. But you know how I dislike obeying orders, Kyra said, sticking out her tongue, and chuckled. Yari shook her head and smiled faintly, staring back at the horizon again. I was just thinking about the future. As usual, it felt good to fight. I just wonder why we stopped. Kyra shrugged and scowled a little, which, Yari found herself thinking, made her look quite cute. It's not as if we have a choice, do we? Vegeta knows what he's doing. That's what we must believe and trust in, she said and sighed. Yari knew, of course, that Kyra herself was not very happy with their current inability to strike at their enemies. I know, but it's still frustrating. Yari grumbled and clenched her fists. Her tail whipped back and forth all on its own, something it had not done for years. For ages, she had let the tail remain curled around her hips, hoping that people who saw her would not notice what she was. It was a sign of her loosening up that she began to use it again. Kyra chuckled and patted Yari lightly on the shoulder, then poked her forehead. Baka, you'll get loads of fighting soon, she said with a grin. Yari grumbled and returned the poke. Don't you go calling me Baka like that. You're no better, Kyra-chan. The younger girl laughed and nodded, leaning back and staring up into the sky. It's strange. My father used to tell me that Saiyajin were bad people. You know, conquering worlds, wiping out entire civilizations so they could sell the planet to the highest bidder, living just to fight. But now we have a little girl Saiyajin who is hardly a monster, and a Saiyajin who had to live his life as a slave, and a host of Saiyan girls being used as guinea pigs. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she said that, anger flaring up in those lavender depths. Things change, people change. The destruction of your homeworld can do that to you, Yari said quietly. Kyra nodded and then sighed, smiling to Yari with a sad little smile. You know, it's terrible that your homeworld was destroyed and all, but there's a good thing to even that. After all, we would have never met if Frisia hadn't destroyed your homeworld and if Taris hadn't chased you. It's not a good thing, but a little bright spot in this darkness. Yari-chan. Yari was stunned at those words, only able to watch Kyra smile and wink, jump up and turn around to head back to the main building. The casual tone of their conversations so far had been one thing. She liked the girl and enjoyed the time they spent together, but so far, Kyra had always remained at the usual respectful distance from younger girl to older girl. For her to call her Yari-chan, that was strange, especially in the context. A bright spot in the darkness? The darkness which was the destruction of her homeworld, her life as an exile. A bright spot, this? Stranger still was the fact that Yari couldn't help but agree. Chapter 9. /Earth/. City frowned deeply as she watched the images on the screens inside the capsule. They were rapidly approaching Earth, the so deceivingly friendly-looking planet already looming in their viewport. City knew she could not change anything in here, but somehow, she wished she could. The scanners indicated that their landing site was already under surveillance by the king and his first circle warriors. She did not know what had transpired since their arrival on this world, but since the scanners could not pick up Taris' ship, she assumed that it had been destroyed in the fighting. You look worried, Arisa said quietly, sitting next to City and actually looking much more worried than City allowed herself to appear. Well, we are expected, she said, leaning back and sighing softly. Taris and his henchmen apparently have had an unexpected encounter on this world and lost their ship. I assume they want to use this ship's communication devices. Arisa narrowed her eyes slightly, and before City could react, the girl had torn the communication console from its place and crunched it to little pieces with her hands. City stared at her with mild wonder. The girl had grown restless these last few days, the nearer they had come to their destination. It seemed as though the imminent arrival and the subsequent meeting with Taris was stirring her pent-up emotions. While she had been almost docile during most of the trip, now she was constantly frowning, muttering, though she still sought comfort in City's embrace from time to time. Of course, City could understand that, seeing how she had been treated on the orders of that man, and also seeing that the girl had been pregnant with the child of this monster. She was still a Saiyajin and she was sure to want revenge, but City also knew that Arisa had no chance. She was weak, even though much stronger than City herself. She was still a being kept in a laboratory most of her life. Of course, the experiments on her had created formidable strength and dexterity, but she would not be able to use it, to channel it, nor would she know how to fight. Strength was one thing, being a good warrior was another. City knew that from Kavri. That will certainly hinder them a little longer, City said and smiled lightly. Is your husband going to help us when we arrive? Arisa asked, leaning back again quietly. City shrugged and looked out the small porthole. I don't know if he can. Taris is very powerful, and his first circle warriors are no laughing matter either. I don't know if he has been able to find someone strong enough to beat them so quickly, though I doubt it. If that were so, I don't think Taris would still be here. Arisa nodded and her tail uncurled from her waist, stroking City's wrist lightly. I'm sure he's okay, she said softly, and City smiled faintly at the affectionate gesture. Over the course of their journey, Arisa had become very attached to City. At least that was City's impression, and she could not deny her motherly feelings for the girl either. She had soothed City's own doubts about Kavri, whether he was still alive or not, if he was well, and City mentally thanked her for that support. A bond had been formed during the hours and days of traveling, and City wondered how Kavri would react to such a bond. A light smile formed on her lips, imagining his eyes boring into hers when he asked her how she could have been so stupid to take the risk and help a Saiyan girl off Tari's Primus second before he would embrace her and hold her tightly, muttering words of appreciation and love into her ear. It must be wonderful to be loved so, Arisa said quietly, and City realized that she had been smiling dreamily, like a little schoolgirl. She composed herself, but the smile remained on her features. Yes, and no doubt, you will find that out for yourself soon enough, she replied with a light twinkle in her gaze. Arisa raised a brow at that, then shrugged and smiled faintly, returning her gaze to the nearing planet. City, too, watched their descent to the planet's surface. When the instruments winked out due to the extreme heat of re-entry, she closed her eyes, knowing that it was now in the hands of cavalry to save them from certain death at the hands of the king. Tari stood on the plains where he knew the Scion capsule would crash any moment now. He was impatient, in a foul mood. The search had not revealed the location of these warriors who had attacked him out of the blue, who had dared to hurt him. That Vegeta, that Scion bastard. His strength had been amazing, and Tari's had to admit that he had made the mistake of underestimating this warrior. It simply had not occurred to him that there could be someone with such a power level on this world. He knew that, had he been prepared, Vegeta would not have been able to really hurt him. Well, it had been a mistake not to continue the assault when Tari's had been pushed into the defensive. Now he knew what to expect next time they met, and he would make sure to smash obedience into the Scion warrior. Again, Tari's frowned deeply. His followers were keeping a respectful distance, because they knew that it was rather dangerous to be close to Tari's when he was in one of these moods. He gazed up and caught sight of the descending capsule as it hurtled through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of smoke and fire in its wake. A slow, cruel smirk spread on his features. Whoever was in that capsule would be no problem. He could sense 2 weak chi signatures in it, nothing to bother with. However, he reminded himself to be a little more careful, seeing how those local warriors had fooled his senses into believing them to be weak. You keep a watch on the immediate area. I would not be surprised if these locals tried to spring another trap. Cavalry, to my side, he bellowed and watched the capsule continue its descent. Only when the capsule was almost down did he realize that cavalry had not answered his summons. He scowled, making a mental note to activate the pain collar once this capsule was secured, but for now he simply took a few steps back and hovered in the air just a bit above ground. The next moment, the capsule crashed into the ground not far from his position, creating a huge crater in the process. The shockwave tugged at his clothing and sent rocks and small stones hurtling through the air, but the dust soon settled to allow a clear view of the small spaceship in the center of the crater. In a slow descent, Tari's approached the front of the capsule, which had not yet opened. He sneered slightly, guessing that its inhabitants had seen on the scanners who their welcoming comedy was and had decided to keep the hatch down. It would do them no good. He settled down on the ground in front of the capsule. To his surprise, a slight hiss, followed by a thin line of steam originated from the entry hatch now, and gradually, the scarred hatch opened. When it had opened completely, a small figure stepped out of it, a figure he did not immediately recognize as it was hidden in the shadows of the hatch itself, but when she stepped out into the open, he realized that it was the wife of cavalry. City, if he remembered the name correctly. She took another step towards him and then fell on her knees as any commoner would in front of their king. "Forgive my intrusion, your majesty, but I have news of utmost importance for you," she said quietly, her eyes gazing firmly on the ground. Tari's, surprised by the earnestness in her voice, stared at the green-skinned woman for a moment, then inclined his head, peering back into the capsule, but the interior was shrouded in darkness. "You have stolen a Scion capsule from Tari's Prime. That alone would be reason to kill you. But since cavalry has thus far served me without error, I shall give you a chance to explain yourself," he said, deciding that maybe the woman had something really important. "My husband, loyal to you as he has been thus far, has now decided to turn against you. It is my belief that he has a plan to lure you into a trap on this planet and wishes to kill you with the aid of the young Scion girl you so much desire to be dead. I have found notes in his computer at home indicating he had other followers." City spoke quietly. Tari's narrowed his eyes, then burst out laughing. "Cavalry, assassinate me? That is some story you want me to buy, woman. This is ridiculous," he roared and shook his head. "I urge you to trust me, my lord." City continued, flinching slightly under his gaze. "He has a mind to kill you, and I believe." She didn't finish the sentence. Tari's head whipped around, as from somewhere high above them a thundering voice had begun to intone a few startling words. He recognized the voice even before he laid eyes on the Scion warrior who had blooded him in their first encounter. That strange voice, seeming to be 2 voices in one, echoing with power and strength. Like before, the voice made clear that no ground would be given freely, that the conviction and dedication of this man to his task was complete. High above him, Tari saw Vegeta floating in the air, his hands at his waist, a sphere of crimson energy burning between palms. Kami. Tari's laughed. Vegeta was not as bright as he might appear to be. Even such an arrogant Saiyajin should have realized that he had no chance of fighting him out in the open like this, that it was stupid to even consider attacking him up front. It was foolish to come here, Saiyan. Warriors, seize him, he shouted, but then realized that his warriors were not to be seen. Your faithful servants are currently busy trying to chase after our friends. Another voice spoke behind him, another voice he recognized. Kavri, so your wife told the truth, did she? Tari snarled, narrowing his eyes as he whirled around to see Kavri standing calmly by his wife's side, a hand on her shoulder. High above them, the glow in Vegeto's hands grew in intensity, illuminating his features, drawn into an impassionate mask. Me. You are all stupid. You will die for this insolence. Tari's cursed and conjured a bright sphere of energy in his hand, hurling it at Vegeta. That would teach the damned Saiyan to try and attack him like this. Several things happened at once then. Kavri took City by the arm, but City refrained. Arisa walked out of the capsule. Tari's turned, realizing what and who Arisa was, staring, wide-eyed at the young Saiyan. Meanwhile, the sphere the king had unleashed hurtled through the air towards Vegeta, who, however, didn't seem to be bothered by that at all. Tari's turned back to the more immediate threat, wanting to see with his own eyes that the damned Saiyan would be vaporized. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished from the path of the enclosing energy sphere, appearing right in front of Tari's, who was even more shocked when he realized that Vegeta was still holding the powerful sphere in his hands. He had no time to really react, only could turn back to the people now in front of the capsule. Then suddenly, Arisa spoke with such dark vehemence in her words that City could not recognize it as the voice of the girl immediately. You will all die. The words were directed at Tari's, and her gaze confirmed that she would do anything necessary to make her words come true. City grasped Arisa by the hand, and Kavri lifted both of them up from the ground, dashing away surrounded by a corona of energy. At that moment, Tari's warriors appeared at the edge of the crater. Tari's blinked, trying to act, but of course, it was much too late. Huh, Vegeta shouted, throwing his hands forward towards Tari's chest. The king couldn't do anything to defend himself, and the wave of energy, which leapt from Vegeta's hands, swept over him with all its destructive force. It tore him along in its path, slamming him into the edge of the crater, driving him further backward as it blasted a canyon through the massive stone walls, further and further until Tari's was finally able to react and vanish from the path of the energy wave. Before anyone could do anything, Vegeta lowered his hands and vanished, leaving no trace of the super warrior who had, yet again, blooded and injured the king. Startled, the warriors didn't quite comprehend what had just happened. They turned, unsure of what to do, glancing at each other. Then Tari's reappeared in their midst, his royal clothing torn in dozens of places, bleeding from one medium and several smaller-sized wounds. There was no indication of pain or weakness in his gaze or words, however. His eyes were pure fury. It was this moment that Vegeta had secretly dreaded. Humiliating the king like that had several advantages. For once, people lost to anger often committed mistakes which they could have avoided. Second, enraging Tari's could sow dissent among the other warriors, maybe even going as far as that Tari's would simply kill one in his temper. However, there were drawbacks as well. This was a crucial moment. Vegeta knew that the king had enough power to simply destroy this world and everything living on it if he set his mind to it, and currently, he was dangerously close to that. Vegeta had calculated, however, that the king was not stupid, that he would not want his target to be killed like that. He had suspected that Tari's wanted something else with the girl, particularly since Kavri had revealed to them the facts about the Tarijan/Saiyan breeding program. It was a risky gamble, but one Vegeta had had to take in order to continue along the chosen path. If they were to succeed, they would have to lure their enemies into making mistakes. He watched from afar, his aura concealed as Tari's stood between his warriors, seething with fury and rage. If the king indeed exploded, If his temper got the better of him, Vegeta would have to act quickly to prevent the Earth from being annihilated. His keen senses picked up the approach of one of his fellow warriors. No chi signature, but a soft disturbance of the air currents, a slight sound of clothes being rustled as the wind blew past them. A faint, barely noticeable fragrance of femininity mixed with something artificial. C18, no doubt. You hide your worry well. Vegetto chuckled softly, silently, not turning his gaze from Tari's. Not from you, it would appear, he replied as the blonde-haired cyborg stepped beside him, her crystal blue eyes also fixed on their enemies. It came as no surprise that C18 would be the first to actually be able to discern something from his behavior. She was by far the most experienced fighter in the group, excluding Gohan, but Gohan had already left to find and rally other Saiyans and warriors for their cause. Vegetto cast a short, sideways glance at the never-changing features of the cyborg, no woman. He mentally corrected himself, remembering that she now was a mother and had been a loving wife for most of her life. Even if she still could not express emotions as readily as humans sometimes could, that did not change the fact that she had evolved from being just a creation of Dr. Gero. It is difficult to judge you, she said after a moment of silence. I know that you have not shown all of your power in the 2 encounters. I know that even the power you displayed in the room of spirit and time was not everything you have, and yet you refuse to use it. Vegetto smiled quietly, his gaze returning to Tari's. One of his immediate worries was soothed as the king whirled around and began talking to his subordinates, his fury apparently under control again. I have my reasons, and those reasons are important. You are right, I have not gone to my limits in the fight so far. But neither has Tari's. Actually, Tari's has not yet fought at all, as you well know. I know for a fact that even my full potential would not be able to overcome him. That is why we need time. C18 now cast her gaze to him for a moment, joining him as he slowly lifted off the ground and began to withdraw from the location of their enemies. There was nothing here to be seen for the time being. Are you sure we will find help out there? She asked as they both gradually accelerated, but did not increase their SBPD too much in order to keep talking. I am not sure of much these days, C18. I am afraid to be sure, so to speak. I wish there were more facts, more evidence. But more than anything, my actions and plans are based on what I think. C18 nodded slowly and remained quiet for a while. The fight will not remain here, am I correct? She asked then. Vegetto chuckled once more, rolling over in flight, so he lay on his back, gazing at the blonde warrioress. You are quite correct. Consider this the beginning stage of this war. Troops are rallying, units are being placed. We are gathering our strength, but the battles will not be fought here. One advantage that we do have is that we can decide the field of battle for the time being. Tari's will follow us wherever we go now and wherever we will fight. It will cause a great amount of destruction. I doubt Earth would take that very long. C18 blinked for a moment, apparently thinking about something. Then she widened her eyes slightly. Vegetto smiled and nodded, winking almost playfully. Yes, that's another reason for my behavior. Keep this to yourself, however, okay? She nodded, staring at Vegetto while he turned and looked ahead again. He could feel her gaze on his back even as they slowly ascended towards Kami's lookout. Do we have a chance? C18 suddenly asked, shortly before they actually arrived at the lookout. Vegetto turned, genuinely surprised. Why would she ask something like that? He gazed into her eyes and smiled playfully. Of course we have. There's always a chance, no matter how things might look. He replied and then turned, crossing the last distance to the lookout. In space, 5 days after launch. Gohan sighed to himself as he leaned back in the pilot's chair and gazed out at the stars passing by the main viewer. 5 days they had been traveling so far, and a kind of routine was settling in. He still enjoyed watching the stars fly by, and he did so every time his thoughts drifted back to Earth. At those times, he was almost sick with worry for his wife, for his second daughter. The fear he felt quickly vanished when his thoughts returned to who was there helping and guiding them. Vegetto. Of course, Gohan had spent a lot of his free time trying to decide what he now actually felt towards this being. He was, after all, partly his father, or was he more than his father? Gohan shook his head, once again stumbling over the complexity of the situation. Indeed, he had come to fully realize that Vegeto's choice to withdraw from them after his fusion had been the best thing to do, even though it had pained Gohan and the others to see him leave. Two beings trapped in one body, two minds in one person. Of course, he had needed time to adjust to the new situation and to adapt, to change, to evolve. Gohan no longer felt angry towards his father for leaving them, though the hint of sadness remained, knowing that he would never have his real father back. However, once he had accepted that Vegeta was not his father, but another person, it had become much easier dealing with him. Of course, a part of his father was still there, and at times it had shown in an almost unnerving way. But Gohan had accepted that those were similarities and that the man he had known and loved as his father was no more. A part of him was grateful that Vegeto's reappearance had come together with this new threat for Earth. That way, he had had things on his mind, keeping him busy, and he hadn't had enough time to fall into depressions over the loss of his father. Of course, the fact that another fight was approaching was unsettling in itself. Gohan had never been the kind of warrior his father had been. He had never enjoyed fighting the way he had. Even when he had been one of the strongest fighters in existence, he had not liked the feeling of combat and had only used his strength because he had to. Now it was once more time to use his powers. Of course, 20 years without hard training and only occasional workout had taken their toll. He was nowhere nearly as fit as he had once been. It had taken him a lot of time to get anywhere close to his former power. Maybe that was also the reason why Vegeta had sent Gohan along with Pan and Trunks. Maybe Vegeta was afraid Gohan would not be able to really fight? Gohan shook his head. No, the Super Warrior had explained his reasons, and they were valid enough. Trunks, being of noble blood, would have an easier time convincing other Saiyajin to come along with them, and Pan did have a natural diplomatic talent, even though she shared her father's reluctancy to fight. He smiled slightly, remembering the days when Pan had been younger. At the age of 10, it had appeared as though she would take much more after Goku and Videl in her approach to fighting. But somehow, that spirit had been lost along the way or in the throes of puberty. Secretly, he had been glad that Pan did not like fighting that much. After all, Kyra already enjoyed it way too much for his liking. She was so much more like her mother in that aspect. Another sigh escaped his lips as his thoughts drifted to Videl. When they had first met, he had quickly fallen in love with that awesome temper, with that strong will, and with her determination. She had never lost an ounce of that. If at all, her will to grow stronger had increased during the years she had spent with Gohan, and Gohan couldn't blame her. It had come as quite a surprise when she had displayed her power in training, her limit break as Vegeta had called it. It seemed that it wasn't the species that counted when it came to fighting talent. He smiled softly. Of course he was proud in her achievement, and still, he feared for her, because with her new power, she'd take more part in the battles ahead, and that would put her in the line of danger much more than ever before. Are you okay, Gohan? Gohan looked up, seeing Trunks enter the piloting cabin with 2 cans of soda in his hand and a towel over his shoulders. Obviously, he had returned from training just now. Just thinking. Gohan replied, taking the can from Trunks with a thankful nod. Where's Pan? Trunks chuckled slightly and sat down beside Gohan. Although he was by now 28 years old, he had not yet lost that boyish, youthful look. She's still in the training room. I think she's kinda jealous of Kyra and Bra, although she won't admit it. Even though she doesn't like fighting that much, seeing her friends grow so much in strength obviously made her want to keep up with them. Gohan sighed and smiled lightly, nodding to himself. Of course she wants to keep up, he mused, staring out at the passing stars again. You think they're okay back on Earth? Trunks asked slowly, trying to hide the note of fear in his voice. Of course, he was afraid for his family, for Bulma, and even more so for his little sister, who was so much like Vegeta in many aspects that Trunks just had to worry. It was very likely Bra would be in the heat of fighting and enjoying it. Of course they are. They're all in good shape, and they have Vegeta to guide them. If he can't protect them, I guess no one can, right? Gohan replied. Trunks nodded, sipping from his soda. There was a long, thoughtful silence as each of the two followed their own thoughts, each one gazing quietly at the screen. There's something else to all of this, Trunks said after a while, turning to look at Gohan. Vegeta wants to defend Earth, of course, but he's got other aims. doesn't he? I mean, come on, it's my father and your father we're talking about. You know, Saiyan pride, joy of fighting? Neither of the two would ever consider calling for help from other worlds. So what is this business about? Gohan nodded quietly and sipped from his soda again before answering. I think you're right, and I think that Vegeta is trying to rebuild the Saiyan race as a whole. Trunks stared at him a moment, then nodded slowly, sinking back into his chair. That would make sense. With us looking for other Saiyajin and all. If we find enough pure-blooded Saiyajin, bring them all together, it could even work. Gohan nodded slowly and sighed, toying with the half-empty can of soda in his hands. The question is, knowing what we know of the Saiyajin, do we want them to come back? I have no doubt that Vegeto's aims are not to create a conquering, warmongering race. But what if something in the Saiyan mindset makes that impossible, drives them to do what they did before Frieza destroyed their world? Trunks shook his head slightly. No, I don't believe that. You've known my father longer than I have actually. You know how he was when he arrived on Earth, and you know how he was shortly before he fused with Goku. Saiyans are not born with innate evil, and if Vegeta rebuilds the Saiyan race, if he really manages that, I do not think that he would allow that race to return to those ways. I just don't believe that. Gohan smiled and nodded lightly. His thoughts ran along the same paths as Trunks's, but there was one major point he could not forget. Vegeta was still a warrior at heart, as were all other pure-blooded Saiyajin Gohan knew. Warriors needed to fight. They thrived in combat, driving themselves to the edge of their abilities. Would a race of warriors ever know something like peace? /Earth/. It was night on Kami's lookout, and all of the assembled were sitting in the main hall of the palace. Dinner was just finished, and they were enjoying a little free time. Yari was sitting with Kyra and Bra, engaged in what seemed to be some kind of truth or dare game. Videl was in another corner with C-18 and Goten, talking among themselves. All of the assembled, however, were glancing to the small group near the center of the room from time to time. Vegeta was there, together with Kavri, a green-skinned woman who had been introduced as City, Kavri's wife, and a young woman, one who had turned out to be another Saiyajin, though she looked strange. Something about that woman was not quite right, though one couldn't quite tell what it was. Videl was curious about what they were discussing there and idly wondered why the other fighters had not been called to attend the discussion. What do you think? She asked quietly. She's a Saiyajin, no doubt about that, but she feels strange, Goten commented, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. Videl nodded, knowing what he meant. The young woman who called herself Arisa did feel strange. Something about her chi did not feel quite right. Actually, she feels a bit like you C-18, Goten said, suddenly looking at C-18 a bit more closely and then at the Saiyan woman in the center of the room. Videl blinked, turning her senses on C-18, then again on the girl. Goten was right. C-18 did not register on her chi senses as really alive, but something was there, a slight flicker. With Arisa it was vice versa. She registered completely, but there were some holes in her signature which felt a bit like the emptiness surrounding C-18. He's right, she said softly and blinked again, wondering more and more what the secret about this girl was. Vegeta had listened to City's explanations about their trip and how she had found the Saiyan girl shortly before leaving. He had listened carefully to what Arisa had to say about Tari's breeding program. The picture fit perfectly. Something inside him churned when Arisa told him about the way she had been treated and changed in that laboratory and how she had been forced to bear the child of that monstrosity. Kavri's eyes mirrored his own while they listened to Arisa, never interrupting, giving her all the time she needed to spill out all the horrors of her past. Occasionally, City had to step in and comfort the young woman, and Vegeta was pleased to see that obviously, a bond of friendship had developed between these two, maybe even something more. He was not entirely sure, but he felt as though City showed a motherly affection towards Arisa. When she was finished telling her story, Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, then inclined his head. You both must be tired from the events, and young Arisa, even more so. I apologize for putting you through this, but we needed to know. Now, there's a place to rest in the next door room. Go on and sleep. I promise you, you need not fear anything here. Arisa nodded slowly, and City cast a light, thankful nod to Vegeta. She took Arisa by the hand and headed towards the sleeping quarter, but not without passing by Kavri and placing a tender kiss on his cheek. When they had both left the main hall, Kavri and Vegeta both turned towards each other, both quiet for a moment. "It's not exactly news anymore," Vegeta began, "but it's more distressing to hear it from a witness. It does not change our plans, however. We must first buy the others time enough to rally more Saiyajin and other fighters. We may consider moving from this planet to another so we can fight without fearing for loss of civilians." Kavri nodded slowly. "Agreed, especially since Tarijan shock troops will arrive in little more than a day, and once they are here, Taris will call in all the support he can get. If we can at least choose the battleground, that'll give us a little advantage, or at least even the odds a bit." Vegeta chuckled lightly and nodded. "And in our current situation, we can use all the odd evening we can get, any?" Kavri returned the nod, then fixed his gaze on Vegeta quietly. "So, how do we continue from here?" Vegeta sighed again and looked around, his gaze traveling over the assembled fighters for a while before he returned to look at Kavri. "We will wait for the arrival of these shock troops, deliver another little surprise, and then leave this planet. Bulma is currently searching for a likely planet in the vicinity. Once there, we will probably divide into pairs. I'd like to try and take down the troops first, then the first circle warriors, and after that." He shrugged and smiled lightly. "Well, who knows what happens then?" Kavri commented and smiled as well. "I'd like for you to be something like my second in command," Vegeta said after a moment. "You're the most experienced when it comes to our enemies. You know them better than any one of us, and thus can help me decide on tactics. Plus, you are one of the strongest here." Kavri chuckled lightly and raised a brow. "Besides you mean?" Vegeta smirked slightly and shrugged his shoulders. "I'm cheating. I've got two of the most powerful fighters of this world combined in me," he said with a light twinkle in his eyes. Kavri nodded again. "All right, I will help you in whatever way possible. You and me, we both want the same, it would appear." Vegeta chuckled and slapped Kavri on the back lightly, nudging him forward to walk towards the others who, noticing the movement, began to assemble in a loose circle. We want the same, and if we stick together and guide our warriors well, we will be able to reach that goal eventually." Chapter 10 /Earth/. Videl stood on the balcony of the Capsule Corporation HQ in the western capital of Earth, staring into the night, her gaze drifting from star to star. It hadn't been easy to find a spot for herself these last days and weeks. With so many people around her, new friends and family, she had almost never been alone. But this last day, the day before they would leave Earth, Videl had grown more and more uneasy. She wasn't afraid, not any longer. Now that she was able to fight with her friends, her fear of upcoming battles had been diminished significantly. No, it wasn't fear. It was a strange kind of uneasiness, one which she attributed to the leaving of Gohan and the fact that they would now, too, leave this world, the world on which she had married him, on which she had given birth to two children. Gohan had already left in a ship with Pan and with Trunks, and now she, too, would leave, albeit in a much different direction. Needless to say, she could only guess when she would see him and her daughter again. As if that wasn't enough, now that she knew on which level of power their enemies fought, she was also afraid that, even though Gohan was one of the strongest people she knew, he could be harmed, injured, or even killed. With all the training she had done, with all the newcomers and all the confusion, she had almost forgotten to be worried for her husband and her child. Now that she stood here, alone, with only the stars to keep her company, the full force of her worry hit her like a particularly hard punch in the stomach. She longed to see Gohan's reassuring smile, longed to hold Pan in her arms, scolded herself for not having opted to go with them, even though she knew that Vegeta would not have allowed that. For whatever reason, he believed her to play an important role in the upcoming events. That much was clear, but it didn't ease her troubled mind one bit right now. She sighed, closed her eyes a moment, and then reopened them, hopping off the balcony, then floated up towards the sky gradually. So many worries now roamed through her mind. She was actually surprised that they hadn't surfaced earlier, but then again, she had been busy and, as she had to admit with a deep feeling of regret, she had been too euphoric to have reached her new level of power. The sensation of strength and the certainty that she could finally do something to help her friends had been strong enough to drive out any kind of worry. Now, however, the war had begun. The first battles had been fought, and she was now allowing herself to see what this war could mean. For her, for Gohan, for their children, how this war would probably all change them, and with these thoughts came the nagging feeling of worries for Pan, who wasn't that much of a warrior. Videl knew she had the potential, but she lacked the will, the joy in training and testing her skills. Gohan, too, was no longer a true warrior. Too much time he had spent with books and with his studies and his career, too long the peace had lasted on Earth. True, he was still far stronger than Videl herself, stronger even than Yari or anyone else, except the new Saiyan warrior, Kavri perhaps, but he had lost much of his capabilities. She had never blamed him for his lack of enthusiasm, mostly because she knew that he had seen more than his share of fighting already, but now, his lack of training and lack of fighting spirit would be a serious problem. However, she also knew that he would do anything to protect his family, and she knew that he would now double his efforts to return to his former strength, and the fact that Videl would now fight in the heat of the battles would only strengthen his ambition to train and become stronger. On the other hand, he was now light years away, on a mission to find and recruit other warriors for their cause. Videl was pretty sure that he was rather worried, a thought which made her feel happy and a little angry at the same time. She was strong enough to fend for her own, to fight her own battles. Well, Gohan was now on his own, together with Pan and Trunks. Videl was certain he'd make sure that nothing would happen to their child, and she was almost as certain that he would do anything to return to her side quickly. Until then, she couldn't do anything else but survive. Now could she? Survive on another world, another planet. With a slight smile, she remembered her past, when she had used to glance up at the stars and wonder what wonders they held, like any other child probably. The dream of the stars had been lost in her ambition to be a better fighter, but she had never quite forgotten it, and now she would leave Earth and travel to another world. The circumstance was not very happy, however. The reason for leaving Earth was to keep it safe from the king and his minions, who would doubtless follow Vegeta and the others, enraged by the attack on his personal pride. Vegeta had wounded him twice. He had simply shown up and surprised the more powerful warrior and had shown him that he was not invulnerable. His kind of people reacted very badly to that kind of situation, a situation which they believed a personal insult. She didn't know exactly what the king's reasons for coming here had been, only that he had been following Yari for some reason. Her stomach gave a sickening lurch as she remembered the gruesome details Vegeta had told them about the Teresian Empire's way of treating Saiyan women. Although he had shown no pictures, her imagination was vivid enough to show her images of tortured, used, manipulated women and girls, all to create a better warrior, all to strengthen the blood of the king himself. Apparently, Yari was the last known free Saiyan female alive, and once the king had realized she was alive, he had hunted her. Videl guessed his dedication to that cause was due to the fact that he feared the Saiyan race could be re-established and could threaten his empire. Of course, Videl also guessed that this was in part Vegeta's plan. She knew from stories Gohan had used to tell her that one part of Vegeta, had been the prince of the Saiyajin, and that for the time of his life, that pride had not left him. She suspected that he would have liked a chance to return his race to life, and she also suspected that the wish had become inherent to Vegeta's thinking, too. Of course, for a long time, this wish had been deemed impossible, because there had been no indication of a female Saiyan still alive. Then Yari had arrived out of nowhere, and with her came the faint hope of the wish finally coming true. One female did not make a race, but her survival hinted at the possibility of others still out there. Before Yari had appeared, it had appeared as though the only survivors of the destruction of Vegeta had been Goku and Vegeta, but apparently, the information was wrong. Apparently, there had been other Saiyans off-planet. She was not entirely sure if it was a good idea to recreate the Saiyan race. After all, Gohan had also told her that they had been a race of conquerors, warriors who fought only because they enjoyed it, who killed entire civilizations in the service of a mad overlord. She doubted that Vegeta would allow such a sentiment to spread again, not after he had lived on the good side for so long, but she couldn't be entirely sure. Then again, who could stop him? No one in their group was strong enough to compete with the fused being. That much was clear, and now Yari would not turn from his side. Neither would Kavri. The three full-blooded Saiyans, the beginning of a new era of Saiyajins. She chuckled to herself softly and turned in the air, drifting back towards the balcony slowly. However it would turn out, she would fight for what she believed, and right now, there were other things to worry about than the vague idea that the Saiyan race to be would be of similar nature as the last one. With a soft tap, her feet settled on the balcony, and she reopened her eyes, staring up to the stars once more, mentally saying goodbye to the constellation she had known for so long before she turned and walked back into the building to get some rest before the biggest adventure in her life would begin. There was someone else who couldn't sleep that night. On another balcony, in the same building, the young Saiyan girl stood, staring at the stars just like Videl, and her thoughts traveled in similar ways. Yari, too, was thinking about the upcoming travel, about the upcoming battles, and about her new friends. Of course, as a child on the run, she had spent much more time in space than the others, had traveled from planet to planet, only lingering long enough to put in some months of training, to learn a few new techniques before she left again, always afraid that her pursuer might catch up and get a hold on her. But now, she would not leave to flee. The reasons were somewhat similar, she had to admit, because they were leaving Earth in order to protect it from the magnitude of destruction that would be inherent to the battles. Still, they were not fleeing. Instead, they were choosing the battleground. A last trip before the real fight began. The fight she had been waiting for all her life, which she had been dreading and looking forward to at the same time. It was good that she had come here, a lucky stroke of fortune to bring her together with these formidable warriors. Their strength and their abilities finally enabled her to think a bit more positive about the future. Of course, their fighting prowess was not the only thing that lifted her spirits. Much more than anything else, the sense of friendship which she felt ever since she had arrived here was the main factor for her new, brighter outlook on life. She felt like she belonged, for the first time since she had had to leave her parents behind. That was the main reason why she could smile more openly these days, why she could laugh with the others, something which felt so wonderful, something she had almost forgotten in the years of her flight. She wanted to be part of this family, because it gave her a sense of security which she had never known before, and she would not want to live without it anymore. She didn't know if it even was all of them, all of the people here, but she knew for a fact that she didn't want to leave Vegeta's side again. The super warrior had given her hope, had shown her the way to her own strength, and she was grateful beyond words for his help. Of course, she knew that he had his own agenda, his own plans, and she had a rather good idea what those plans were. She had yet to think about the possibility of a new Saiyan race. Of course, the thought pleased her, since she was proud to be part of such a strong race, and she thought it would be a good idea to bring them back, if only to not feel alone anymore. She could see that Vegeta felt alone. By now, Kyra had told her a lot about the silent warrior, and she sympathized with his loss, with the tragic decision he had had to make. She had also found herself trying to figure out how she would have decided in his position. Would she have chosen the fusion, too? Would she have sacrificed her personality, her life, to save those she loved? Before she had come to this world, probably not. But now, she wasn't so sure anymore. For her new friends, for her new family, she would probably lay down her life, and gladly. A soft smile tugged at her lips as that thought wandered through her head. The stars above shone brightly, illuminating the balcony she stood on. She chided herself for the thoughts about fusion. It was none of her business, and she wasn't likely to fuse with anybody after all. She highly doubted anyone would want to fuse with her anyway. The war would be long. So many things could happen. But that remained in the future, and she had to think of the here and now in order to survive. She shivered slightly as her thoughts now traveled to the two battles which had already been fought. Both times, they had had the advantage of surprise, and she knew that. But it had felt good to be able to actually hurt her enemies, those people who had been chasing her for so long. Still, it had also been frightening because Vegeta had revealed part of his true power in those two fights. The awesome, destructive potential had been staggering, and, what was really bad, it had not been enough to seriously harm Taris. She wasn't sure if Vegeta had gone all out in the fight. She somehow doubted it, but even if he hadn't, the fact that Taris hadn't even been seriously harmed by such a vicious attack was somewhat frightening. Quietly, she shook her head to clear it of gloomy thoughts. It was no use to tell herself that they had no chance. She knew that they couldn't fight Tari's directly, that they would have to hope for other supporters in order to stand a chance against Tari's armies. But there was hope. There was a chance they could win this war, and she had to concentrate on that. Vegeta sat together with Kavri and his wife in the main dining room of Capsule Corporation headquarters. Bulma was there, too, but she kept to the kitchen part, sipping from a steaming cup of coffee and eyeing her visitors from time to time. Not suspiciously, she still trusted Vegeta to know what he was doing, but interested. After all, what they had revealed about the modifications to humans was, if scaring, also interesting on a scientific basis. Kavri himself had an arm around the reptilian woman, his hand absent-mindedly stroking her bare shoulder from time to time as he spoke with Vegeta about the upcoming events. He was glad that Kavri had turned out to be more Saiyan than what he had first appeared to be. For one thing, Kavri was a formidable fighter, if not physically. His tactical and strategical skills were excellent as far as Vegeta could tell. Secondly, he had detailed information about their enemy, and of course that was vital to the success of their fight. And lastly, Vegeta would not have liked to see a Saiyan truly chained, cowed into obedience. Now that the pain collar was gone, Kavri was much more relaxed, if still serious and quiet. But that was something Vegeta had expected, and another thing he liked. He had chosen to rely on Kavri, much because he was more of an adult than most of the other fighters, but also because he could keep a cool head, which was important, very important in a fight where your enemy was stronger. What do you think? Vegeta was just asking, his gaze no longer resting on the two sitting at the table, but on the maps which covered the surface of the table completely. They had spent the last 2 hours with Vegeta explaining the possible planets for their first jump. It was a fact they would leave tomorrow, but Vegeta had not yet decided where to, a reason being that he wanted to keep it a secret for as long before launch as possible. Another reason being, he had simply not decided yet. There were several candidates, all of which they could reach fast enough to ensure that they had a decent head start from the king and his lackeys. All of them were, as far as Bulma had been able to determine, uninhabited and offered many locations for ambushes and lots of tactical advantages if you knew how to use them. He had explained the details of the planets, had talked about his guesses as to what would be the best choice, and had explained that in the long run, they would have to go straight for Tari's Prime, though if he could manage it, Vegeta planned to do that only at the very end. Kavri had listened quietly, nodding now and then, but also frowning in thought from time to time. So far he had not said a word, had merely glanced at the maps presented to him and studied them quietly. Someone less observant than Vegeta could have believed Kavri was simply not listening, but Vegeta could see his eyes scanning each and every inch of the maps, see the quiet calculations and decisions Kavri made even as he looked at the maps. It truly was a good thing to have him on their side. I'd opt for this one, he finally said, pointing to one of the maps and shoving the others aside a bit. The planet was a rocky desert with an extremely hot atmosphere, breathable for humans and Saiyans however. According to the information Bulma had collected, the planet had about half the mass of Earth and features only 10 times the gravity of Earth standard. The surface was a maze of canyons and valleys, crisscrossing the entire world, even to the poles, which were less hot, but still not cold enough to allow ice to form. It has the most compatible atmosphere to this world and least gravity differences, which will make the adaptation process for our fighters easier, meaning we can act earlier. The canyons and valleys are excellent places to lay ambushes, and it will be extremely difficult to locate us by search alone when we chose a few caves as temporary residents. Vegeta nodded in agreement and smiled faintly. It would have been his second choice, but Kavri's arguments were firm. All right then. He nodded and leaned back a bit. Folding his arms behind his head, he gazed at Kavri and City quietly for a moment, then inclined his head. I would prefer to wait on this subject, but it is very important for me and for the future, he began, eyeing City quietly a moment. As you well know, Taris has all but extinguished the Saiyan race, and until recently, everyone, including I, believed that that was for good. However, with the appearance of Yari and Arcia and the revelation that there are more females out there, everything has changed. Kavri probably knows already, but I want to be open with you, as well City. He nodded slightly, and the woman returned the nod gracefully. Only then did Vegeta continue. I know it's a question you probably don't want to answer right away, and you don't have to. In fact, you have a lot of time to think about it. I would like for Kavri to donate his genes so one of the females can carry a child from him. He had thought about it long and hard, but the more diversity there was in the gene pool, the better this would work. Bulma had assured him so, and even with her technology and smarts, it would be difficult to ensure that no interbreeding problems would occur. One more donator of DNA seemed a small thing. UT in this kind of thing, it was rather the opposite. Besides that, Kavri was one of the strongest and finest, and it would be good to have his genes in the pool in any case. City had not reacted visibly, but those snake-like eyes regarded him with quiet contemplation in them. She was thinking about it all right, and though it was hard to tell, Vegeta thought he could detect a hint of dislike at the idea. When she spoke, her voice was quiet and cool, not betraying any emotion she felt for the subject. Probably, she had learned that from her husband. Thought, if I do agree, will it be possible for us to raise the child ourselves? I know for the need if you indeed intend to create the Saiyan race, but you can hardly blame me for wanting to be mother for my husband's child. Vegeta nodded slowly and inclined his head again, a habit he had left over from Goku. I can't be certain, but it's not out of the question. Bulma tells me that each female should carry at least 3 children from different males, and I doubt that all of them want to be mothers for 3 children. Too much of a warrior in many, I guess. He chuckled slightly, thinking of Yari and how she would think of being mother. I'd think it would be easy to find someone who could carry the child and, upon birth, give it into your care. City remained quiet for a while after his words, though her gaze was still fixed on Vegeta as if she could look into his mind. I will have to think about it a bit longer. It's not a decision to make lightly. She finally replied, and Vegeta nodded again. Of course, this was no matter to decide over a few moments of thought, but the fact that she didn't dismiss it as impossible outright gave Vegeta an inkling of hope that she would agree to it. Kavri had been a bit uneasy about the whole thing, no doubt because of his wife, and Vegeta could understand only too well. Idly, his gaze traveled to Bulma for a moment, and he wondered what she was thinking about the whole thing. After all, he was still partly the man she had once called husband. No longer that man. But parts of him remained. Enough parts for her to recognize him, and he was sure it was not easy for her to finally say goodbye to Vegeta. He cast down his eyes as if in thought, though in truth he chided himself for thinking along these paths. These thoughts belonged to another man, a man he no longer was. Vegeta was dead, so was Goku. What remained was Vegeta, and even though he combined the two, he was as unique a person as anyone. With the upcoming matters, the battles and the decisions to make, he could not afford to let his thoughts linger in the past. He had to look forward and make sure that they survived this, and that in the end, his dream of a once again proud race of Saiyans would come true. Quietly, he got up and put the maps on the desk in a neat stack. We should all get some rest before tomorrow, and there's not much time remaining before tomorrow is here. He nodded to Kavri and City, picked up the stack of maps, and turned to walk out of the dining room. His gaze lingered on Bulma for a moment, and he also gave her a slight nod which she barely returned. You must focus on the future. With a nod that was only for him, he looked away from Bulma and left the room. Morning came and saw Capsule Corporation headquarters in a buzz of activity. People milled about, hurrying from the main building to a smaller, domed one next to it. Some of those people wore technicians' overalls, obviously working on one thing or the other. Others were carrying suitcases. Inside the dome-shaped building, Vegeta was still talking with Bulma, quietly, while Kavri was overseeing the loading procedures. He wore a patient, sometimes amused smile on his lips as some of the younger girls tried to get some of their toys and playthings along. But there was only so much space in the ship, and they couldn't afford to waste it all on toys. Some were allowed on board. Even Kavri and Vegeta saw the need for the younger warriors to distract themselves on the long voyage, and it couldn't always be training, or the mind would sooner or later snap like a twig. All in all, it was a well-organized chaos that swarmed around the ship constantly. Gradually, however, the technicians all retired from the ship to the consoles at the outer wall of the building. Pre-flight checks were done. All things were in their place.
A ver.
The last pieces of equipment had been
Deberían
loaded,
de estar
and now
bien.
the technical staff of Capsule Corporation was readying everything for launch. The crew, the fighters, stood in front of the ramp, waiting for Vegeta, who was getting a few final words of advice from Bulma.
Entonces,
When they were done with talking,
Este
they
aquí.
approached the group quietly, Vegeta joining them and Bulma shaking her
Y el
head,
de
looking at them
fusión, que es una
assembly.
flojera, voy a ir
There
a la
were
otra
tears
casa.
in her eyes, understandable since she was seeing her child go into a war. They had all said their goodbyes earlier already, their famils such as they were lined up on the second story of the building from where they would watch the launch.
Ok,
You take good care of them. Bulma muttered
el horno de
and stepped
fusión.
forward to hug Bra once more. The teenager smiled and held her mother tightly for a moment. Then the two broke apart, and Bulma moved back. The words had been meant for Vegeta, of course, and he intended to take them to
Ay,
heart.
güey, no mames, sí se
All right then,
enojó.
let's get going.
Qué
Vegeta said
hueva.
finally, and the group obeyed. Quickly, probably because they didn't want to
Tres,
prolong the
cuatro,
goodbyes. They all hoped this was not a final goodbye, but they all knew that it could be so. Vegeta was the last to board the
Y
ship.
ahora.
At the hatch, he turned again, surveying the
Ahí está.
friends and family they would leave behind. They were waiting,
A ver, déjame contestar un
tears
mensaje
in
rápido.
some eyes, sadness in all of them. He raised his hand in a short wave, then stepped through the hatch, once more reminding himself that he had to look forward and that he couldn't allow sentimentality on his part tone-danger the success of their fight. King Taris was still in a bad mood, and gradually, his subordinates were growing afraid, because no matter what they did, there seemed to be no possibility of success. They had searched countless hours, and after all, this planet wasn't that large, but they had failed to locate those people who had attacked
Ay,
them.
güey, qué hueva.
They hadn't even been
Ah,
able
déjame
to tell a
contestar tu
vague
mensaje ya.
direction, and the king was growing tired of reports of failure. It seemed unavoidable that some of the lesser soldiers would soon be executed, some of those who had arrived chasing Kavri's wife. And then, when Taris's temper finally seemed on the verge of cracking, a message came through the comm system of one of the capsules. It was a text message, and the soldier who noticed it ran to Taris immediately, glad he had at last found a clue to the
okay.
Scion's whereabouts, and hoping he would be promoted for
Ay, güey, ni
this.
siquiera me voy a sentir mal.
Taris
nunca-
received the
Ay,
message, staring at the paper for a moment,
Güey, es
then
en serio que me
pointed
acabo de
one
quedar
finger
atorado.
at the soldier and blasted him with a bolt of energy. His hands trembling in fury, he stood up and turned to the others, giving commands to leave immediately.
¿Hola?
Commands which were obeyed swiftly, seeing that the king was in no mood to comment any further. The note drifted to the ground from Taris's hands when he finally unclenched them. It was a short message. We, the defenders of Earth, chose to change the site of battle. It pleases us
Okay,
that you, King
entonces,
Taris,
esto acá.
apparently dislike to use your full power on our planet and want to make sure that you can use everything at your disposal in the upcoming fight. You should be able to track us easily enough. If not, well, we doubt you're really that incompetent. Signed, Defenders of Earth.
A ver, déjame ver otra
Chapter
cosa.
11.
Ay,
Slash
cabrón,
in
casi lo tiro.
space. 2 weeks post-departure slash.
A
Even
ver,
when traveling, Vegeta didn't allow them to slack down on their training. The spaceship had been constructed specifically to his request and included a large training area in which they trained in pairs. Yari didn't mind that. Actually, she welcomed it. After all, it took her mind of other things. Things like the fact that within the next few weeks, they would all enter the real battle. Prior to her arrival on Earth, she had had the natural Scion joy of battle, which she retained even now, but added
Polvos
to
con
that
B.
was a strange sort of
Polvorón.
anxiety for the safety of her friends. Vegeta had told her that in the end, that would be one of her strongest points as a warrior, but at the moment, she felt as though it was a hindrance. She couldn't afford to be afraid in battle, now could she? But, be that as it may, they were on their
No
way
te
now,
creo.
and there was no turning back. She didn't want to turn back either, not with all the people
Okay,
she had come to like and love. She was pulled out of her thoughts when she felt a stab of pain in her side and
No mames,
realized
esa
she had
canción.
not been able to deflect the last attack of Kyra, who was
baby.
already
Hijo de su
continuing
puta
her
madre,
assault
me
on
dio
her.
un negro.
Vegeta had paired the
Y me
two of
atoró un
them,
negro.
saying that Kyra
No,
was
le-
making best
no me bañaste.
progress of the younger girls in Yari, and her had obviously formed a special bond which would
A ver,
allow
déjame
them
ver
to
una
continue
cosa.
to a far greater power level eventually. She grit her teeth, concentrating on the fight again, but controlled her anger, refraining from charging into the golden-haired battle state of Super Saiyan. She was now able to master the second form of this remarkable transformation. So was Kyra, as she had come to find out. But both had agreed to end their training sessions with a regular fight without powering up. Yari and Kyra both had found that it served to strengthen their control over their
Ok,
energies and thus made it possible for them to use their power
Ok,
more efficiently. When they had
voy a
reported to
hacer un
Vegeta about that, he
pequeño
had
cambio.
smiled proudly and said that it obviously had been a
esto está bien
very
aquí.
good idea to pair them.
Voy a quitar
Yari
esto.
allowed Kyra's attacks to continue a moment longer, then channeled the chi in her body.
Luego esto
Kyra's
aquí.
leg, which should have
Voy a
hit
sacar
Yari's head
esto.
straight on, now sizzled through thin air as her form dissolved. A moment later, Yari herself attacked from behind, but even as her fist darted forward, she knew that Kyra had dodged like she had, and her fist, too, hit thin air a moment before a small sphere of energy seemed to materialize out of thin air behind her. She whirled around, again redirecting the flows of chi in her body, and the sphere hurtled through a weak afterimage of Yari while she was already engaging Kyra again in close combat. No, she couldn't afford to think too much. Too much thinking would cost lives in the upcoming battles. So much was clear, and she would not allow those people to die, not after they had done so much for her.
Creo que va bien.
Vegeta, meanwhile,
que hacer
sat in the
esto con una
control room of the
flojera.
spaceship, together with Kavri. The two were watching Yari and Kyra on a monitor which showed the entire training area. An amused smile played over the Super Warrior's lips as his gaze follows the action on the monitor.
Esto ya lo tengo,
Not
¿no?
bad.
Sí.
He commented after a moment and turned back to Kavri, leaning back. Kavri, eyes still on the screen, nodded thoughtfully and inclined his head. You have plans for those too, don't you? He asked,
Okay.
then turning back to Vegeta and leaning back as well, taking the cup of coffee from a side table. Aye, Vegeta replied, eyeing the monitor again for a moment.
Esto
It's
ya
obvious
está.
both of them have it in themselves to grow much further than the others. Well, so far as we know. I'm not making bets as to where we will end up with Fida. Her potential has always been great, but nobody could have known just how before now. So we'll just have to see what the future brings in her case. Among the others, however, Yari and Kyra show the most potential and thus the most promise.
Ok, entonces
He shrugged
guardamos
and took
esto
his own
acá.
cup, sipping from it thoughtfully. Do you have a clear conscience using them like this? Kavri asked slowly. A clear conscience. Vegeta mused and looked to the ceiling. I'm doing what needs to be done for Yari to survive. Yari can't survive unless Taris is killed. The other things are side effects. The simple truth
Wait,
is that in
traer
order to
dos
help
veces
her,
me está distrayendo.
I have to use her, just as I have to use Kyra, Pan, Bra, and the others. I can't say I like it, but there's no other way. I can't fight this
Porque
war
lo
alone,
del
and
DJ
besides,
Lili no
I'm
funciona,
fairly
güey.
certain that it will
No,
work
en
out the
serio.
way we have planned. Kavri nodded slowly, and now also sipped
Ok,
from his coffee.
listo aquí.
What about after the war, he asked.
Pues mira, esto ya
Vegeta
quedó,
blinked
ya.
and looked back to Kavri, raising a brow. What about it, he asked carefully. Kavri chuckled lightly and shook his head. Everyone knows you have plans to rebuild the Scion
A ver, déjame
race.
ver una
I think
cosita más
everybody
aquí.
can understand it. I for one will welcome it and help you, or I wouldn't be here. Still, I'm not sure I see exactly how you want to make it happen. Vegeta shrugged his shoulders faintly and leaned back again. It's a simple enough matter, really. I've talked with Bulma,
A ver, esto está
and she has
cerrado,
given me
se
some
supone.
information about
Sí.
numbers when it comes to building a healthy society. You said something about 12 remaining Scion males,
esto
and we
listo.
have, number, Scion
Luego,
women.
esto
We'll have
aquí.
to use a little bit of genetics, but Bulma promised me that it won't be difficult. Normally, it would be best if each
Okay.
woman were to bear a child from 3 different males, and each man would sire a child with 3 different women. Of course,
Uno
that's
aquí,
not
uno
quite
aquí.
possible in our case. So,
Esto
we'll use
acá.
genetics to alter some sequences and thus create a broader base for the society. It will take a
Y
while
esto
still,
acá.
and we'll have to
Ahora.
control births and pairings for 2, maybe 3 generations, but it will
No.
work. He raised the cup to his lips and drank
Okay, creo que
slowly
ya sé.
while Kavri nodded quietly,
Esto aquí.
obviously waiting for him to go on.
Fuck.
After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta spoke again. I'll have to see how the Scion
aquí. Ahí
girls
está,
are,
ya quedó.
how much damage their psyche has taken from the experiments. If Arisa is any indication,
Veamos, a ver,
there
supone
might be
que
some
ya estaría
complications,
esto.
because they'll likely
Falta
not
poner
enjoy
el
the
montón
thought
de
of being
bloques aquí.
subject to another manipulation. He sighed deeply.
Pero
I
creo
talked
que
with
ya
Bulma,
esto
and she
también
told
lleva
me
como
that the
una
procedure is
forma.
harmless for both mother and child.
Es
I
que
trust
esto es
her,
como que lo
and I
que más
hope
me
I
da
can get the Scions to
toque,
trust
pero
me.
es porque-
That way, we can convince them that our methods will not
porque
harm
pues
them.
no lo he hecho.
Another possibility is that some of
Ahora-
the children of these girls are alive somewhere, and we can rescue them. It's something we will try in any event, but it's
Que
not a
debería
possibility too big,
prácticamente
I
ser
fear.
como un tipo así.
He bit his lip and his eyes narrowed considerably, but he controlled his anger and sighed slowly. By the by, I hear that your wife has kind of adopted Arisa as her stepdaughter? Kavri chuckled slowly and nodded. City always wanted children, even though she knew she could never have children with me. I suppose it's no surprise that she has taken a liking to the girl. Arisa is sweet, in her own way, and she clings to City as though there's no one else in the world. His features darkened somewhat as he continued. Well, considering what happened to her, it's no big surprise that she latches onto the first being to show her some kindness. I'm not complaining. I don't know if being a father will suit me, but I'm willing to give it a try. Vegeta nodded slowly and sighed. I had some tries at being a father, but I figure I messed them all up to one degree or another. He paused there, then shook his head and took another sip of coffee. In any case, I can appreciate City's happiness at being a mother, but I would still like you to consider the thought of adding your genes to the mix. You are very strong, and it would broaden the base further. Kavri nodded slowly and shrugged his shoulders. So long as I don't have to sleep with another woman, I think I can accept that. City is a logical being, and while I think she will be a bit, disgruntled, she will agree to it. Vegeta nodded and glanced to the screen again, where Yari and Kyra had stopped fighting and were now engaged in idle, obviously humorous conversation while heading to the showers. He smiled briefly and turned back to Kavri again. There is another thing I wanted to talk about with you, he said after a moment. The First Circle Warriors. What can you tell me about them? I understand they are all rather strong, if not as strong as the king himself. Kavri nodded and leaned over to call up some information on the monitor. I've created some files in the local computer, he said, gesturing to the monitor where a tall, rather slim-looking man with short-cropped, black hair was displayed. First, there's Aranine, an old-school Parisian actually. He was the easiest to get along with, because he remembers the old days of the Empire, the better days, as he thinks, or that's what my guess is. However, he has sworn loyalty to the king, and he is a man of his word, utterly and completely. He's among the weaker of them in power, but he has a very cunning mind, and his technique is better than all of the others. I'd rate him second only to Taris himself, which is why Taris takes great pains to keep him happy. I'd also say he is a match for you. I'm not sure who would win in a direct fight. Vegeta nodded and Kavri went on, calling up another image, this time of a powerfully built man with long, silvery hair and completely black eyes. Thargul, although he doesn't look it, he is famous for his speed rather than his strength. The only one faster than him is the king himself, but he lacks in the technique department as well as at adaptation. His ways are the best, others are not to be considered. That's his mentality when it comes to fighting. Apart from that, I know he fancies barreling. Kavri pushed another button and the next picture was displayed, this time of an Amazon-like woman with somewhat coarse features and short, spiky blue hair. Barreling, one of the two females in the first circle. She's cruel and enjoys causing pain and suffering. She tends to get carried away, reveling in the destruction she can cause, but her energy reservoirs are impressive. In combat, she prefers to use energy attacks more than close combat, and she has a wide array of energy attacks available to her. She knows of Thargul's taste for her and she enjoys teasing him, but as far as I can see, she'd never consider any man, much less him. She's not the relationship type woman, Kavri added with a dry chuckle, then continued, calling up another image, again, of a woman. This one seemed very small and almost fragile with milky white skin and the same black eyes as Thargul. Long, black hair was twined into two intricate braids and a diadem with a ruby showed on her forehead. Garaida, very self-confident, very smart, very quick to anger. She's not much of a fighter, but her talents lie elsewhere. She's an energy thief. Her speciality is to steal others' energy and use it against them. You have to be very careful with her. Any energy-based attack is suicide against her. She can catch your energy, enhance it, and send it right back into your skull without you ever having a chance to react. All that keeps her from usurping Taris is the fact that his power reserves are so great that she'd suffer a burnout if she tried to manipulate his energy. As long as that is the case, She will follow
aquí,
Tari's
y se puede
orders
decir
to
que
the
de
letter,
aquí
but it could be
inicia,
that she turns on him when he is
por
weakened.
lo cual,
Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, keeping his gaze fixed on the
a ver,
screen as
esto
Kavri went
full
on to the
aquí
next. This is Tyrone, the last in the group. A pale,
fue
blue-skinned man was shown,
suficiente.
athletically built with a smirk on his features and dark green eyes. He is the
Luego,
weakest of
esto
them,
acá,
but could still hurt you or overpower any of the others with a little effort. He's also the newest addition to the first circle.
luego
Thus,
esta
he
aquí,
doesn't trust any of the others, and they don't trust him. Not that they
tira
really
romper
trust
el
anyone, but with the
helado.
old school boys, they at least know their loyalties somewhat. It's likely they will not rush to his
Okay.
rescue if he gets into a tight spot.
Em,
Kavri leaned back again and looked at Vegeto. So much
Estoy
for the
pensando.
first circle. None of them, except Aranine, is
que
really
voy a tener que
loyal.
usar mucho
They are
glowstone,
just
es
kept
lo malo,
under
y voy a
fight
tener que ir de
control
vuelta
and are afraid of
al
Taris.
Nether.
That fear and the station of power they
A ver,
carry
esto
in
ya
the
está bien
Empire
aquí,
keep them in
así.
line. Vegeto nodded and leaned back, closing his eyes a moment and sighing softly.
A ver,
Well,
tengo que
that gives us a bit to
hacer
work
esto
with.
bien.
Those first circle warriors are a bit of a headache, really, because you can't predict them.
Okay,
I had the impression that most of
entonces,
them would not mourn the death of Taris,
se le
but at their
quitar
own
esto.
terms, not ours, so it's difficult to say how they will react if
Okay,
Taris really has
que
to
lo
fight
tengo,
for its
eh.
life.
Ay,
Kavri
¿dónde
nodded
ve- aquí
and then
lo tengo
shrugged his
conmigo.
shoulders. They know you will not
Tan,
welcome
tan,
them with
tan,
open
tan,
arms,
tan.
so they will do what is best for them. That could be helping Taris. That could also be fleeing if it seems you are winning and offering a truce should you really win. Again, Vegeto nodded and chuckled softly. It'd be good to have them out of the way without even having to fight them, but that won't happen. We'll just have to see
A ver,
against whom we will
déjame,
send
voy
who in
por
time.
esto, el cristal.
Anyway, that's discussion for later. It's our turn in the training room. Shall we get started? Slash in pursuit of Earth spaceship, Tarijan cruiser Slash. Taris ignored the squabbling of his first circle at this first meeting after they had left Earth. He had sent for another ship, and they had rendezvoused earlier that day with the space capsules. They were still following this Vegeto and his followers, and the first circle was discussing how it was possible that such a powerful scion could have survived. Taris was tired of it, but he allowed the discussion to go on, mostly to keep the warriors happy. They had been humiliated almost as much as him, and they needed to vent somehow.
O sea, no
That was
está mal,
necessary. Taris
pero
knew,
creo que me gusta
because
más con madera.
otherwise they would not be nearly as effective in combat. He stood
me
suddenly,
saco el toque
which made the others fall silent. Continue this discussion without me. I want the results and your analysis in 2
está.
hours. Until then, no one is to disturb me. He ordered, and without another word, he left the room.
Okay.
He was angry with himself that he had been so foolish not to see the true power of that scion. Angry at
A ver,
Kavri for deserting him.
luego,
Angry at the
ya
scientists
esto
because
aquí,
they had allowed one of the scion
con lo que
girls to
estos
escape.
acá.
It was all a big mess, but he would clean up that mess. It wasn't difficult. He just would have to
Y
wipe out
déjame
these
cambio
defenders.
ahí
Not
está.
an impossible task, but a challenge. After years and years of being the best warrior the universe had to offer, after years of nothing being even remotely
Perfecto.
capable of
Luego,
harming him, now there was
esto también lo voy a
someone who had
quitar.
actually blooded him. He threw open the doors to his quarters and slammed them shut again, snarling with anger as he sat down on the elaborate couch and stared out
Okay,
into the darkness of space. His
que
keen
tanto suena
senses
afuera,
picked up
güey.
the light footsteps behind him. He didn't turn. Only one person
ver,
had permission and the
entonces-
ability to enter his quarters when he was not there. You are Tent's father. Cyrania, his daughter, whispered and stopped behind him, putting her
A ver, ya
small
se ha
but
iluminado, lo
strong
bueno,
hands on his shoulders, massaging them slowly. He could see her in the glass of the window now, tall, but lithe with a
Chino.
muscular build that was still feminine enough to catch the eyes of men. Her skin was of bronze color, and her hair a dark black
Güey,
in the
escucho
same
zombies,
tangled
va a haber
and
una
spiky
puta
style
cueva
as
aquí
it
al lado,
always
güey,
was.
estoy segurísimo
Her
de eso.
eyes were bright red, and there were intricate patterns which marked her features, adding to the exoticness of her appearance. How can I not be? This entire situation is tense. He growled and shook his head. This, Scion, he spat the word. He is a danger to everything. Cyrania continued to massage her father slowly. She didn't show any siable reaction to her father's cursing about Scions, even though she herself was in fact half Scion. Although only 5 true years old, she had been artificially grown to appear fully grown and had been programmed with the knowledge and behavioral patterns of such an age. She was the best the Teresian scientists had been able to procure from their manipulations on Scions and from the breeding tests. Her strength was already rivaling that of the best first circle warrior, and her energy reserves were sheer inexhaustive. Apart from that, she was full of love for her father, but hated nearly everything else. Having been kept hidden from the public, she could afford that still, but Taris knew that eventually, he would have to put a chain on her quicksilver temper. She tended to fly into fits of rage without provocation, then would rampage about, destroying everything in her way and everyone. She enjoyed killing as much as she enjoyed fighting, and she loved to make her victims suffer. The scientists had explained to Taris that the manipulations, the growth enhancers, and the programming of her mind had led to the creation of something which they described as the personality of a monster. Taris found it difficult to change her, but she was his future. She would eventually be even more powerful than himself, and that would ensure her supreme reign over the Tarisian Empire when he was gone. However, some of her sick traits would have to be eliminated before she would be fit to rule. You are stronger than him. You can kill him, and you know it. Cyrenia whispered quietly as she continued, a slight smile playing over her features. Of course, but he is not stupid. He won't confront me directly until he is sure of victory, so I will have to make him confront me somehow, he snarled. And the first circle is no help whatsoever. They sit there, bickering and whining that they have actually wounded. None of them has nearly enough brains to come up with a plan to counter this Vegeta. Sirene smirked and narrowed her eyes. Taris knew she hated the first circle almost more than anything else. In her eyes, these weaklings deserved nothing but a slow and painful death. But then again, most people deserve that in her eyes. He knew of no exceptions, not even those which she sometimes asked him to let her have. The first few times, he had simply granted that wish, seeing no danger in letting a girl of her age engage in some bedtime activities. It was only after the third that he realized that she killed them all in the act of making love in bizarre and twisted ways. He had given her the first beating and had made her swear that she would not kill them like that. After all, it was a hell of a mess to clean up, and there were more discreet ways to dispose of unwanted lovers. The population of the Empire didn't want to know about the love life of their ruler, at least not in such detail, and if they found out, it would certainly not be good for morale. Nothing was more dangerous to an empire than civil war. Despite his hatred for anything weaker than him, except his daughter, he knew that an entire people directing their anger at him would eventually manage to overcome him. Besides, he was not one of those foolish powermongers who only lusted for power to destroy whatever came in their path. What was power good for if you had nothing to demonstrate it against? Fighting was fun, killing was good, but if he had kept on destroying everything in his path, he would not have an entire nation that did his every bidding today, and he enjoyed his position too much to give it up. Being the leader of an entire people was far more rewarding than being the only living thing in the galaxy after all. You could allow me to attack him, Cyrenia whispered quietly, but even then, the eagerness was obvious in her voice. The barely contained thirst for battle. No, Taris said slowly, shaking his head. Cyrenia was powerful, yes, probably more powerful than any of the defenders, but he wasn't sure about this Vegeta. He knew that he had not revealed his full power yet, and even at the level he had used on that planet Earth, he would have been able to defeat Cyrenia. Because apart from his power, Taris had seen that this Scion had an exceptional technique and was a warrior through and through. No, little one, this is not your fight. He belongs to me, and I want to crush him personally. That was true, but the other reason, that he didn't want Cyrenia to die, would not have sat well with her. She despised being protected, but she could accept that her father wanted to kill someone personally. Apart from that, she obeyed her father's wishes perfectly. The scientist had made sure that would be the case. He closed his eyes, enjoying her attentions while he mused about the code the scientist had given him to unlock the last barrier in her. The last thing that now exercised forced control over her power. Once she had learned to control her energies by herself, he could remove that last barrier and her full potential would be available. Slash in space, approaching Tarisian space slash. Gohan and Pan sat in the control room of their ship. Trunks was in his cabin, already asleep. He had been rather quiet these days, and Gohan suspected it was because of the nearness to Pan, and that amused him somewhat. It also made him feel a bit better to think that even in such times, feelings like love could cause people to behave so natural and
Voy a aprovechar para
He chuckled to
empezar
himself,
aquí. Ahí está.
thinking about that, and Pan looked up to him from the navigational console, brushing back a
Voy a
strand of
poner
her
esto
hair
más que nada
and raising a
aquí
brow questioningly.
Para
What in all heavens causes
que
you
no
to
se genere
chuckle
ningún
and smile like that? She asked a bit sourly. Gohan smiled, knowing that Pan didn't like being separated from her best friend, Bra, for so long, much less the certainty of a war approaching. Nothing in particular, really, but you should smile a bit more, you know, he replied. What's there to smile about? Mom and Kyra are following Vegeta into a hopeless battle, and as far as we know, they could be dead already. Did you sense Vegeto's power? Do you think Kyra or Mom could do anything against a foe that is even more powerful? Mom is human. Okay, she has reached a new level of power, and she's stronger than me probably. But hell, Vegeta. She shook her head in frustration and looked down. Gohan smiled faintly and nodded. He knew how Pan felt. He had his own worries, of course. After all, his child and beloved wife were out there, fighting a war in which they were like pebbles caught in a tornado, at least for the time being. He knew himself that Kyra had a huge potential. He had felt it in the few training sessions he had done with her, and he could see it in her eyes. But at the moment, she was still a young girl, just having crossed the barrier of Super Saiyan 2, and thus still far away of being a fighter comparable to Vegeta or this Taris. Videl was, as Pan had said, human. Gohan had been shocked when Videl had reached her new state of power, and it had taken him a while to overcome his protective nature and be happy for her. He knew she had always wanted to be able to truly fight with them, with him and his friends, ever since she had come to him and learned to fly. A part of him had always been glad that she was not able to fight for real. Another part had been afraid that, even by just being involved with him, she would be a target to others, and then she could not defend herself. Now, she had reached a state of power no human had ever been capable of. Gohan knew strong humans, Krillin, Yamcha, even Mutant Rashi. They had been the strongest humans for a long while, and now, his wife had advanced far beyond any of them. This limit break, as she called it, put her above even Kyra in power, and she could compete with C, 18, Trunks, and Goten now. I know what you mean, sweetheart, but you cannot say it is a hopeless cause. Vegeta is not a lunatic out to fight hopeless battles. He has a plan, and I trust him to know what he is doing. I have always trusted my father to do anything in his power to save us, and in the end, Vegeta was the same. Whatever Trunks has told you about his father, when he joined with my father to finish the demon, he was as much a protector of Earth as your grandfather. Pan sighed and nodded slowly, but she was still frustrated. I know we can trust Vegeta, but that still leaves us here, far away from our family and hoping that we will see them again sometime. It's not a situation I can like, she said, almost sullenly. You don't have to like it. I don't feel much different. Gohan replied quietly. He stood up and walked to the main view screen, gazing out at the stars. We have to succeed, that's all. We have to find support, and then we can go back to Mom and Kyra. Vegeta will keep them alive, I am sure about that. Vegeta would never let anything happen to Kyra. He paused for a moment, then smiled softly. Mom told me before we left that Vegeta visited us during his years of absence. She told me she had sometimes woken up, seen a faint shape hovering outside your bedroom window, gazing at you. I think he missed you very much. Pan sniffed slightly, turning away from Gohan and shaking her head. I don't doubt he will protect them, but you know Kyra, she's so damn strong-willed and she loves fighting. Will she listen to him when he orders her out of battle? Or will she ignore him and charge into her death? She paused, swallowing. I didn't have enough time, Dad. It all happened so fast, and Kyra and I. She sniffed slowly, a sure sign of coming tears, and Gohan knew why. Kyra and Pan had never been as close as they could have been as sisters. In fact, Pan and Kyra had had quite some fights because of their different natures. I never told her how much she means to me. Pan continued, obviously wanting to get it out now. I teased her about her boyish ways, that she would never find a boyfriend. I used to make fun of her with Bra, and I never accepted when she invited me to training or when she wanted to talk with me. I was so distant, and now I'm on some damn spaceship, light years away from her, and I didn't even tell her that I love her. Gohan smiled faintly and turned, walking over to Pan and took her into his arms. She shook, pushing herself against her father and seeking refuge in his embrace.
¿Cómo que 3?
She knows you love her. You are her sister, and I am sure she loves you as much as you love her. It's natural for you to have fights and to quarrel. Okay, you could have been closer, but you didn't do anything wrong. She went her way, you went yours, and that's all. That doesn't change that you are sisters and that you love each other, he said quietly, stroking her hair gently. Pan nodded against his chest and remained in his arms a while longer before she disengaged and wiped her eyes, smiling faintly. Of course, I'm just being a stupid little girl. Gohan laughed softly and shook his head. You're being yourself. That's nothing to be ashamed of, and certainly nothing silly. If you were not worried about Kyra and your mother, then I'd really be afraid. He turned his head, gazing again at the blackness of space. Somewhere out there, Videl and Kyra would soon engage in battle against enemies much stronger than themselves, and only Vegeto's tactical skills and his own power would keep this war from being the end of them all. There would be no draw, no surrender. The only option open to them was victory. With a slight sigh, he sat down again and leaned back, inclining his head. You know why Trunks is hiding in his cabin, right? He said, grinning. Pan blinked and turned to her father, then blushed a light crimson. Yeah, why the change of topic? She replied, grumbling a bit. Gohan chuckled and winked slightly. You should settle this somehow. It'll be dangerous and probably difficult to get the Saiyans out of this Teresian Empire. We can't have you or Trunks be distracted by such things when we're there. Pan bit her lip and shrugged slightly, sighing. You're right, she murmured and turned, mumbling something to herself while she walked out of the control room. Gohan shook his head, smiling lightly as he turned back to the screen and closed his eyes. Videl was better at such things. Somehow, women had a knack to talk about their problems which men couldn't quite get, but he supposed this was good enough for the time being. He glanced at the screens, showing him the ETA on the first planet of the Teresian Empire. Kavri had given them the maps they needed to navigate these systems without alerting everyone to their presence immediately. The digits on the screen showed an ETA of 12 days and 4 hours. He sighed and leaned back again. Even though he was not eager for this battle to start, he wished they would finally arrive at their destination. This sitting in spaceships and doing nothing but training and sleeping and some reading and a little bit of talking was getting on everyone's nerves. A dry chuckle escaped his lips, thinking that soon enough, he would wish back the time of long travels and quietness. Chapter 12. First Blood. The first victim of war is innocence. It had taken them 5 weeks to reach the first planet on which the first battles would take place. Yari stood in the control room of the spaceship with the others, gazing at the main viewer as the ship descended through a hazy atmosphere down onto the first battleground. According to the computer, they still had a few days until Taris and his followers would be here, time they would need to get accustomed to the world and to find good spots for fighting. Vegeta had explained parts of his plan the prior evening, and mostly, he seemed to believe a hit-and-run tactic would be best for them. Yari would have agreed. But part of her Saiyan part, still didn't like the thought of running away, especially not now that she had reached new levels of power and new allies. Still, Vegeta was their leader, not by election of course, but by simple logic. Kavri remained a bit in the background, but it was clear that he was an important advisor, having been in service to Taris himself. Yari still had a few doubts about the Saiyan, but Vegeta trusted him and Yari forced herself to trust that judgment. Rather bleak, don't you think? Kyra whispered from beside her, and Yari nodded. The world they would land on was indeed bleak. Of course, that was a good thing, considering what kind of destructive power soon would rage across its surface. Vegeta had made clear that they should not hold back. There would be no pulling aces out of their sleeves in these fights, because a small mistake could mean instant death. All in all, Yari thought, Vegeta had been rather dark in his predictions and plans, but somehow, she still felt inspired and hopeful. Kyra had told her that one of the 2 people who had formed Vegeta had been famous for that ability. To inspire hope in others when all hope seemed lost, and Vegeta seemed to have incorporated that trait. She nodded in answer to Kyra's question, now letting her gaze travel over the people present here. Vegeta was at the center of the room with Kavri next to him and the ever-present, ever-silent city at his side.
A ver,
Vegeta was
espera,
quiet,
señor caballito.
a slight
No te
smile
vayas a
playing
lastimar.
over his lips as he
Lo
gazed at
único malo
the
es que son
screen.
bien lentos,
She suspected
pero...
he was looking forward to the
de que los
challenge,
quiero, los
which
quiero.
amused her a bit.
A ver, uno
He was,
aquí.
after all, a scion,
Ya, con una
even though he
puerta-
seemed so calm and collected all the time. Kavri was a mask of no emotions, hiding everything he thought
A
or
ver, ahí
felt,
está uno.
except the soft tenderness with which he sometimes touched City's arm.
Ahí están.
There was someone else standing there, though somehow Yari just now noticed her.
Véngase para
It was
acá,
Arisa,
señor.
one of the subjects to the Scion/Terrisian breeding program. She was easy to ignore because she was so good at being ignored, but actually, her appearance was rather remarkable. The metallic
Estoy para
arm
allá,
was
caballo.
plainly visible as she was wearing an arm-free jumpsuit. The tail was
Luego-
wrapped
ya
around
luego
her
los voy a mover
waist,
para el establo.
only the tip
Bueno,
twitching
tengo que hacer un
nervously
establo
from time to
aparte.
time. Her gaze was
Entonces,
fixed on the
pues,
screen, and after a moment Yari caught the faint metallic red shimmer which revealed the cybernetical eye. Indeed, a most startling
ese-
appearance,
okay.
and yet, she was easily missed. She had grown a bit more open the last few weeks, but the only one she seemed to trust was City. Yari hoped that the
Fíjate,
green-skinned
pensé que
woman
iba
would be
a
able to
sufrirla
coax
más,
Arisa out of her
Literalmente
hiding,
es
because she
muy-
knew how loneliness could gnaw at your
Pues sin
self.
sentido, la verdad, de los...
Her gaze
estos-
traveled on to Goten
Y creo
and
que
C-18.
esto era
Goten
medio
was
rarito,
jittery,
¿no? Según yo,
also
sí,
looking
tengo
forward to
entendido que es
fight,
medio-
but in a different sort of
el
way.
este en-
He was too childish in
escaleras.
Yari's eyes, but he was
ya
strong.
quedó.
So much was clear. C-18 now was another person she could not read, but then again, she was a cyborg. She seemed to simply let events happen and react accordingly.
Pues mira, ya
Bra
los
was
tengo.
standing near Videl at the back of the room. Videl had her arms crossed, staring at the screen with set features, her eyes showing her determination to
Uy,
fight
déjame
and win the
cerrar esta
battles
puerta
ahead.
porque...
Yari had come to
Ya la estoy
admire
viendo
the
que se
older
sale por
woman for
ahí.
her strength of character, her strength of will. Even though she was still not a match for Yari in her
Este, pues,
full-powered
creo
form,
que este no hay
nor for
tanto
Kyra, who
problema.
had advanced
¿Te imaginas que
startlingly
me
quick after being
salen
beaten
dos?
by her mother for once. Videl was still extremely capable in combat, and she knew how to use her newfound power to devastating effect.
cabrón.
Vegeta
Perdón.
himself was not sure how she would develop, if she would encounter such a limit again and break it again. Yari herself was fairly certain that she would. Something in her eyes told Yari that she would not stop until she could compete with all of them. The blue-haired Bra was another matter. She seemed to miss her best friend, Pan, a lot, but she was determined to do her part. She didn't take to the training with as much zeal as Kyra, but still with a certain joy in fighting. She was strong and capable, and Yari thought that
Pues
once
no hay
Pan was
nada.
back, she would find her true strength.
Creo que esta sí es tormenta...
And of course, Kyra stood right next to her,
con rayos.
a small smile on her lips as she
Uy,
gazed at the
esto,
screen.
este pequeño
She,
detalle.
like Vegeta,
Oye,
was
me gusta cómo
obviously
se ve
looking forward to it,
eso.
forward to fighting. Yari shared that attitude, though she was still somewhat afraid that her new caring for these people would eventually weaken her in battle. All in all, a very strong group. She just hoped it would be enough. Once they had settled down on the planet,
Uy, hasta
Vegeta
aquí
had
se ve
left
como
the
si
ship
hubiera
and
neblina
began to
adentro.
scout the immediate area,
Imagínate
quickly
vivir aquí,
locating
qué
what he had been
gusto. O sea,
looking
tengo que
for.
decorar todo
A deep
esto, ahorita que
cavern
lo
where he
pienso.
maneuvered the ship so that it couldn't be found
Qué
easily.
gusto, ¿no?
He powered down the systems so it couldn't be
agusticidad.
detected by scanners either, then left that cavern, heading to a large plateau where he assembled the fighters
A
and
ver,
paired
señor,
them.
deme todo lo
Goten
que
and
tengo.
C-18 went together, Videl and Bra, Kyra and Yari of course, and Vegeta would remain with Kavri, City, and Arisa, directing and acting as
Okay.
was necessary. The planet was rich in canyons and caverns, all perfectly suited for ambushes and surprise attacks. Combined with their ability to mask their signatures, they would be able to surprise quite a few of the enemies and use that to their advantage.
a
Vegeta
ver.
estimated that they would not remain here for longer than a day, if even that long. The first skirmishes would end quickly, hopefully to their advantage. He hoped they could deliver a few bloody noses, but he doubted they would give any real losses
Ahí está.
to the enemy. Taris would send his troops out first, and then attack where he knew his enemy was. At least that was what
Ojalá.
Kavri had
Ah.
guessed, and Vegeta was inclined to trust the
Uy,
man's
cabrón.
judgment. He sent the teams off to their locations, cautioning them and once again reminding them to think of the different First Circle warriors and to memorize
raro que
their
yo
strengths
así,
and weaknesses. When they were gone, he headed back to the ship,
Pero me gusta.
the others following
Pobre
quickly.
pollito, le tengo que-
He had
ya
talked
le
with
tengo que
City
hacer un
and
corralito.
Arisa the previous day, asking if
Porque
Arisa
no
was
te
ready to
va a
fight with
acabar,
them.
me estoy
But
haciendo-
Arisa was not ready, not physically and not mentally. He trusted City to mend the mental damage and the others helped when it came to her training. But she was not advancing
Okay.
very fast, mostly because she was still
De hecho, estos
inhibited
los
by her
debería de
fear
llevar de una
and
vez.
anxiousness. Vegeto believed she would overcome that fear eventually, and he hoped that City would have taught her enough by then that she wouldn't turn into a rampaging monster out for revenge. "We're not going to fight much here, are we?" Kavri asked quietly as they returned to the cave and settled down in the ship. Vegeto chuckled slightly. "Not that much, no. This is mainly to get the younger ones to test their skills in real combat. We'll help out as needed, but we'll let them fight for themselves as much as possible. It's important for them to know we trust them." Kavri nodded and gazed at the screen where the king's ship was slowly descending upon the world. Vegeto had given them small devices which they could attach to their ears. They allowed communication across the world through their ship's communication system and would give them the possibility to be coordinated more efficiently. Kyra and Yari had taken their position quietly and were now gazing along the steep canyon, which was their area of operation. Each of them was pursuing her own thoughts at the moment. They had scarcely talked since they had gotten here in the first place. Kyra was quietly contemplating the fact that soon she would fight her first real battle, a battle where she would not turn tail and run after a few punches delivered, but which would go on until she or her opponent was beaten. It caused a somewhat tingly sensation in her belly. She had anticipated this fight for a long time, had hoped and trained for this day, when she could finally prove herself as a warrior worthy of Goku's legacy. All her childhood, she had soaked up the stories about her grandfather, his battles, his courage, his strength. She had always wished she could have met him one day, not Vegeto, but Goku, although she knew it was impossible. But in the end, all she really wanted was to prove herself to be of the same spirit as him. She wanted nothing more than to be able to compare to him, and thus she had trained relentlessly from early childhood on, had bugged her father and mother to teach her, had snuck away to fight with Trunks or Goten, had challenged Bra and Pan, had asked Marin's mother to spar with her and teach her. In short, had used every possibility. She had been encouraged by her mother, for whom Kyra had the utmost respect. At the age of 6, she had been able to defeat her mother in sparring, although Videl had at that time been no laughing matter. As the years progressed, Videl had no longer been a challenge, but she still was able to teach Kyra a few tricks, and, what was much more important, she had shown Kyra how the mind of a warrior truly worked, something that not many others had been able to tell her. Now was the time to prove herself, to show that she knew what she was doing, that she was strong and could fight alongside great warriors like C-18 and Goten and Yari, and most important, Vegeto. A slight shiver ran down her back as she thought about the super warrior that was, at least technically, her grandfather, somehow, anyhow. It was very confusing, but she did feel a sort of attachment to him. But that was mostly because he did incorporate many of the traits that Goku had had. The awesome feeling of power she had felt in the room of spirit and time emanated from him. It had tingled all her senses, almost painfully. She had wondered how one person could hold that much energy without burning up like a cinder. Then again, he was the warrior of legend, the fighter who had in the end defeated the demon, and he had had 20 years to train and perfect himself. She sighed softly, which caught the attention of Yari sitting beside her, squatting lazily against a rock. She winked playfully over to Kyra and stuck out her tongue. Tired of waiting, she asked, and Kyra laughed faintly. When first Yari had arrived on this world, she had been sour, bitter, and resentful, but gradually, with much effort from all of them, she had opened up and had accepted that she was now part of a greater family, and much to Kyra's delight, she had grown to be very attached to Kyra herself. A bond had formed between the two, growing stronger as they trained together, perfected their fighting techniques. It had taken 2 years, but now they knew each other so well that they could be sisters, and although Kyra dearly loved Pan as her sister, she secretly sometimes wished that Kyra indeed were her sister. Then again, it was good the way it had turned out. Kyra took no small amount of pride from the fact that Kyra had chosen her to be her partner in this fight, and only through Yari had she herself been able to coax out so much of her potential in such a short span of time. Tired of waiting? Yeah, kinda, she replied after a moment of hesitation and then grinned slightly. I'm kinda tingly inside, you know, looking forward. She was cut short as Vegeto's voice cracked through their communication device. Kyra, Yari, your targets are approaching. Group of 5 soldiers and 1 first circle warrior. Be on your guard. Kyra blinked, then pushed a button on the device. Understood, she said, unsure if she should say anything else. You two'll be fine, Vegeta added after a brief pause. You'll know what to do. The connection closed, and Yari smiled to Kyra slightly. Makes you kinda proud to hear him voice his trust like that, HM? Him of all people, she whispered. Kyra nodded and smiled to herself. Aye, that it does. A moment later, her senses registered the energy fields drawing closer. There were indeed 6 distinct signatures, one much more powerful than the 5 others, but all of them no laughing matter. Yari nodded to Kyra and got to her feet, crouching behind the rocks where they had hid themselves. They knew what to do. They'd wait until the group was close enough and spring their trap, coming at one opponent at a time as a pair. They had agreed that it would be best to attack a soldier at first, mostly because they could do more damage there and could infuriate the others. Fury led to mistakes easily, as they well knew, as Vegeta had told them. Their prey drew closer. Yari and Kyra tensed slightly, but still kept their power down, hiding their signature. Kyra's keen eyes spotted the group flying not far above ground level, apparently searching for them or the defenders in general. Kyra and Yari sprang into action exactly at the same moment when the group passed overhead. From one moment to the other, they both were fully powered up, their hair spiky and golden, emerald eyes piercing and narrowed as they leapt into the air, vanishing from normal sight. Yari reappeared in front one of the soldiers, spun and slammed her foot into the face of the totally surprised man. He was thrown back, but not for long, as Kyra appeared right in his flight path, driving her elbow into his back harshly. The impact caused a resounding bang in the air. Only now did the others realize what was going on, but the man was already sailing back to Yari, who was salting backwards, and again, her foot connected with the face of the soldier, sending him flying back. Kyra spun around, even as the first other soldier reacted, and sent a bolt of energy at her. She caught the arm of the hurtling chopper and smashed him at the attacker. He collided with the energy sphere, and a large explosion covered the immediate area in dust. The first soldier fell to the ground, lifeless, even as Kyra charged towards the next soldier and Yari took on another one. The element of surprise had aided them in dispatching one of the soldiers quickly and effectively, but the real battle began now. In other locations around the world, the king's troops were being ambushed and attacked. The fights broke out quickly, and on all occasions, at least one of the king's men was down after only a few seconds of combat. Vegeta and Kavri watched the battles unfold from the confines of the ship. The communication devices also served as a way to keep an eye on the health of the defenders and also to provide footage from the battle scenes. So far, the defenders were doing a very good job. All of them had used the element of surprise very well, had waited until the last possible moment to attack the enemy. He itched to go out there and fight himself, and he knew Kavri felt the same. But this was not their moment, not their fight. The king was nowhere to be seen, and for the moment, they had to keep in mind that it was more important to give the younger defenders practice and, most important of all, to bolster their confidence. Vegeta did not fool himself. He knew that they would not be able to defeat even one of the first circle warriors, but they would manage to down a few of the soldiers, and that would be a good start, especially since it would serve to bolster the trust in the defenders' own skills. We've got trouble with Group 2. C-18 and Bra are having difficulties. The first circle there has reacted too quickly. Kavri commented quietly and put one of the communication devices to his ear. Vegeta nodded lightly. Be careful, you know what to do. Kavri nodded, then left the room quickly. The two of them had agreed that Kavri should be the one to help out their fighters first, mostly because it would also surprise the first circle warriors and would give them a few moments of time. His gaze flickered across the screens. The ambush had worked well, but now, the fights were at a standoff. The first circle had sprung into action, and the defenders were now being pushed back gradually. He pushed a button on the command console, activating a channel to all teams. Withdraw now. We've done all we can for the time being. He spoke quietly, refraining from adding praise for the moment. Praise would distract them and maybe urge them to add yet another attack, one that might mean their deaths. Acknowledgements came in, some ready, others grudgingly. A slight smile played over his features, hearing Kyra's barely contained disappointment that they could not continue the fight even though she knew she had no chance. He closed the connection again and began with the immediate preparations for launch.
Ok.
The door opened and City walked
Pues.
in, accompanied by Arisa. "You've sent him out?" she asked quietly. Vegeta nodded, punching a few commands into the console. There was some trouble, but he'll be okay." City nodded slightly, and without another word, she took up a position at the command console, continuing with the launch preparations. Vegeta eyed her quietly for a moment, before his gaze drifted to Arisa. Once again, he admired both women. City for her devotion to her husband, her trust in his skills and strength in her love. Arisa for her will to survive and for her strength to hold out. Throughout the last weeks, City had told Vegeta the things Arisa had confided to City about the breeding program, about the mistreatment, about the horrors of the laboratories. Truth be told, Vegeta had barely contained his anger, had barely refrained from changing the course directly to Tari's Prime to raid the laboratory immediately. He knew it would do no good, not with Tari so hot on their heels, but the things Arisa had told them were grueling enough to shake even him to the core. Eventually, they would arrive there and free the prisoners. They would make sure Tari's would pay for what he had done. Vegeta would make sure of that. He knew that right now, he was no match for the king. He might blood him, might even deliver some real damage, but he would not be able to defeat him. A frustrating thought, very frustrating, and it had driven him to train harder than ever before. The king and two of his first circle have left their ship and are proceeding towards Kyra and Yari. Projected intercept time, 5 minutes. City said, pointing to one of the monitors which showed the signal of Kyra and Yari, fleeing from the remaining troops which they had ambushed. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and turned to the green-skinned woman quickly. "Please, continue with launch procedures. If possible, try to divert the fighters' courses so they all arrive here within a margin of a minute, so there will be no fighting in the vicinity." City simply nodded, put on a headset and set to work, Arisa never leaving her side, while Vegeta left the ship and took off towards the incoming Kyra and Yari. Kyra and Yari, meanwhile, did their best to keep up the flight from the pursuing warriors. That was more difficult than it sounded, because they had to abide by the commands which City now spoke through the communicators. They sometimes would have to turn, send a barrage of energy at their pursuers, engage in a bit of fighting before they would turn and run again. Also that the fighters would reach the destination at the same time. Due to these small fights, both of them were now rather exhausted. They were outnumbered 4-2, and there was also the first circle warrior who seemed to take it as a personal insult that they had decapacitated or killed one of his soldiers. His attacks were extremely fast, and Kyra and Yari only managed to get away from him time after time, because they used their talent in team fighting extremely well. But the end was in sight. They only had a few kilometers to go, a laughable distance considering the speeds they used to flee. Both of them were sweating hard, several small wounds leaking blood, but nothing too serious yet. "Kyra, Yari, slow down flight. You have to hold out another minute." City's calm voice came over the communicator and Kyra growled softly, but acknowledged. She looked over to Yari, nodded slightly, and then they both turned in mid-flight, throwing their hands forward and releasing a dozen or so energy bolts each at their pursuers before separating in 2 different directions and sending another flurry of bolts. The pursuing fighters separate in 2 groups and came at them furiously. Kyra and Yari were driven back quickly, only on the defense, but still they were hit several times. Just as they were about to continue their flight, the first circle warrior came at Kyra and scored a direct hit at her head, which sent her sprawling backward. "Kyra," Yari cried, horrified as her friend was attacked in mid-flight again. Several attacks hit home, and Kyra was left breathless for a moment as she was caught in a bone-crushing grip and her head was being bent backwards viciously. Yari couldn't do anything as she was still trying to defend herself from the other 2 soldiers. Just when she thought Kyra was as good as dead, something streaked past her, and her 2 attackers were both hurled back and then down towards the ground, crashing into the rocky landscape. A powerful surge of relief flooded through her as she saw the wild, long mane of Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 3 form as he changed course towards Kyra and knocked the first circle warrior off her back with a powerful kick. Kyra, able to breath again finally, coughed violently, doubling over, But
¿En
Vegeta
serio?
gave her no time to relax, took her by the arm, and came back to Yari. You continue fast. I'll follow. Yari nodded compliance, took Kyra onto her back, and dashed off. Vegeta turned, the golden corona of energy around him a beacon and warning for anyone who would dare to follow them. When she looked back, now safely out of reach, she saw, to her horror, that none other than the king himself was approaching Vegeta. She bit her lip, fighting the urge to turn and help Vegeta, but the weight on her shoulders and the exhausted breathing she could hear in her ear convinced her that it was better to continue, as instructed. You should know your fight is fruitless. You know you can't beat me, not with all your power. Vegeta listened to Taris, who had stopped a bit away from him and was eyeing him with pure venom in his eyes. You have killed some of my low-level soldiers, but you and I both know that they are nothing. Taris approached the figure of Vegeta slowly. Vegeta, meanwhile, eyed the king quietly, knowing that it was highly dangerous to remain here, but he wanted to make sure the ship got off planet safely. In his ear, he heard City announce that everyone was safely aboard and the launch was in progress. He would just have to hold out a few minutes to ensure that everyone was safely away. You Scions are always the same until you are collared. So proud, so fierce, so stupid. Tari snarled. Vegeta noted the slight rise of energy, saw the slight glint in the hand of his opponent, and knew he was readying an attack. I'll make sure you will suffer a fitting punishment for your insolence. You belong to a dead race, and nothing will ever make you come back. Vegeta allowed a slight chuckle to escape his lips. Nothing except you. Isn't it pure irony that you yourself are making sure that a Scion, if only half Scion, will be ruler of the most powerful empire in the galaxy? His poor work. The king was staring at him wide-eyed, shocked. The energy levels returned to normal, the glint disappeared, and he looked at Vegeta, stunned, dumbfounded. Don't underestimate Scion genes, you fool. If you continue with your plan, you will realize that Scion blood can lead to quite interesting developments in the psyche of your daughter. The king staggered back, almost as if his physically, and narrowed his eyes. Vegeta used this moment to raise his hand to his forehead and vanished, teleporting directly to the ship, which was already leaving orbit, leaving the king in his state of shock and surprise, leaving him wondering where he knew all of this from. Leaving him wondering if his little secret had leaked, and maybe leaked even further, something which would create an uproar in his empire. He reappeared on the bridge of the ship, next to Cavalry, who turned to look at him with a raised brow. Interesting conversation, he commented with a slight smile. Vegeta chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. I'm hoping it will give him more to think about, so we get a bit of a lead on them. It worked for the purpose anyway. Did everyone make it back safely? Cavalry nodded and pointed to the back of the ship. Kyra isn't a med tank, but it's nothing really serious. She'll be up and about in no time. Everyone else has some minor injuries, but nothing that can't be healed quickly. City is tending to them now. Vegeta nodded again and looked back to the screen, which showed the planet growing smaller by the second as they left the system with maximum speed. Well, for a first fight, that went rather well. Don't you agree? He said after a moment. Cavalry nodded and joined his side. Indeed, they can really be proud of themselves. Every team has managed to score 1 or 2 strikes at the enemy, and the fact that they could even defend themselves somehow against the first circle is something to be proud of, too. Vegeta smiled and nodded in agreement. Well, now they have some time to rest, and I suppose some of them will have to deal with something at which they are new. Cavalry glanced at him sideways, raising a brow, and Vegeta sighed slightly. Many are new to real combat, especially the younger ones. They have never before killed someone. They did today, and I suppose they'll have to work out how to deal with that. Cavalry blinked, then nodded slowly, realizing that their warriors were not, as he was used to, seasoned warriors with experience in battle. No, they were children and had never before seen death. Of course, they would need some time to come to grips with that reality. The group is strong. They will support each other, and they will deal with it. Cavalry said with confidence. Indeed, the group was strong, and what he respected most about this whole group of warriors was their loyalty to each other. Vegeta nodded and turned around. It won't be the last time for them to deal with death, I'm afraid. I didn't want them to have to deal
Miata,
with
güey,
that
miata,
so
no sé
young,
por qué no me gusta.
but they are warriors and as such,
Por
they will
las
have to
nubes,
get used to the
pau.
idea of killing, because after all, that is what we do in such a war. As ugly as it is. He paused a moment there, sighed, and shook his
Why
head.
don't we?
They will manage.
Güey,
He
eso
added
suena
and left
muy
the
de
bridge.
droga,
They will have to, Kavri said quietly as he was left alone on the bridge, staring ahead into an uncertain future. Chapter 13. Memories of Sirenia. Found in a search of the palace on Tari's Prime. The long journey had finally come to an end. Gohan was glad, but of course, he was also anxious. They would soon touch down on a world of the Tarisian Empire, one of the worlds furthest away from the Central World, but still enemy territory. He knew about the importance of their mission, but it didn't go well with him that Pan had come along. Then again, at least here he could watch over her directly, and she wouldn't be in the war zone. He had trained ceaselessly in the time of their travel, but he knew that he was still far from his old form. It was kind of frustrating, but then again, fighting had never really been his favorite thing, not like his father or Kyra for that matter. Kyra. She came so much after her grandfather, it was almost frightening. It was as though she was a female Son Goku, and it wasn't just his opinion. Bulma and Chi-Chi constantly said the very same thing. Bulma with a kind of nostalgic look and Chi-Chi with a bit of fear. Of course, she had lost her husband to a fight, and she had had to witness her entire family going against seemingly impossible odds over and over again. That Kyra was so much like Goku was nice in a way that she reminded everyone around her that even though Goku was gone, his spirit and his legacy lived on, not only in the fused being Vegeta, but in the form of Kyra. On the other hand, it also always brought back memories of the old days where Goku had still been around. Incoming ship. This is Spaceport Control. Identify yourself and state your reason for visit. The voice came from the communication system and tore Gohan away from his thoughts about his daughter. He sat upright and then opened a channel. This is Trade Ship Iruki, requesting permission to land. We bring goods and merchandise to sell on this world. Bulma had thoughtfully provided several false identities and had also constructed a capsule set which allowed them to fill their storage space with various things in order to pass any security scan. A moment later, the controller replied, Trade Ship Iruki, your request is granted. Approach vector and landing bay is being transmitted. Stand by for auto-landing procedure. Acknowledged. Gohan simply replied and closed the connection. A moment later, the control of the ship was taken by the spaceport authorities and the small ship began to descend towards the landing destination. So this is it, HM? Trunks commented as he stepped into the piloting cabin and gazed out of the view screen where the planet they were about to land on loomed ever closer. MH. Gohan murmured and leaned back, adjusting the clothing Bulma had prepared for them on directions from Kavri. He had explicitly stated that they would need this kind of clothing if they wanted their disguise to work. Is it just me, or does the planet itself look nasty? Pan asked quietly as she joined the two of them and stepped beside her father, putting a hand on his shoulder. Gohan chuckled slightly and stood up. Don't go and make things worse than they are. So far, this is just a planet. Our disguise has worked nicely. Now all we have to do is find some clues. We'll have to be careful though. Kavri repeated often enough that anything connected to Scions is regarded as extremely suspicious. Pan and Trunks both nodded slightly. Alright then, let's go down to the exit. Remember, we're busy traders and want to make some profit here. Pan chuckled at the comment from her father. I can do that. I'll just act like all the silly girls at school when there's a flea market and try to rip off anyone and everything. Gohan grinned slightly and winked. Good start. Now let's go. Garintsu. Tarisian Empire, Southern Prefecture / Gohan stepped out of the ship and looked around carefully for a moment. The spaceport was huge and it was busy. Thousands of people milled about, arriving or departing, going about busyness or pleasure. Nobody paid them any attention and Gohan was glad for that. Alright, first of all, let's go to the trade district. Anything else would be suspicious. Trunks and Pan, walking beside him and a bit behind nodded, and the group set off. They walked along huge corridors, lined with small shops and snack bars. Kavri had thoughtfully provided them with a basic course of the Tarisian language and symbols, so Gohan knew where to go. Proud and confident, he walked ahead, with Trunks and Pan beside him. Nobody paid them much attention, just glanced at them from time to time. It was a good thing that Gohan's Saiyan heritage was not easily detected, much less Pan's or Trunks. They blended in perfectly, Bulma having done a superb job of replicating the clothing. They left the arrival area of the spaceport a moment later, exiting into the main complex, where people waited for others to arrive, where others hurried to catch a flight, or where people spent their time before they had to be at the gate. His scarce language skills allowed him to identify the signpost which told the way to the trade hall of the spaceport, so he guided Pan and Trunks to follow him as he walked through the masses of people. While he did so, he could not fail to notice that the general mood of the crowd was kind of subdued. A possible reason came into view a few moments later when a group of 4 armored and uniformed guards rounded a corner. Everyone made way for them with hasty bows and whispered apologies, but they didn't even notice. They walked along, their gazes drifting now this way, now that, searching and steening for wrongdoers, or so Gohan suspected. As he took a moment to glance around the huge hall, he could identify at least 5 of these patrols in the immediate area, and his senses registered more in the spaceport as a whole. Tight security. Trunks muttered from his left, and Gohan nodded slightly as they proceeded along the hall. Tight indeed, but it's focused inwards. I suppose these are kind of police. He shook his head slightly, remembering all too well his own lectures at university about ancient empires on Earth which had handled security in much the same way. He also remembered that most of these empires finally fell apart from the inside. This time around, they couldn't afford to wait until that time. But Gohan suspected that this empire would not survive for much longer, Vegeta or no Vegeta. He sighed slightly as they continued to make their way through the crowded streets. His thoughts once again traveled to his wife, who was probably right now fighting somewhere in the galaxy, fighting in a battle to the end, to death. He winced slightly at the thought of Videl dying. Another thing which was different from all their other battles was that after they had used the Dragon Balls to bring back the people killed by Buu, the dragon had somberly announced that he could not allow them to use the Dragon Balls anymore. Something in his voice, something in his behavior had hinted to Gohan that he was doing this for their own good. He had explained, once, that the Dragon Balls had never been intended to be used so often, so frequently that people forgot about the value of life. Gohan could understand the dragon's reasoning. After all, what was death when you knew for certain you could come back a year or so later? Just a slight inconvenience. Nothing more, and that made life something cheap, easily taken and given back by the power of the magic Dragon Balls. But no more. Shenlong had vanished, along with any trace of the Dragon Balls, and many had looked for them. Surprisingly, Kami-sama had not been taken away, but he could or would not make new Dragon Balls, and Piccolo. Piccolo had vanished the same day that the Dragon Balls had. No one knew where he had gone or why, but Gohan suspected that his disappearance was linked to the Dragon Balls, too. It had struck him as another blow that, so shortly after his father's departure, his one-time mentor and friend had left him, too. He had come over the grief, but they all had had to adapt to the fact that there were no more Dragon Balls, that no one could be brought back. Of course, in the times of peace this had not been such a big deal, but now, with a war at their hands, it was a very real danger, a very immediate threat. If any of them died in this fight, they would be gone for good, not to return. That was what Gohan was afraid of most, that Videl would die while he was unable to protect her. He knew he'd never forgive himself should that happen, nor if Pan or Kyra died in that way. It had taken him a lot of self-control to follow Vegeta's orders, no matter how logical they were. He had argued with his one-time father, and he remembered the warrior's last words quite keenly. It's not about you, or me, or Videl Gohan. It's about all of Earth, all of these planets out there in danger of being invaded, and all the races being exterminated. Here, you can protect Videl. Maybe, but out there you can change the fate of the galaxy to a future worth living and dying for. He sighed again and nodded to himself. Of course Vegeta had been right, and in the end Gohan had given in, reined in his protective instincts, and now they were here, ready to fulfill their part in this war, which would ultimately decide all of their fates. Slash in space. Defender's spaceship slash. Yari was worried. Ever since their battle, her newfound best
Güey, el
friend,
pinche ese
Kyra,
momento,
had withdrawn
mamón.
from all of the defenders. She trained by herself, sat by herself during lunchtime, and Yari had spotted her wandering through the ship's long corridors by herself, looking troubled and afraid. It was now 3 days after their battle on the last planet, and the wounds they had carried away had healed easily enough. No one had been hurt badly, and Vegeta had congratulated them all on their performance. Kyra had been in the med tank for 1 day, but these injuries, too, were more or less minor. Ever since she had left medical, however, Kyra had not spoken to anyone except for a whispered good morning or so. Yari decided it was time to end this strange behavior, and thus she sought out Kyra in one of her favorite spots on the ship, deep inside the engine room, where a small window showed a great view of the stars as they streaked past at FDL speeds. She sat there, arms curled around her legs, pulled against her chest, and stared into the emptiness of space. "Hey, little one," Yari said with a soft smile on her lips as she approached. Kyra looked up slowly and managed a weak smile. "I'm not in the mood for training, Yari. Please." Yari cut her off with a shake of her head and a slight chuckle. "I'm not here for training. I just want to talk with you," she said. Kyra looked down again and sighed deeply. "I don't want to talk," she muttered. Yari sat down beside Kyra and shook her head, leaning back. "Well, too bad. I won't leave until you tell me why you are so strange these days. I mean, come on. You don't train with me anymore. You don't talk with me anymore, nor with anyone else on this ship. They are worried about you, especially your mother, you know." Kyra sighed again and smirked softly. She wouldn't understand. No one would understand. They would say I'm weak and stupid. Yari raised a brow and looked at Kyra sideways. "I would really love to hear what you think could make anyone think of you as weak or stupid. Everyone on this ship holds you in the highest respects, and I know for a fact your mother is extremely proud of you." "Yeah, I talked with her. She wanted to talk to me because she sees we've become such good friends. And good friends share everything, right?" Yari smiled softly. "That's what you told me, remember? Back on Earth. Good friends are there for each other, no matter what." Kyra shivered slightly, and then suddenly leaned against Yari, shaking a little. Kyra was surprised to see tears running from the girl's closed eyes. She was a bit at a loss, but she gently put her arms around Kyra and held her softly. I'm so stupid." Kyra sobbed. I feel bad. I see him floating to the ground. I see him lying there, staring at nothingness." Yari blinked, confused, wondering about whom she was talking, but she said nothing, just held the girl in a reassuring way. I mean, I know I couldn't have done anything else. They attacked, right? I mean, we only fought back, and we do it because they would kill us, but what if he had friends, family? I killed him, just like that. He won't be back, won't come home to his children and bring presents from faraway worlds. He won't kiss his wife goodnight anymore, won't laugh with his friends anymore." Yari swallowed lightly, finally understanding what Kyra was so upset about. She had never before killed someone. This fight had brought about her first kill, had made her into a killer. It had robbed her of the innocence which Yari had lost so long ago in her flight, when she had killed out of the need to survive. In the mind-numbing emptiness on her flight, Yari had coped with it as a simple matter of need. But here, for Kyra, it was different. What was worse, Yari could not help her in this matter. Everyone had to cope with this by themselves in the end. They had to find a way to accept that death was part of life, and especially in war, it was sometimes necessary to kill in order to survive. It was a lecture she had learned only later in her life, but something essential to being a warrior. Kyra would have to accept that, or she would break and fall into hopelessness. But how to explain that to her? How to make her feel better in such a situation? The answer came in the form of their mentor, as Vegeta stepped into the small room and knelt down in front of both of them. His dark eyes surveyed them quietly. Yari nodded softly. Kyra looked up and swallowed hard. No, don't think I'm too weak. I can still fight. I'm not weak. Truly, I can. It's nothing. It doesn't matter," she whispered, but still clung to Yari. Don't say such words when you don't mean them," Vegeta said quietly, smiling in a reassuring sort of way. "You are neither the first, nor would you be the last to have problems with their first kill, with their first death, and it is
Ok,
good that way.
Pues.
Cairo wanted to say something, but Vegeta shook his head, indicating
Pues
her
no
to
sé,
listen.
la verdad.
As a warrior, you will always come into situations in which you have to kill, in which there is no way other than to destroy your enemy. You will have to accept that, but that doesn't mean you have to like it.
¿Qué puedo
In
jugar?
fact, killing is something that should
La neta.
never become easy for you. As long as you can justify your actions, as long as you are certain that what you do is right, as long as you can take
Ya, voy a jugar
responsibility for
Fortnite.
your actions, you will be okay. Killing is never an easy thing, and even for us warriors,
Sí, le voy a
where
dar
the
al
act of
Fortnite.
killing can be
Me dan-
merely
tengo-
the flick
traigo
of a
ganas.
finger, the actual kill must never be easy. It is therefore perfectly alright for you to think about such things and to feel grief for the death you caused, but you must also remember that you had no other choice, just as he had no choice but to fight against you and try to kill you. That is the nature of war,
Veo
as
la-
ugly as it is. Before this war is
Veo
over,
la
many
orla
people will
de mi
have died.
colegio.
There is sometimes
¿Orla?
no way around that because of those who go against us. We must defend ourselves against that threat, and we must at the same time hope that we can put an end to the killing as
What?
quickly as possible. Yari nodded quietly at his words. She would never have been able to find these words, but now that she heard them, they made perfect sense, and she felt Kyra relax in her arms slowly but surely. Vegetto smiled as he saw the tears gradually fade from Kyra's features, and he raised a hand ruffling through her hair lightly. And never begin to think that you are no longer needed or weak or worthless, okay? He said softly. You're one of the best fighters here, and you have a lot to do in the upcoming events. Don't lose your spirit, little one. Kyra nodded slightly, swallowed, and then smiled a little. Then she suddenly jumped and cried out a little as Yari had poked her in the ribs. Boy, she grumbled
I know.
and poked back, at which Yari laughed, and soon they were both engaged in a poking fight. They didn't notice when Vegetto got up, smiling gently, watching them for another moment before he turned and left the room. Garintsu. Imperial Arrest Center
Oye, ¿qué
Alpha
pusieron en la tienda
Slash.
hoy?
Gohan
Vean.
was staring at the wall
Por
of a
favor, que sea
prison
un
block.
McLaren.
He was not particularly fond of staring at this
Este
wall,
vato, si le hubieran
as he had been
puesto
doing for
la
the past
skin
hours. He
normal,
was still surprised
lo
that they were
compraba.
here so quickly. Everything had been going well at the beginning. They had done a few trades, had made a few contacts, had avoided too much attention.
Restricciones.
After a day of this, Gohan had ventured a disgusted remark about Scions, just to bring the topic up. A few moments later, a patrol had arrived and arrested them on the spot. He had cautioned
Del otro
Trunks
lado.
and Pan not to fight, sensing that it would be no good for them to go into a battle at that moment. They had been brought to this prison complex, and Gohan had been even more surprised to feel that inside the cell, his ability to draw on his inner energies was limited, extremely limited. He still had enough power to break out if need be, but he was not so sure about battling off the guards. Somehow, they had managed to build a device which was able to block energy from being manipulated. It was a little frustrating, but Gohan was not really worried. If needed, they would be able to break out. However, so far, he thought it best to play along and plead innocence. For one, such an escape would rob him of much of his strength, and he would have to rely heavily on Pan and Trunks to get them through the rest of the barriers to their ship and off the planet. And second, he would need a certain amount of time to charge up enough energy to burst free, considering the restraints they had somehow put on them. He knew that Pan was in the cell to his right and Trunks in the one to his right. They were calm as far as he could tell. They trusted him. He idly wondered what was happening with the others at the moment. Were they safe? Of course they were. They had Vegetto and Kavri to look after them, right? Two of the most powerful warriors Gohan had ever seen. It couldn't be possible that anything had happened to his family. Kyra was strong. She could look after herself, and Videl. Yeah, Videl was strong, too. Gohan chuckled quietly to himself, remembering his own shock as she had first displayed her newfound power, her own transformation, Limit Break, as Vegetto had called it. A fitting name, considering that Videl had constantly hovered at the limit of human potential, stretching it, even as she could not break it. Vegetto had told them that this was a logical consequence of Videl living alongside the Z Senshi and her determination to grow stronger. Gohan thought he had detected a bit of admiration in Vegetto's strange voice as he had said so. Of course, he knew that Goku would have admired her strength of will and her determination, and Vegeta, well, he, too, could respect the sheer force of what Videl had put into the training. He closed his eyes a moment and sighed softly. A part of him still wished all of this had not happened. A selfish part had often wished that Yari had never landed on Earth, had never found Vegeta and her allies. But of course, that was just a small selfish voice which he subdued every time it came up. Just as he mellowed in memories a bit more, he detected 3 guards approaching their cells. They had so far not questioned them, nor tried to hurt them in any real way. This was kind of strange. He would have thought they would ask all kinds of questions, but apparently they were happy with the blood samples they had taken. Of course, Gohan also knew that they would detect their Saiyan ancestry, and he wondered how they would take that. Probably, they would know soon enough. One guard stepped in front of the cell and looked at him with a face drawn into an ugly mask of dislike. Saiyans, eh? Half Saiyans even. Whoever would even think about breeding with you? Well, we shall find out, shan't we? He spoke in a low sneer and then nodded to his left, Gohan's right. Gohan blinked and got up slowly. That was Pan's cell. What do you want? He asked, calming his voice. I want you to tell me on which planet you were born and who committed this crime of breeding with the Saiyan. Their ID registration numbers. If you comply nicely, we will only collar the 3 of you and serve justice to your parents. Otherwise, he nodded again to his left, and the 2 other guards dragged Pan into sight. She was trying to fight, but they were holding her by a kind of leash that was coupled to a collar around her neck, which he identified as one of the collars Kavri had worn. His eyes narrowed and he was ready to charge at them, but the guard raised a hand and smiled lightly. Ah, not only can't you do anything in your weakened state, but if you do try something, we will blast her pretty little head off, won't we? So, be a good boy and tell us what we want to know. Gohan kept his anger in check, turning to gaze at the guard again. I can't tell you any ID. My parents are from Earth, a planet in the southern galaxy, he said. MH, what a convenient little lie. We know for a fact there are no Saiyans left, except those in service to the king. Stop lying, or I will have to use harsher methods of persuasion, the guard said and inclined his head slightly. At that point, Pan suddenly gasped, her eyes screwed tightly shut. It was clear she was trying not to scream. Obviously, the guards were using the pain collar on her. Stop it, he yelled. Then tell me what I want to know, the guard said, nodding for the others to stop. I can't. I am telling the truth. We are from Earth, Gohan said again, still keeping his temper in check. He knew that one flick of the thumb from his guards would kill his daughter. I would have thought you had a little more sympathy for your daughter, half-breed. But apparently your Saiyan blood has already made you into a monster without feelings. Go on. The 2 guards grinned evilly, and one holding the leash and making sure Pan got a dosage of pain every now and then. The other ventured forward, took hold of her arms, and ripped the fabric of Pan's clothing apart. Gohan's eyes narrowed even more. He could barely contain his anger anymore. He began to charge up his energies, but he knew he would need a bit to get anywhere close to the point of breaking free. Tell us what we want to know, and we won't continue. The guard said again. I can't tell you. Gohan cursed. Let her go, please. The guard shook his head and chuckled as the 2 continued to have their way with Pan. Pan's bra was ripped away much the same way as her clothing, then her pants. She was now screaming, no longer able to hide her pain and her fear. Tears streamed down her cheeks, tears of fright and pain as the collar sent wave after wave of agony into her young body. Let her go, you bastards. Gohan heard Trunks from his left shout. Just tell us already, the guard replied. But Gohan did not correctly hear them anymore. They were going to humiliate, to rape his little girl in front of his eyes. One was already fooling around with her still small breasts. His anger pulsed inside him, greater than he could remember it ever. The guard shouted something at him. He couldn't hear it. All he could hear was the roar of his Saiyan blood pulsing in his veins, pumping the rage and anger through every cell of his body. They wanted to hurt his child. They wanted to abuse her. He felt the vibrant energies around him take form, felt the shackles of the prison they were confined in. The control mechanism tried to rein in his energy, but it strained further and further. He could feel the pulses of his heartbeat pounding in his ears as the crackles of energy rippled over his body. The guards, who had been about to begin raping Pan, all of them were shocked, staring at Gohan
Salvar
with
el mundo,
disbelief.
güey.
It was the
El
first
peluche.
guard who reacted fastest, turning to shout something at his underlings, no doubt the order to kill Pan. Gohan raised his arm, and a small bolt of chi blasted the control device and the collar from Pan's neck. Still, he felt his anger rising. His gaze fixed on the first guard. He had been willing to hurt a little girl, his daughter, just to get some information. He had been willing to rape and abuse her in front of Gohan's eyes. He felt something inside him snap as he looked at the two other guards and Pan, who lay sobbing on the floor. Something like that time when he had fought against Cell. With a yell of fury, he let go of any self-control. The energies tore out of him, tore through the barrier of the control device as if it wasn't there. He could feel every control system in the prison collapse as it tried to contain his long-forgotten primal energies. A circle of energy formed around him, Trunks and Pan, and then quite suddenly extended outwards, smashing everything and anyone in its path to fall. Buildings were torn apart, leveled to the ground. People disintegrated as Gohan's rage manifested. The wavefront of energy did not stop, did not collapse, growing bigger and bigger until it encompassed almost half the planet. When it finally stopped and vanished, the dust began to settle over the destroyed city, the destroyed landscape of one half of the world. What had once been a continent full of cities and governmental installations was now nothing but a dead and broken desert. Slash in space, in pursuit of defenders of Earth Slash. Taris looked up, narrowing his eyes slightly. He was dining with his daughter, and she, too, perked up her ears and looked around, sniffing the air lightly. He knew what she was trying to identify. A huge source of energy had suddenly sprung to life, but very far away. The fact that Taris and his child could still feel it was astounding for one, and the other thing was that the source of energy was somewhere in the direction of his empire. Someone very powerful had just awoken his energies inside his empire. And as the energy lingered for a moment, Taris knew for a fact that it was Scion energy. Slash in space, spaceship of defenders Slash. Vegeta was training with Cavalry when they both felt the enormous amount of energy being released somewhere. Cavalry looked at Vegeta for a moment, raising a brow. He knew this was Scion energy, but he also knew that it couldn't be one of the colored Scions. Vegeta nodded slightly, as if to confirm his thought. That had to be Gohan. Vegeta didn't look surprised, but concerned. He's found his true power again, he said quietly. You don't sound too happy. Cavalry nodded as well, guessing why that didn't make Vegeta too happy. Something really bad must have happened to trigger this. I just hope that they are all safe. Slash Garintsu, spaceport Slash. Trunks carried Gohan into their ship at the spaceport. They had used the confusion to get through controls undetected. Gohan had collapsed after what he had done, and no wonder. Trunks was still amazed at the feat he had done. Pan had come along, having found her courage and strength again after seeing her father collapse. She had changed quickly upon arrival, while Trunks was preparing for departure. The entire planet was still in an uproar about what happened. Trunks was just glad that the spaceport had been on the other half of the planet, where their ship would have been destroyed in Gohan's outburst. The ship left Garintsu with maximal propulsion, leaving behind the destruction they had caused and the near-disaster they had been subjected to. Pan remained by her father's side, who was asleep in one of the beds. Trunks joined her after having set the autopilot to another likely planet. They still had a job, but Trunks set the course for a planet which was not that close, so they had time to deal with the things which had happened. Are you okay? Trunks asked carefully as he stepped beside Pan. She looked up slowly and gave him a weak nod. She was still very shaken, and no wonder. The amounts of pain this collar could dish out had been described by Bulma in great detail. And then there was the matter of these two bastards trying to do her. She reached for his hand, and he squeezed it lightly as she leaned against him, watching her father sleep. There was not much he could say or do besides stand next to her and offer some quiet support after the ordeal she had been through. Trunks' determination to get through this alive hadn't changed one bit, but now he swore that he would see an end to his regime. They had made the mistake of messing with a royal Saiyajin. He would make sure they paid for that mistake. Slash in space. in pursuit of defenders of Earth Slash. Tari's read the mail which had just been sent by his staff back on Tari's Prime. Apparently, one of the outward colony worlds, Garintsu, had been subject to the visit of a Scion. His people were spreading the disinformation that it had been a fatal malfunction in one of the reactor cores for energy production, but they knew for a fact that the energy had originated in the prison complex where new arrivals had been questioned at that time. The blood samples from these newcomers had arrived on Tari's Prime only after the explosion and were confirmed to be half and quarter Scion. He snarled slightly. So these defenders were not just letting him chase them. They were also sending some of their own into his territory to do what? He furrowed his brow and inclined his head slightly, to spread dissent. While that was a rather hopeless ordeal, and he knew that Kavri would have told them so. So what then? What would they want with someone in his empire? The only thing likely was that they were trying to contact support somehow. The only possible target for something like that would be the remaining Scions under his control. Somehow they had been able to free Kavri from the colony, so they could free others. The remaining Scions were all not as strong as Kavri, so he didn't really fear their additional numbers. But he would very much hate to lose such disciplined troops, and the chaos that could result in his empire was also nothing he wanted to deal with. Sirenia. His daughter rose from her place at the bed and approached him slowly, coming to a halt behind him. "Yes, father," she whispered. "I want you to go after these intruders. Find out who the one is that has control over so much power. If this Vegeta sent him away from the main troops, maybe he is not that pleased, knowing the Scion lust for battle. Maybe he can be persuaded." He pointed at the screen where a picture of the 3 intruders was visible. Sirenia gazed at the screen with unblinking eyes, then smiled slowly, licking her lips. "Can I play with him?" she asked eagerly. "If he agrees to join us, you can take him up as your plaything, but only kill him if he refuses to join. If his lust for battle is as great as his power, he will probably be dissatisfied with his assignment, so maybe your chances are good." She nodded and leaned forward to place a light kiss on her father's cheek. "Thank you, father. I will have my fun with him." Chapter 14. Slash Earth Defender's spaceship in Space Slash. MH, well, I'm glad you're all okay, Vegeta mused, his gaze fixed on the screen where an image of Trunks was shown, static distorting the man's features from time to time. At this range, communication was not that good, but well enough for this message to carry through. "Is he still sleeping then?" Trunks nodded, looking beside him for a moment. "He hasn't spoken about it yet, but you can notice a change in him. It's difficult to describe, but it's something you feel. His chi is still the same, but it's not. I know this makes little sense, but I can't describe it otherwise." Vegeta nodded again and inclined his head. He knew what Trunks was talking about. He had felt it when Gohan's rage had exploded. There was indeed a change. It was not the same man in some ways, not the same Gohan that had set out from Earth. Of course, Vegeta had known then and there that he would have to change in order to survive this war, but he hadn't thought it would happen so soon into the conflict, and it troubled him a little. "Well, keep me updated. What are your plans now?" he asked finally. "Well, Gohan asked us, before he went to sleep, to set course for another planet in Terrisian space. He intends to continue the efforts, but be more careful about it. That also means it will take longer to get results, but at least we won't risk more than we have to." He shuddered slightly, and Vegeta thought he knew what the sudden discomfort was about. "All right," he said. "Proceed then. Ask Gohan to contact me as soon as there is anything new to report." Trunks nodded on the screen, and a moment later, the image dissolved and was replaced by static. Vegeta leaned back, crossing his arms behind his head, and stared up at the ceiling for a moment. "Arrival on the next battlefield?" he asked. "Less than 12 hours. Kavri responded from the bridge's center seat, where he had remained while Vegeta had spoken to Trunks. "Tari's is approximately 14 hours behind us, so we have enough time to prepare. I've already mapped the more likely occasions for ambushes," he continued as Vegeta stood up and wandered to his side, looking at the screen where Kavri had now pulled up the map of the planet they were about to visit. Ice world, eh? Vegeta chuckled softly. "The kids all have to dress warmly, or their mothers will have my head." Kavri looked at him a moment, then chuckled as well, shaking his head. "In any case, judging from their performance last time, they will do very well on this world." He once again looked at the monitor, and then back to Vegeta,
Pues mira,
who
ya.
gazed into
Ya
nothingness
me lo di
thoughtfully.
todo.
At that moment, City walked onto the bridge. Kavri turned slightly, his gaze warming considerably
cofre
as he
abajo,
laid
¿no?
eyes on his wife. She smiled a soft little smile as she approached the two warriors, coming to a halt beside her husband and putting a hand on his arm. "They are all as ready as can be, I would say," she said, looking to Vegeta. He remained quiet for a moment, then seemed to snap out of his reverie and turned to look at City quietly. Kavri's wife had, since she had come on board, become something of a counselor, ship administrator, operations officer, and mother for everyone involved. She had taken naturally to all those things, being there for people when they needed someone, operating the ship when they were in travel, coordinating their fighting efforts, and still found time to be a good mother figure for Arisa as well. Speaking of which, the shy Saiyan girl had entered with City, but again, she was so good at not being noticed that Vegeta, not alert as he was, only now noticed her small but powerful frame. Arisa had warmed up considerably, and City had told Vegeta that she thought her to be ready for training soon. That was good, since they would need every fighting hand they could muster, and since they didn't have the room of spirit and time here, they would have to do with normal training. Of course, Arisa was a special case, in that she was already cybernetically and genetically altered to be stronger, tougher, and generally more powerful than normal Saiyajin. That would give her an edge if and when she would see combat, but Vegeta was reluctant to let her enter the fighting too soon. She was one of the few female Saiyajin left alive, and if his plan to restore the Saiyan race was to succeed, they would need every female they could get. "Thank you, City," he finally said, and smiled a soft smile. "It's good to know they are in such good hands with you." Kavri smiled a soft smile at that. He knew, of course, that this, particularly the motherly part, was everything City had wanted and could not have gotten on her home world. Her race and Saiyans couldn't produce offspring, and yet Kavri knew that despite her deep love for him, she had longed for a child for a considerable time now. He was glad she could find her fulfillment in this, being a mother for Arisa and for everyone who needed her. "Is that our destination?" she asked, pointing at the monitor where the blue world now was clearly visible. "Yes." Vegeta nodded lightly and got up. "Doesn't look very inviting," Arisa commented quietly, which elicited a short, surprised look from Kavri and Vegeta, but City smiled and nodded. "And we'll make sure that Taris and his goons will think the same once they arrive." Once again, they were divided into pairs and sent off to the locations around the world where they would wait for the right time to strike, to ambush their pursuers. Vegeta and Kavri had only made one change, and now Videl and C-18 were out together, while Bra was along with Goku. So they had sent the fighters out early, allowing them time to prepare for the coming fight. Vegeta and Kavri remained in the ship for the time being, watching the progress of the teams in the command center. Once again, they would intervene where necessary, but otherwise leave the young ones to fight for themselves. "They are coming," Kavri said quietly as the ship of Taris approached and quickly descended through the atmosphere, landing on the other side of the planet. A good thing for them, and after all, they could use all the good things they could lay their hands on. "Will he change his tactics?" Vegeta asked. Kavri shook his head and chuckled thinly. "If I'm any judge, he will still believe the fault lies with the first circle alone, and he will persuade them to believe the same. He'll be furious, and they will fear his fury. The only thing he might change is that he possibly will go along with the others sooner this time." Vegeta nodded. "We'll keep a close eye on him. If he gets too close to any of the others, we need to redirect them so they can avoid him." Kavri nodded in agreement. As he did, City calmly announced that their enemies were now leaving their ship and spreading out over the planet's surface. She had dutifully tagged Tari's marker on the map already. It didn't take long for the first battle to break out. C-18 and Videl, City said quietly, engaged with a group of 6 soldiers and Tiro. After a short pause, she spoke again. Corrected readings coming in. It's Tyrone plus Garida. Kavri spun on his heels, ready to leap out already, but Vegeta put a hand on his shoulder. "No, I'll manage this. You keep track of things here and warn me if the king makes a move." Kavri nodded while City already spoke quiet instructions to C-18 into her headset. C-18 was hurled backward by the impact of an energy sphere exploding directly in front of her.
Y necesito más
She whirled
curas,
to a
ahora es la
halt,
cosa.
cursing beneath her breath. Apparently, the enemy had shifted tactics, and apart from 6 soldiers, her and Videl were up against 2 First Circle
Me voy a
warriors.
llevar esto.
She briefly looked to the
También
side,
esto.
seeing the eerie red glow that signaled Videl, who was trying to hold off the 6 soldiers at once.
A ver,
Her
lo
brief
bueno es que
flick
tengo
of
esto.
attention almost cost her dearly as
¿Esto
she
qué es?
realized that one of the First Circles,
no
Tyrone,
está
if
mal.
she remembered correctly, came at her with immense speed. She swayed to the side, avoiding a harsh kick, and immediately was put into the defense, unable to do anything besides protecting herself from the vast flurry of strikes which came at her mercilessly. Out of the corner of her eye she saw the other, the female one, approach, almost lazily. She knew this one for the energy thief, so her energy attacks would be
Sin saberlo,
useless,
me dio
but the
fría.
woman drew power together now, obviously using C-18's situation to try and blast
A
her.
ver, la cosa,
She never got the
la
chance.
buena y la mala.
C-18 didn't see exactly what happened, but one moment the woman was forming a sphere of bright white energy. The next she was flung forward by a considerable
sé, qué
force,
miento.
all energy dissipating. Videl? Tyrone obviously noticed the distraction
Wait,
as
¿qué trae
well
el vato ese
and
que
allowed it to
disparó?
distract him in turn. C-18 used that moment and drove her foot forward. One harsh kick connected and others followed swiftly. She couldn't do much damage, but at least he was on the defense for the moment.
No.
A blinding flash of bright golden light, and the man was torn from in front of her, tossed aside by the impact of a huge
por la-
energy sphere, seemingly coming out of nowhere. The next moment,
La ballesta,
Vegeta
con
hovered
razón.
calmly beside C-18. I thought you could use some help against 2 of those, he said with a wink. C-18 raised a brow, but then nodded, feeling how she had already exhausted herself just fighting against these 2 for such a brief time. Vegeta, King incoming. He'll be there any moment. C-18 heard Cavalry's voice from Vegeta's headset. The tall warrior nodded to C-18 and winked, almost playfully. Go help Videl against those 6. I'll take care of the rest.
Uy.
A part of her wanted to protest against being sent away, but she knew
No
Videl
te
needed
pases
help,
de lanza,
and she
eh.
also knew she couldn't really help Vegeta. She hesitated only a moment, but then nodded, dashing
Todo
away
listo.
towards Videl as quick as she could. Now I have you, Tari said with a self-satisfied smirk. Your pathetic bunch is still caught up with my warriors, and I know you would never leave any one of them behind.
Noches.
You'll stay as long as there is fighting, and I can promise you there will be lots of fighting. Vegeta remained calm, speaking to Cavalry via their link.
Arriba del
Cavalry,
Porsche.
recall all fighters. We have to leave sooner than we thought. Prepare for emergency jump. That won't help you, the king spat. You've insulted me often enough. It's time you pay. This time he didn't waste any or words and rushed forward. Vegeta was ready, meeting the king in
La
midair,
robé.
where their arms met. A thunderous boom spread out to all sides and power crackled through the air, lancing off in arcs of lightning in all directions. For a moment, the 2 were locked like this, fierce turquoise gazing into burning red.
Ok.
They separated again, only to meet a millisecond later, this time in a flurry of fists and feet, striking, blocking, dodging, countering. One moment they fought, the next one of them would leap back, sending a salvo of energy at the opponent. Furious explosions covered the sky. Echoes of these fighters clashing resounded for miles and miles. The ground trembled even though they were high in the air. This time, there was no holding back for Vegeta. Cavalry ground his teeth as he watched their progress. They were to slow, burn them all. The pairs returned the fastest way possible, and City saw to it that they would all arrive at the same time. But that would still be a few minutes away. A few minutes too much, considering Vegeta's situation. Already he had taken several harsh blows by the king, and had barely succeeded in bloodying the king. 2 minutes, City announced. I'll go and help, Cavalry said, and stormed towards the door. He didn't even hear City's protest, the first she had ever made to him like that. Vegeta cursed only beneath his breath as he crossed his arms in front of him to block an incoming flurry of energy missiles. Strength drained out of him. He knew that was in part the doing of that energy leech still around, but a good bit also came from the sheer ferocity of the fight against Taris. Tyrone apparently did not dare to intervene, but Garida had no such qualms. She sucked his energy away, and he felt himself grow weaker with every passing second. Already
chido, ¿no?
several wounds were visible on his
No te-
body, bleeding freely.
Oye,
Taris
¿qué
came
acaba
at
de
him
pasar?
again, and he barely managed to keep his defense up now. Already over?
Nah,
Already
está
so weak.
campeando
You
atrás.
disappoint me. He snarled and slammed his fist straight into Vegeto's gut. He doubled
Fue
over,
buena partida, la
then
verdad.
groaned as Tari's elbow smashed into his back, slamming him down into the ground, rocks splitting beneath him. Tari's launched himself up and pointed a hand at him. Vegeto got up weakly onto one knee, coughing up blood. Damn energy leech. Without her, he could have lasted longer. That's not the way a Scion thinks. His mind raged at him. He snarled, looking up and threw his hands up, summoning his energies to throw a stream at Tari's just as he released his own wave of energy. The two rays collided between them, and for a moment the world around them was all ablaze with the energy released. But Tari's was not subject to an energy thief, and thus, his powerful beam pushed back Vegeto's own gradually but surely. Launch in progress. We're on our way. City's voice echoed in his ear, and a soft smile played over his features. Got you again, he muttered as he faltered, and the energy faded from his hands. The last thing he heard was Tari's triumphant cry. The last thing he saw was a silhouette against the incoming energy.
No me acuerdo que le tenía.
Slash Earth Defender ship, Medical Slash. Yari had come to the medical bay as soon as she had had a brief nap after her own injuries had been treated, light as they had been. She had been worried sick, but now that she looked into the medical tank, she knew Vegeta would be up in no time. City had commented on the good progress he was making so quickly, with a sidelong glance at Cavalry, who just shrugged and grinned faintly. But since then, 3 days ago, Yari had refused to leave the medical bay. She was half devastated when she had seen how broken and battered he had been after the fight. She had heard from Cavalry, the one who had gotten Vegeto out of there, just in time, that his quick defeat had been largely
What the
due
fuck?
to the
Está horrendo ese
energy-leeching
vato.
woman who had helped Tari's, without him even realizing it. She cursed lightly, imagining Tari's now looking so smug. Then again, maybe Cavalry saving Vegeto had wiped that smug grin away just as quick as it would have come. Why exactly she spent every waking horde here, she didn't know. She just felt a tight connection to Vegeto, probably because he had been the one to give her hope
Okay.
again. He had been the one to take her in, train her in ways she had thought impossible. She felt attached to him, and it was a good feeling. Like she felt attached to Kyra, but different. Kyra was wonderful, and she enjoyed every minute the two of them spent sparring, talking, laughing,
Uy,
or
pisos
playing.
picados.
But with
ya sé dónde
Vegeto,
voy.
it was something different. Exactly what it was, she didn't know, but she was sure it would all sort itself out anyway. For now, she was determined to remain here in this room, until Vegeto would wake up. It was then that she noticed the hectic flickering of lights on the monitoring
No
console.
te creo, ya valió.
Vegeto dreamt. Suspended in
No,
the
bueno,
thick
te
blue-green
juro.
liquid of the Medi tank, his
Bueno,
powerful body hung
de
motionless,
atravesar
his
tres-
eyes pressed close. The wounds he had suffered in the fight against Tari's had all but healed already, but his spirit was not
Y lo
yet
que no
ready
hay
to
armas,
wake up.
¿qué?
Before his mind's eye,
No, bueno,
he could
encima
see the
esta arma,
vast
güey.
landscapes, rocky and barren now, then covered with rich green grass and towering trees that he instinctively knew to be his home, Vegeta say. Although even Vegeta's memory of Vegeta say was different, Vegeto knew for a fact this must be the home world of the Saiyan race. He saw the vicious creatures
parece
roaming
increíble
the
que
plains
literalmente nomás a
or
mí me
prowling
pasa
the
esto,
forests, predators hunting for prey. He saw the first Saiyajin, hunting, fighting the predators for survival. He saw dozens, hundreds die for just enough to survive and continue. He saw them change from the crude savages that barely survived to strong, formidable hunters,
Está
predators
aún
in their
no.
own right. He watched as they began to build cities, conquer the world that had given birth to them,
Pero, ¿y cuánto
rejoice in
tarda
the
en
fighting
recargar
until
esta
no
arma?
beast could offer a challenge. He watched still as they found ways to manipulate the chi in their bodies, watched as they struggled to reach the stars, to find new challenges.
Ocupo
He was
vida,
present at
güey.
their first meeting with Freezer, the killing of their king, the forcing into service. He saw his people decay into killing machines on the leash of that monster, their annihilation of entire species, and slowly their turn to rejoicing in that. He saw the spark of rebellion in Vegeta's mind, saw Bardock's defiance, witnessed again Kakarot growing into the first Super Saiyan and his defeat of Freezer. The images changed faster now. The androids, Cell, Boo, the stages of the Saiyajin, the past, present, and then. The images collapsed in his
¿Por qué me
mind,
acaba de salir una canción de
exploding into
Rosalía? Hola.
thousands of bright shards, and then formed the new image of a great
La
monkey,
Perla se
but this
llama.
one with golden fur, bristling with charged power. His mind tumbled into the abyss of rage that erupted from his people's turbulent past, and he had to fight hard to hold onto the pieces of his own mind, his sanity, to remain focused on the here and now. The image bristled, energy seeming to seep into it from the strength of his thoughts, his combined mind fighting to keep in control as the giant monkey rampaged through his head. Slowly, the struggle ceased, and the energy flowed into the monkey's form. The shape began to
Que venga,
change,
que venga.
becoming smaller. A searing light erupted from the shape, blinding Vegeta for a moment. When the light receded, he could make out the image of a man, himself, but changed. Silver-white fur bristled on the figure's upper body, the remaining visible skin dark, burned by an unmerciful sun. Black hair with a bluish tint was a spiky mass on his head, framing hard-set features, his own, but wilder, with narrowed, golden eyes surrounded by a thin, silvery line. Realization struck Vegeta as he looked into the eyes of that Vegeta. They had been blind not to see it. Of course, how could they have suspected? Nothing had ever told of anything like this. For every stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, the changes had been more drastic. First, only a change of color, then the increase of hair and vanishing of eyebrows. Every level had taken them further away from their original appearance, but not further away from the original. In truth, the path of the Super Saiyajin was a path backwards, a path back to the true Saiyajin.
Oh,
This was what they
hola.
had once been. His heart raced with joy at the realization. He could feel the untainted power of his ancestry now, the unstained power of that true, original form, and he ached to truly immerse himself in it. This was his destiny and the destiny of every Saiyajin still alive. His readings are going off the scale. Something is happening, but I can't make any sense of it. His medical readouts are okay, and everything indicates he is asleep, but there's too much activity in his brain.
Tarda mucho.
City was at the monitoring
Esta arma tarda
station.
muchísimo
Yari
en
had
cargar.
alarmed them of the fluctuations only moments earlier, though why Yari had been here, Kavri still didn't know. Well, now they didn't have just fluctuations. Everything was going haywire. He stood beside City, watching the Medi tank with a mixed expression of worry and awe. The power levels are surging. If this keeps up, he'll blow the ship to bits, and us right along with it. There's no way the tank could contain this much power. He wouldn't do that, Yari exclaimed, though her features betrayed her worries as she stared at the tank anxiously. Light flared from every small crack in the Medi tank suddenly. The floor beneath them, the entire ship began to rumble.
No, me caí sin
This is
querer.
insane, Kavri gasped. No one can hold so much power without burning to cinders if he tries to contain it. We have to get him out of here before he releases it. But he knew they couldn't, and even if there had been a way, it was too late now. The light of power now filled the entire room, blinding them all. It was only seconds before the inevitable would happen. Time seemed to freeze then, everything suspended all of a sudden. Kavri saw a shape appear in the bright light, but found a blackness creeping into his mind that slowly but surely overwhelmed him until he felt nothingness up close. Around him were the charred remains of the Medi tank. He felt a brief wave of panic, realizing that he had unwillingly released all his power and felt sure that this must have destroyed everything around him and everyone. But the medical bay was otherwise unharmed, although eerily silent. Still fighting to fully wake from his dream, his vision, he glanced around, seeing City, Kavri, and Yari standing in the room, motionless, not moving an inch, and all of them looking rather shocked and afraid. They were bathed in a strange, blue glow, and Vegeta felt a moment of puzzlement flow over him before his gaze settled on the last figure in the room. The obvious reason for this situation. The Kaioshin stood in front of him, smiling his ever-serene smile. You would have created quite a mess here, Vegeta.
¿En
That
serio?
forced a sheepish grin onto his features, a habit of Goku,
Wait, ¿neta?
which was hard to get rid of.
Ay,
Then
no,
again,
no puedo
he didn't
atrás,
really
güey,
want to
como
get
solo
rid of
para
that.
hacer eso.
Ah, but I see you arrived in time to prevent it. The Kaioshin chuckled and shrugged. Contain is the better term for it. I had years to prepare myself for such an occasion. Who could know where it would finally happen? Vegeta blinked, then inclined his head, studying the Kaioshin closely. You knew this would happen? He asked. I hoped. When I gave you the Potaras, the immediate goal was, of course, to defeat Buu. Yet the long-term goal was to prepare you, the Saiyajin, for this. Vegeta was slightly confused about these words, until he glanced down himself, and only now realized that he no longer appeared as the person he was, but as that man in his vision. However, this only added to his confusion, and as though the Kaioshin sensed that, he continued. The Kaioshin have, since time beginning, watched the mortals. It is our duty to try and keep a certain balance in all things, and we only ever acted when that balance was in danger. It has been known to us that at one point, a war would come that could ultimately ruin the balance. He sighed softly and shook his head. Don't you think it a bit strange that, always when you successfully vanquished evil, a new evil would be born, more powerful than the last? The universe, you see, is all about balance, and it doesn't like one side growing too powerful like that. There is a counter for everything. Everything has a good and a bad side. So, when one side does win the upper hand, the other must grow stronger to counter that. Vegeta took a moment to ponder this, watching the Kaioshin thoughtfully. So Freezer, Cell, they were all part of this balance? You, or your counterpart, are responsible for all these beings. The Kaioshin shook his head slightly. It's not as easy as that, and not all of them have something to do with this. The war of which I spoke earlier only began when the balance was truly upset, when one side went too far. Think, Vegeta, at which point did your struggle stop being one for your world and become a struggle for the survival of the universe as a whole? Vegeta muttered quietly, and the Kaioshin nodded. Some of you mortals meddle too much, always have been, but it has never been worse than this. At one point in history, we had a similar situation, but Broly was merely a Saiyajin with an exceptional power level. However, some of you mortals created Buu, and in doing that, they upset the balance terribly, and this couldn't be easily corrected. Although Buu was destroyed, the seeds of this evil act remain, and the other side has gained too much power, hence this situation. That is the second reason why I gave you the Potaras. But why me? Vegeta asked. Alright, Goku and Vegeta were strong, but I can't imagine that was your only reason, especially not if you had us in mind for something else. Because you are the strongest survivors of a race that was among the strongest of the universe. They were, in their glory days, a powerful tool to right the balance, and before they tumbled into decadence, they were the frontline warriors of balance, regardless of the side. Tools? Vegeta asked, not keeping the edge out of his words. That is simply a term, Vegeta. You must understand that balance is something greater, something larger than you or me, or a world, or a galaxy. It is the essence of everything, and for it, I, too, am just a tool. A figure on the chessboard, if you will. In any case, I gave you the Potaras so that you could find back to the strength your people once possessed, to your roots, and now you have. With you, the other Saiyajin will once again find their true selves. Even though Vegeta was still unsettled that Saiyans had been a tool in the past, before Freezer, he felt a jolt of pride, thinking of his race restored to what they had been, to their full strength. And you came here just to tell me this? He asked after a moment. That, and to give you another set of Potaras. The Kaioshin extended a hand in which two of the earrings lay, which had called Vegeta into being. Even with the danger at hand, I don't know if I would want anyone to suffer as I and my families have, he said slowly. I know what you mean, but it might prove vital to success. The enemy has another weapon, one he hasn't revealed yet. You can guess who it is. You have already once used her against him, but that will only make her a more deadly adversary. Maybe you will do without the Potaras, but it would be better to have them, just in case. Vegeta hesitated for another moment, but then took the Potaras quietly, staring at them for a long while. I don't know if I should thank you or hate you for what you did and for what you are still doing, he said, his gaze returning to the Kaioshin. I shouldn't care, but to be honest with you, I tried to help you to the best of my abilities and within the limits of my position. I tried to do what I had to without causing more pain than necessary. I might not have succeeded in your eyes, for which I am truly sorry, but I, like you, am a slave to destiny and can only do what I have to. Vegeta nodded slightly, his hand closing around the Potara's. I believe you, Kaioshin, and for what help you gave us, I am grateful. The Kaioshin smiled softly and nodded lightly. He looked around, then back to Vegeta once more. I hope it all turns out better than you, or I think, he said quietly before he vanished on the spot. Vegeta only had a short moment of quiet to contemplate the words of the Kaioshin. Then time unfroze and City, Kavri and Yari all stared at him. They looked confused, still worried, but relieved at the same time. Once more, he looked down at himself, then up again, his gaze flicking to Kavri. Would you fetch me a pair of pants, please? Chapter 15. Approaching Planet TE 2376 Gohan had barely had time to recover from the ordeal on the last world, but then again, he suspected that none of them would have much time to rest in times of war. When he had woken up, he could still feel the power, long thought forgotten, ready inside him. It felt good and bad at the same time. He had dedicated his life to be a scholar, and for a while he had been able to live that life happily. Of course, in his heart he had always known it would not be peaceful forever. His Saiyan blood was still there, and sometimes it would call to him, making him remember the days when he had fought side by side with the other fighters. Yet as the years had passed, these calls had grown weaker as he himself had left behind his former power. Now it was back along with the duty to fight to protect those he loved, and with the power, also came the old Saiyan joy in fighting. Of course, it was reined in, nowhere as strong as in Vegeta, or Kavri, or even Kyra. A soft smile tugged at his lips as he thought about his daughter. She had fully inherited the Saiyan side of his genes. On the main view screen, the planet which they had chosen to visit next loomed, growing bigger as they approached. They had already received landing clearance and were on autopilot. Trunks and Pan sat next to him, both of them lost in their own thoughts. They had been quiet the last few days of their journey, and Gohan suspected it had something to do with the talk the two of them had had a few days prior to that. Still, he would not intrude on their privacy for now. They wore the garbs of merchants again. The plan had worked well enough last time, until they had let slip that they were interested in Saiyans. They couldn't afford to do that again, so this time they would only wait and listen, hope to hear a little something. Gohan had decided to stay for a week, inside which he would do some trading so no one would suspect them of anything. He would make sure Trunks and Pan would not be harmed, not even touched this time. His eyes narrowed as he remembered the scenes in the prison on the last world. He would never allow anything to happen to his children. His anger flared briefly, though he kept it well under control. He would not let harm come to them. Planet TE 2376 I do not care what you do with them, but do not kill or harm them for now. They are more useful as bait when they are alive, Cyrenius said, giving the guards no second glance as they saluted and turned on the 12 Saiyans she had brought along in her ship. They would not dare disobey her. She hadn't presented herself as what she was, no one knew about that yet, but she had a rank and station bestowed on her by her father which allowed for her doing as she pleased and ordering the soldiers as well. She licked her lips slowly, looking at the screen in the command center of the planetary defense. The screen was fixed on a small ship, nothing interesting really, a trader for everyone who just looked at it. But Cyrenia knew who was on board that ship. That was her prey, her target. She was hungry to see and feel him, that Gohan. Her mouth twisted into an ecstatic grin as she thought of the fun she would have with this one. He looked strong, and from the reports she had seen on the incident on the last world, she knew he was exceptionally wild and powerful. The fight would be pure pleasure, and what she would do afterwards even more so. Maybe he could be convinced to come to her without a fight, but she would be disappointed if it came to that. Still, she would try, if only to confirm her belief that he was a warrior worth to be beside her. For a while. It wouldn't be long now till the ship touched down. Captain, have the landing base secured and remove all people from the area. I don't want to be disturbed. My lady, that is impossible. Traffic in the spaceport would be in total disarray. He came no further. With a gesture of her hand, lightning fast, she slammed her slender fingers into the man's chest and ripped his heart out right then and there. The others still remaining in the control room stared with mouths open, fear clearly visible in their eyes. I do not take
se
well
fue
to
el
people
river, ¿no?
questioning my orders.
Que
Who would be
era un-
next in
era un
line?
equipo de
She
cuatro,
asked,
¿no?
her
Creo.
voice gentle and sweet. It sounded
May.
sickening to any who also saw the still pulsing heart in her hand, the blood dripping on the floor, and the lifeless body of the captain next to her. That W would be me. Good. Captain, I trust you will fulfill my orders to the point, she said, and, with a sickening smile, clenched her fist, squashing the heart of the former captain to pulp and letting the remains fall on the floor. Of course, my lady, he hastened to say. Good. You should clean up this mess, she said as she turned and walked out of the room, leaving stunned, sweating soldiers behind. On her way out, she sucked the blood from her dripping fingers. How much better his blood would taste, and how much sweeter still if it was given to her in the throes of passion. /Spaceport, Planet TE, 2376/ Gohan had a bad feeling as the ship powered down. Everything around was quiet, and he knew from his experiences so far that it shouldn't be this way. He moved towards the exit hatch, Trunks and Pan following. Be it guard, he said quietly. Something's not right. He extended his senses, closing his eyes a moment. He felt that the immediate area was empty. No technicians, no dock workers, nothing. That was certainly odd. Yet, as he was about to withdraw his mind, he felt a tingle at the back of his head, a soft reverberation of power. A power he felt familiar. It was energy he knew by heart. Scion energy. Scions. He breathed quietly. What? Pan said, sounding surprised, but then, like him, closed her eyes and felt for the energies. Trunks did the same, and they soon reopened their eyes and nodded. There are scions nearby, not just one, Gohan said quietly. We have found what we are looking for easier than I thought. He shook his head. It's too easy. We have to be careful. I suspect this is a trap. And in more ways than one, but you should not fret over it. You may come to like the trap. The voice was female, and it came from doorway to the main spaceport. Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly as he descended the ramp from their ship, fixing his gaze steadily on the woman. No, the girl standing there. He thought exotic was the right word to describe her. She was not beautiful in the classical sense, though she had an athletic and slender body with pronounced female curves, yet the intricate lines on her skin, covering all of the visible skin, gave her an otherworldish look. Her hair was spiky, which at first led him believe she would be one of the scions, but he could sense the energy coming from her. Not much, but enough to determine that it was not Scion. Not entirely, at least. What disturbed Gohan most about her were the eyes. These eyes, they were not human, and not only the strange mix of colors that seemed to swirl in them. Anything but human. They were filled with lust, desire, longing when she looked at him, but paired with a vicious and brutal fire. He knew, even now, that this girl had murdered and had enjoyed it. Those eyes had seen death, and they enjoyed seeing death. Worse, she enjoyed being the one who caused it. Not only death, but suffering, pain. Instinctively, Gohan tensed, and he felt Trunks and Pan do likewise. Slowly, he descended the ramp, keeping his gaze firmly on the girl. And who might you be? He asked. The girl giggled. It fitted her body, her appearance, but it didn't fit those eyes. That made the giggle sound sick, twisted. I am called Sirenia, though I am not often called that except by my father, the king. Gohan narrowed his eyes even more and his jaw clenched. This was bad. So it was the daughter of the king himself. Considering the king, she would have great potential, and what was worse, she had not only the looks, but the feel of a half-scion as well. He was about to say something, but Sirenia continued then. I have what you were seeking here, she said in a sultry voice, then gestured to one of the cargo bays to her left. The doors were sliding open, revealing 12 men standing in a perfect line, eyes downcast. If it weren't for the feeling they radiated and for the collar on their necks, Gohan would not have believed them Saiyajin. They were too subdued the way they stood there, too tame, but still, the collar allowed for no doubt. I suppose you'll want something if you release them. Is that not so? Gohan said, trying his best to sound calm while he mentally contacted Pan and Trunks. It was a trick he had learned from his father, and it came in handy at times like these. When I give you the signal, you get to these scions as quickly as you can. Attach the devices Bulma gave us and get them on the ship. Initiate launch immediately. I will keep her busy.
Nada mal.
He thought while Sirenia was approaching him with a sway to her hips. Of course I want something, but it's nothing unreasonable, as I'm sure you'll agree, she was saying as she came to halt, only a few inches away from him.
Estoy muerto.
He was taller than
Estoy
her
muerto,
by
estoy muerto,
more than a
estoy muerto.
head, and she
Ah,
had to
sí, está
crane
muy
her
muerto
neck
ahí.
to meet his gaze,
Entre
but
el
that did
tonto,
not
¿verdad?
seem to bother her. She smelled of fresh blood. I want you to join me.
Pero
She put an
literalmente
emphasis on
él
me.
es-
I know you dislike my father and what he does. That is as it may be, but it
Güey,
shouldn't
entonces
give you
agarró
reason
a-
not to
a
join
la
me.
tipa esa.
I only saw you once, only felt you once, but you have troubled my sleep ever since. I lie awake dreaming of you and what I can do with you. She raised a slender
Güey, de
hand,
lejos se me va a...
fingers
se me-
seemingly
me-
oh
me
so
siento tonto.
delicate, but with enough strength in them to crush a man's skull. Gohan knew, traced a line over his chest. He did not move, did not flinch. He stared at her, eyes slightly widened. She couldn't be serious about this. You have doubts? She asked, smiling a sweet smile. Well, it would have been a sweet smile
Hola.
if her eyes had not made it into a mask of
Oye.
insanity. Well, Sirenia, I have only met you now. Surely you understand. He got no further. I want you, and I will have you, one way or another. Understand me when I say this. I might release these scions, but only because I want to show you a sign of love. Even if you will not accept the trade, I will have you. Gohan could think of nothing more to say. This woman was clearly crazy, and there would be no talking with her. Now, Trunks, Pan, and Gohan simultaneously sprang to action.
Con que con
Trunks
esos-
and Pan both darted forward, their auras suddenly flaring brightly gold, while Gohan simply drove his fist into Sirenia's stomach as his own aura, cool blue, flashed into existence around him. The girl was sent sprawling backwards, and Gohan did not leave her time to recover, dashing after her. He knew he would have
¿Cómo
to
es
keep
posible
her
que se le estén
occupied enough to
tryhardeando
keep her from
tanto,
activating
güey?
the pain collars a while longer. He reached her side in the flash of an eye, whirling around and driving his knee into her back, then slammed his elbow into the back of her head, which
Lo
made her
de
careen
que
off
tenga mi
into another
cura y
direction.
aún así-
Gathering his energies, he directed a ball of
Le valga
blue-white
este juego.
energy from his palm after the hurtling body. Even as it crashed into the wall of the spaceport, the sphere connected, and an explosion shook the entire structure, making the wall collapse. Done. Trunks called from their side of the spaceport. Gohan turned briefly and saw him and Pan herding the confused scions towards the ship. They were awfully slow, even when Trunks revealed who they were, as if they moved in a state of dazedness. A melodic laughter
Perdón,
made him
Ramato.
freeze, and then turn his head slowly back
Pues
to the
mira,
rubble
esta
that had been the
partida- ya
wall
están jugando
of the
super
docking
tryhard los
bay.
morrillos
Sirenia
estos,
strode out of the
ya,
debris,
olvídalo.
a few drops of blood flowing from a cracked lip, but otherwise obviously unharmed. Gohan narrowed his eyes as he locked his gaze on hers. If anything, it was even more crazed. There was more lust in that look, but also murderous intent. It was unimaginable, but the girl was aroused. Not only her eyes, but her entire body showed the signs of it, and she did not even attempt to cover it. The fabric of her clothing covering her breasts stood out slightly, and she shivered, not from the cold. That was amusing. I didn't expect you to come quietly. Really, I hope you would
puto
not.
Ramato, güey,
How
que
can
se
I love a
cambia,
man
no
and
sé,
allow him to
Aria,
use me
güey.
as I want you to if he is not strong? But you'll have to do better than
Güey,
that.
encima literal-
Oh, and they will stay. She looked to the scions and rested a hand on a small control device on her hip. Gohan did not need to look back to know that nothing had happened. He trusted Bulma to know what she was doing. Sirenia stared at the scions still, obviously still expecting something to happen.
Güey, qué
Your
pedo
collars
con
are
ese
useless
cabrón.
now. We deactivated them. Gohan said calmly, readying himself to fend her off. You're more resourceful than I thought, she said, and then grinned a wide, manic grin. In that case, I will just have to destroy the entire ship and everyone standing here.
Güey, pues, ¿qué tanto
She
están
laughed
quejando de
and
este
spread her
pinche güey?
arms. Energy
No, bueno,
rippling over her bare skin, dark, blood-red energy which gathered in her
Güey, me
hands
mama que
and
literalmente
began to form a
soy el único
huge ball
pendejo que está
between her
viendo
hands.
puñetas, güey.
Trunks, Pan, hurry. Gohan shouted and moved a bit to the side, positioning himself directly between Sirenia and the ship. Don't think this will kill you, my little sweets. I can manipulate it well. It will not harm you. She was trying to soothe him. He had no more time to shake his head at the craziness of the girl as the ball suddenly leapt from her hands and charged directly at the ship. Narrowing his eyes, he extended his arms to both
En
sides
serio,
and
güey, pinche
concentrated his
marica.
own energies, forming them into a shield, encompassing the ship and those still boarding it. Sirenia didn't hesitate, hurling the sphere of energy towards the ship. The ball magnified in size once away from her and impacted on the shield. The roar of the two
Ay, güey,
energies
este
clashing
equipo es
filled
una basura,
Gohan's
güey.
ears as lightning arced away from the sphere, rending into walls and structures, leaving only destruction around them. Gohan felt the onslaught of power on his shield, gasping at the sheer ferocity of the energies involved, but his determination did not waver. A low growl
No se lo voy
escaped
a
his
dar
lips
a-
as he poured more energy into the shield, driving back the sphere Sirenia had created. Slowly but surely, his shield
Güey, literalmente
extended and
íbamos también en esa
Sirenia,
partida.
standing there, still smiling to
Y ya,
herself,
no sé
flicked a
ni qué
hand in
pasó,
his
la verdad.
direction. He felt the sphere increasing its attack, but his shield held. He risked a glance to the ship. The Scions were now all aboard and Trunks and Pan were hurrying towards
¿cómo es
the
posible que me
entrance,
den tan
looking in his
poco
direction. They were shouting something, but he
experiencia,
couldn't
mamón?
understand it. Get going. He mentally yelled at them, and that made them halt, turning and darting for the ship.
No voy a dejar todo roles.
Sirenia narrowed her eyes slightly, and she
Progreso,
braced her
¿cómo te-
feet on the ground now,
Cuando es que no
extending
sé,
her
dos,
arms
tres.
towards
Ajá,
the
correcto.
sphere. She began to pour more energy into it, and Gohan felt the shield buckle gradually. He cursed, snarling as the earth around him
Pues bueno.
began to shake with the energies he was channeling into the barrier. Debris lifted from the ground as his feet drove down into the ground, the earth cracking open where he stood. Such was the intensity of Sirenia's attack that he was being driven down into the ground. But still
como
the
que
shield
mil
held
nomás.
and did not allow the sphere to press closer. Gohan had another problem in mind now, though. The ship was
Sí, yo
about
que
to
la
lift
compraría, pero
off, and his
literalmente las
only
skins
chance
que
of
faltan no me
escaping this
gustan.
mad woman, of surviving actually, was to get into the ship and now. However, he
Tampoco
wouldn't
me
be able to
gustan
hold on to
estas.
the shield then, and the destructive sphere would surely wipe out the entire ship along with him. He glanced back briefly and saw the ship's thrusters powering up, the small craft gradually lifting into the air. The hatch was still open. For him, Gohan knew, but only one glance at Sirenia told him he could not leave. He would have to keep her occupied until the ship was a safe distance away.
No, güey,
Uncertainty
esos niños ya
didn't
no.
exist in his mind as his gaze fell back on Sirenia, and a slow
No.
grin spread
No,
over
no,
his
no.
lips. He
No.
poured more energy into the shield, the bluish lightning dancing over his skin towards his arms and arcing up towards the dome, growing in size and
¿Quién
power.
me llevo?
What is he doing? Pan
No
shrieked,
canso.
one hand
Pero
holding onto the hatch
sigo
as she
el dragón.
leaned out of the entrance to the ship. Even as it slowly ascended, she held on, willing her father to finally turn around. They were safe now. A stubborn little part in her mind knew that they were far from safe as
Bum, bum,
long as they
bum,
remained on
bum,
the
bum,
planet or even in the near vicinity, and that part also understood quite clearly what Gohan was doing. "Father," she yelled, though she had no hopes of him hearing her plea. The ship's engines were running full power now, and the destructive power from both fighters created pandemonium around them. She was about to jump from the hatch when she felt Trunks' strong grip on her shoulder. She gazed up, disbelief on her features. "We have to help him." Trunks did not answer, did not even look at her, but his grip was iron. His gaze rested on Gohan's form slowly growing smaller as the ship gained altitude. The tears leaking from his eyes told Pan that he, too, knew what her father was doing. "You know what he plans. You can't let him.
No
We
te puedo
can't
creer,
leave him
güey. Ya,
behind
ya,
like
ya
this."
literalmente ya salió.
She
el
did not
enfrente
even
con puro
realize she was
lucio, güey.
crying herself, tears running from her eyes as she
Literalmente por el
struggled in
pendejito
vain
güey. No puedo
against
matar al
Trunks' grip.
pendejo del pinche.
Let me go, you bastard. He's going to die if we don't help him," she screamed at the top of her lungs, tearing at Trunks, even going to Super Saiyan. But he simply changed as well and kept holding her. He was still much stronger than her. Trunks knew that they could not do anything down there. They would be killed, and then all of this would have been for nothing. With tears still falling freely,
What the fuck,
he
güey?
watched
Desapareció ese
and
vato.
held on to Pan, letting her yell at him, letting her curse him and beat him. He did not really register it at all. Gohan made his move when the ship was high enough not to be caught in the blast wave of the sphere. He leapt up and towards Sirenia, the shield collapsing as he did so. The sphere rushed beneath him and exploded on the spot, enveloping most of the spaceport behind him and boring into the ground until nothing but a charred crater remained. Gohan came at
Güey,
Sirenia
qué
with
puto
fury
huevo jugar con
inside
él.
him
Ay,
unleashed.
güey.
His aura flared brighter than ever as he charged at Sirenia,
Güey,
who
qué
in
huevos
turn was
jugar contra
approaching
un
him.
Luz, yo te
That
lo
mad
juro.
look of lust mixed with fury still painted on her features. They met in midair, striking and blocking, fists and feet a blur of motion, deafening explosions where they met with energy-charged attacks. Gohan lost himself in the feeling of the fight, him and Sirenia dancing through the skies in the deadly fight they had begun. He felt the joy of combat returning to him as he met strike after strike of her, dodging, blocking, counterattacking. Nothing mattered now except the battle at hand. Pan, Trunks, and the Saiyajin were getting away, and every second this fight lasted, they would have more distance between them and the planet. Even after the initial blows had been exchanged, Gohan knew he had only a slim chance of beating Sirenia. Her strength was fearsome, her energy reservoir staggering, but he relished in that. Unlike his father, he had not always pursued the road of the warrior, but now that he was back on it, he felt the thrill of a strong opponent. Sirenia charged back, threw her hands forward, a volley of missiles leaving her palms. Gohan moved too fast for any normal person to see as he wove away through the missiles until he was up in front of her. Her hands smashed down, blocking the strike of his knee. Whirling, his foot made a high arc even as Sirenia turned herself, one hand coming up and blocking the strike. But even then Gohan pushed forward, fist striking towards her unprotected middle. She grunted as his fist drove into her stomach. Her defense temporarily shattered. Gohan followed in, his other fist striking at her chin, sending her spiraling backwards. He managed to land another series of strikes before Sirenia grabbed a hold of his foot and whirled him around, sending him flying towards the ground. Gohan flipped just before he hit the ground, landing on his feet. He gathered energy in his hands even as Sirenia charged after him. Kami, the sphere of energy, appeared in his hands, growing quickly in size. Sirenia ignored it, coming towards him. Kami. Squeezing all the energy he could find into this one attack was risky, but he knew that he could not survive a prolonged fight. It was his only hope to disable her with one blow. He locked his eyes on hers as she approached and thrust his arms forward. With his yell, the energies were released, rushing towards Sirenia. She had no chance to dodge, flying head-on into the deadly beam of energy. She was able to throw up her hands in defense before she was swept away backwards as the waves of energy washed over her. Gohan kept the power flowing even as the beam slammed Sirenia into and through a wall, continuing to cut a path of destruction through the starport and beyond. When the beam finally dissipated, Gohan let his arms sink slowly, breathing deeply. He had spent most of his power on this one attack, and he hoped it had been enough to knock out Sirenia. Slowly, he stood upright, looking along the path his attack had created. In the distance, he could see the heap of rubble at the end, and he began walking towards it. He had to make sure. Sirenia slowly blinked her eyes open. Something entirely new to her had happened. She had been hurt. She felt warm blood trickle down her side from a wound in her side, and felt the ache of several injuries on her body. It was a strange sensation, one she had not ever felt before. She had been hit by her father once, but that was not the same. Her father loved her, and he would never seriously hurt her, not like this. Looking up, she saw that she was buried in a pile of rubble from the attack. So strong. The energy had been so strong. She felt her lust returning, washing away the pain. He'd have to pay for seriously harming her, but after that, she would have long hours of fun with him. Gohan stopped in his approach. He felt energy gathering in the small pile of rubble ahead and shook his head. It had not been enough. He probably had hurt her, but not nearly enough. He sighed, almost to himself, and looked up. They were long gone now, safe for the time being. He had fulfilled what had to be done, and there was no fleeing now. Sirenia burst out of the rubble, scratched and wounded in several places, but she didn't seem much weaker than before. "You really hurt me," she whispered dangerously. Gohan chuckled weakly and shook his head. "Not enough, it seems. You're still alive, and that means I'm soon to be dead. But I got what I wanted. My friends are safely away, and you have no chance to intercept them in time." Sirenia narrowed her eyes, then grinned fiercely. "True, your friends got away, but that won't help them much. My father will kill them all in the end. That is of no consequence to us, however, is it? If you think I'll kill you now, you're mistaken. I will make sure you live long. You'll be mine. Gohan widened his eyes, but only for a moment. The next, she was on him, her fist driving into his ribs, breaking them as he was pushed back. As the onslaught continued, he could barely defend himself, taking hit after hit, feeling his power draining, even what little remained of him. He couldn't be beaten this easily. The thought flashed through his mind, and that gave him strength again. His Saiyan rage fueling his survival instincts, he began fighting back again, but Sirenia just grinned even as he pushed her back again. She suddenly vanished in front of his eyes and reappeared behind him. Before he could react, he heard a faint clicking sound and felt something against the skin of his neck. He whirled to strike back at Sirenia, but she simply danced out of his reach, and then pain crashed over him, so unimaginable that he thought his eyes would pop out. Every cell in his body seemed to be on fire as he sank to his knees, and Sirenia simply stood there, grinning smugly. Through the haze of pain and torture the pain collar was putting him, he could dimly make out Sirenia's words as she bent over him and kissed him on his forehead. Don't worry, Gohan. You will die, but I will have long hours of fun before you do.
El
Oh yes,
pendejo
we will have a
puto Lucio, güey.
Already a good distance away from the planet, Pan gasped with shock, reeling back from the monitor on which she had been staring
Por
at the
eso que
place where they had left
extinguir
her
Perú.
father. No. Colon. She clutched at her head, shaking it as tears began to leak from her eyes anew. Trunks knew and felt the same kind of sadness, the urge to scream out his fury, but he controlled it, barely. He could no longer sense Gohan either. His power had simply vanished from one moment to the other. Still close enough to the planet, their keen senses should be able to pick up even the faintest sign of power from him. The only way to explain it was simple. Gohan was dead.